Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and welcome to the second day of Persian Power BI and Fabric Conference 2025. We want to start the second day. I'm here. My name is Vahid with Omid. Hey, Omid, how are you, mate?
Hi, Wahid. I'm fine. And I'm really eager for today's session. We have great topics today, and I can't wait to see the presentation for today.
Me too, mate. How's everything in Brisbane? Is there any uh, chaos there or no? Because I heard about that, the weather condition there.
Yeah, actually, we have a stressful week. We were told that there is an offer cyclone. It was type 2 and it was
Oh,
upgraded to type 3, but thanks God, it downgraded to type 1. There wasn't lots
okay.
of damage, just some part of the Gold Coast, but it was better than what we expected.
Perfect. That's good. That's a good news. As long as nothing
Yeah,
happened, that's really good.
yeah,
Before we
yeah.
go to where we go through that sessions, because the first session is with Muhammad, and that's a really great session. I can't wait to watch that video again because he couldn't make it today. He has a flight exactly the same time as this session, so he recorded the video and sent it to me last week, and I have the full video. I watched it before this session, so I can't tell you how great is that presentation. But before we go through that one, I just want to show a few slides here. First of all, this is the first Persian Power BI and Fabric Conference 2025, which we arranged that with the team, me, Omid, Hussein, and Mehdi. We are the team of organizers. So we arranged around 20 sessions. Yesterday was the first day, the Persian day. We held 9 sessions there, great sessions. And today we will have 10 sessions. All sessions will be in English today. So, and you can watch it directly from YouTube. So the video will be available after this session, so you can watch it again there. A big thank you to the sponsor of this conference, Microsoft. We try BI Solution Impact to supporting us to be able to run this big show. It's not that easy. For around 4 or 5 months, we have been working on this, and today is the output of that teamwork. As I said, we have 10 sessions today. We will start with Muhammad Ali session and then with Parv and all of these great speakers, which you can see the name of them and type the title of their sessions on the screen. We have 10 sessions and 10 hours back-to-back meeting, no stop, no waiting, and back-to-back we will run this session till, at the moment it's 2 p.m. in Sydney, Australia. We will finish around 12 p.m. Or 12 a.m. actually here in Sydney, Australia. As I said, we had great sessions yesterday, all in Persian, and all of those videos are available. The link is available on the site, website. You can go www.fabricevents.net and find all the details there. Even the schedule of all sessions are available there. So let me just remove this one and add Muhammad session video, which he recorded that one and sent it to us. Before that, Omi, do you have anything to add here or not?
And I want just to say that if you have any question after watching the session, just comment it on LinkedIn or YouTube. Then after that, we are going to talk about it.
Perfect. Unfortunately, we can't stream on LinkedIn. Yesterday, we faced many issues that break up many times. So we decided to cancel that one because it's not stable and shift it to just YouTube because that's stable. So let's start that.
Yeah.
Power BI Persian and Fabric Conference. My name is Mohammed Ali. Thank you so much for having me. It's great to be here. It's great to be at the first ever Power BI Persian and Fabric Conference. My name is Mohammed Ali, and I'm a GPM for the Power BI team. So my team specifically look after Power BI Desktop, Power BI Service, and also the Copilot experiences that you see today. I'm going to go through what's new and what's coming for Power BI. I want to get into the demos, but I first kind of want to outline, because this year is very special to us in the Power BI team. So before I go into that, I just want to say that our mission has never changed, has been the same since inception. That our Power BI's goal is to help drive a data culture. And what that means is we want to empower everyone everywhere to be able to make data-driven decisions. Now, this year is very special, and I want to actually change the way I normally do these kind of intros. I want to celebrate something very special to us in the Power BI team. We've reached 10 years. Power BI has been in GA since 10 years, and this year is our 10th year. And so I wanted to spend some time to just spend and celebrate just how far we've come as a product with thanks to all your feedback. So I'm going to go through it one by one, and I want to just go through that quick timeline view and just go through how we got here today. And I'm going to start off in 2014, before GA. And I want to just go through how I think about before GA. And the way I like to describe it was like the Avengers Assembles kind of moment. And the reason why I'm saying that is we had 3 separate product teams. There was 2 additional product teams that all just came together. So we had Power View, we had Power Pivot, and Power Query, along with Q&A Power Maps, and they all got formed into one team, which is known as the Power BI team. Now, before GA, Power BI Desktop was actually called Power BI Designer, and actually looks like PowerPoint. It's got a slide view on the side. It's like you can see kind of just some of the building blocks that really made Power BI. Now, fast forward in 2015 when we did GA and we announced GA, and that really means we announced GA for Power BI Desktop, Power BI Service, and Power BI Mobile. So that was the key thing in 2015. On July the 24th, that's the official birthday, we announced it with a plethora of features, and that's also when Power BI Designer became Power BI Desktop, for those of you who don't know. And this is what it looked like. We had the nice yellow, we had the nice things, and this kind of looks familiar to what Power BI is today. If I look inside Power Query, you can kind of see, roughly things have stayed the same, similar. Actually, we had dark mode back in 2015. And I'll show you what happened along the way. And if you look at desktop, you can kind of see a very simple world, right? You got a few visuals on the right hand side that has drastically changed the last thing. You can kind of see the kind of filters you can do, and you can kind of see how you mess around with the fields. Now, the service, I think, has gone through the most transformational change. The service looked like this back in 2015, and basically you had dashboard reports and data sets on the left-hand side. Now, it would be really strange for us to do that with a number of artifacts or things that you can create inside Power BI, including Fabric. So this has changed, and this is where we were back in 2015. And I'm going to walk you through more. And in 2015, we also announced custom visuals. So when we GA'd, we also allowed you to do custom visuals. You might remember the fish plot diagram. And so this is also a very key moment for us, is where we really expanded the extensibility. And custom visuals is one of our most successful things that I think we really spend the time to think about and invest in. Now I'm going to fast forward here and go into 2016. 2016 was the year that Microsoft acquired LinkedIn, but it was also the year where we announced Power BI Embedded. And this is where you could just basically embed Power BI reports anywhere and everywhere. And here's like a quick website to kind of show you how that looks like. If I show you how the product has transformed, you can kind of see that more and more visuals came into view, specifically the R visual, and you can kind of see changes to the ribbon, but not much had changed anywhere else. Now let's move on to 2015, my favorite year. And the reason why it's my favorite year is 2017 is the year Roger Federer became the US Open champion. Huge fan of Roger Federer, but it was also a very important year for Power BI. And you can kind of see we announced what I say is the most amazing feature in terms of the inspiration that you guys have given us from the community standpoint is bookmarks. Bookmark is the thing that I just was so amazed with the creativity that the community had. And it was the first feature that actually came in and showed you that capability. Now, I'm going to kind of skip ahead here. Power Query, or we actually had like the data view. Power Query introduced the first proper AI feature, which is the columns by examples, which actually came from Microsoft Research, which basically allowed you to define how the data should look, and it kind of figures out the transformation step for you as well. Really cool feature. The service looked pretty much the same. Not much had changed. A few little tweaks here and there in the UI, but not much has changed from what I showed you back in 2014. Now fast forward into the next year. Power BI Premium was the key moment in the year of 2017, where we provided unlimited distribution, scale at will, and really be enterprise ready so that you didn't have to go and give everyone a pro license. And this was a big key feature. Now moving into 2018 saw the biggest change to the Power BI service. And you can see on the left row, we finally got a left navigation tree that actually looks meaningful. And apps became the big key driver in the product. If I show you Power BI Desktop, Power BI Desktop kept innovating. We provided you rich customizations, and this is how it looked. And this kind of looks very similar to how it is today. You can just see the number of visualization pane just growing and growing and growing. And you can see the ribbon has pretty much stayed very similar. We also released the first experience inside the web, and this paints the picture of how we even got to Fabric. Power BI data flows released, and this allowed you to basically create reusable ETL in the cloud directly there as well. And this was that year where we released it. Fast forward into 2019, and you can see 2019 was when we started to update to what we call the new fluid design, the office design, and this is when the light theme came in. And this is when we started getting feedback about dark mode. And here you can start to see, like, this is pretty much where the product is kind of today. And we've just been adding more and more features. My favorite feature is the AI visuals, and the key influences and decomposition tree also released in this year. And again, the Power BI service slowly started adopting the new light theme, still has some dark themed aspects there, but we allowed you to kind of customize that yourself. In 2020 was when we released Power BI Premium per user. I know it took us 5 years to finally give you premium in a per user plan. And here, like, I'm just amazed by just how much of our product looks similar, but like just as we added more and more features. This is Power Query. You can kind of do some cool stuff here. If I show you the Power BI service, the Power BI service is now again changed, and this kind of looks very familiar to where you are now, where you have a proper getting starting page. And we released data in space, one of the most coolest features that I think I've seen, where you can actually just pin Power BI reports into your daily lives. Now, if I show you this screen, the screen is just the Power BI service, but it's actually the Teams integration. So this is the year of COVID. This is when Teams really, really took off. And Power BI being integrated there was just another key thing that you guys pushed us to include. Now, fast forward into 2021. 2021 saw Power BI Premium Gen 2. So this was just the enhancements or improvements to Gen 1. And we then had some cool things come into product. We had like a fields pane list improvement. We had like the diagram view. If I fast forward, the Power BI service kept adding more and more features. So you have the datasets hub, you have goals, and you have deployment pipelines all coming their way in and getting improvements along the way. In 2022, we started releasing other cool things. And this is a live Power BI report inside my PowerPoint presentation. Yes, it's the storytelling capability. And we also announced the first GPT model, GPT-2. Not many people know this, but before ChatGPT became a thing, we announced a feature that actually uses the GPT-2 model to actually help you generate DAX. And this, again, paints a very important picture going forward in the future. And here you can kind of see just that evolution of the Power BI visuals, and like this is more what we are here today as well. Fast forward to what the service looked like. The service, again, getting more of that love and attention. And this very much looks similar to what you guys experienced today. Now in 2023 was our biggest year, is when Fabric was formed. Satya called it the biggest release of a Microsoft data product since the launch of since SQL Server. And this was announced in May 2023. And the way I like to think about Fabric is if you take all of the analytics portfolio in Microsoft and form them into one big team, you get what I would call the Avengers Endgame kind of moment where everything comes together in one place and you really are driving towards that plan. And this is where we have a unified experience, and this is pretty much where we are here today. And we've just been making more and more improvements. We allow you to do web modeling, and this is like really an extension of how we saw data flows. Now we want to make sure we get to parity in the web, and you see this is like allows you to edit roles. And in 2024, the year that we just had, we did bring back in dark mode, and we did improve just so many cool things. We improved the light mode as well. You can actually edit it, go back to the light mode if you really want to, but you also have this rich diagram view that was actually just added in as well. If I look at some of the cool features that we just released, and I'm going to show a demo of this today, we actually show you TMDL view in Power BI Desktop with Copilot also landing, where you can actually do some cool things as well. And I actually have a demo that I will show you, which actually goes through an end-to-end view of how we've released our Copilot experiences as well. So this is where we are. We're now in 2025. We reached our 10 years. And what I'm going to focus on today is really just go through is what is our plan for the 2025. Let me show you some cool features along the way and go through that. Now, I do want to just quickly go through is Power BI strategy has not changed, and the year for this strategy has been the same, so I'm going to repeat myself, so I apologize. Is Power BI we really see as a glue between business users or people who live in the office world and what we call the modern BI data stack. Oh, sorry, the modern data stack, which is Fabric. And it's really a glue or helps bridge that data. There's no point of business users connecting to data that is garbage, as well as we want to make sure that you can create the best possible data for your business users to leverage and take insights and action on. So that's really our strategy. And if you look at our strategy, 375,000 customers are using Power BI today. 95% of the Fortune 500 use it, and 6.5 million Power BI developers are creating active content inside Power BI. And this is actually our usage graph, and you can kind of just see when we announce Fabric, the usage graph for Power BI just keeps on growing. If you look at the product leadership, and I'm showing you all the Fabric slides here, just to give you a view of where we are, you can see that Microsoft is the only vendor that is on the top right corner of the Magic Quadrant. So the Magic Quadrant is a way of evaluating every single vendor, and you want to be in the top most right corner, which means that you're a leader and a visionary as well. And so you can see Microsoft is the only vendor in all four. And in BI, I love to think of it as we're socially distancing ourselves from everyone else. We are the clear standout in the BI Magic Quadrant. Now, I want to go through the demos. I want to go and give you a taste of like all the demos. And the first demo I'm going to show you with is something called Translytical apps. So I'm going to hand it over to Patrick, but I want to just say this is the most coolest feature. This is really transforming a Power BI report to more of an app. And what you can do with the Translytical app is that you can actually create input controls, which is a top voice voted idea on our user voice. And you can actually put it, on our ideas, and you can actually put input forms and actually take action on the data. You can create custom functions. And so I'm going to show you the demo here in a second, and I hope you really enjoy it. So I'll hand it over to Patrick.
Here I am in my sales project. We have both the transactional databases for tracking our sales pipeline, as well as the analytics my sales team is using to make decisions. If I look at the data stores, you can see our SQL database in Fabric for the sales pipeline, where our sales apps are writing and updating data. And if I switch back to my project, you can see we're also using Fabric user data functions. In this case, we've created some functions for writing back to the opportunities table in our sales database. User data functions in Fabric provide a serverless computing service where we can run the code needed by our applications. For example, in this function, we've defined some input parameters and an update statement to write to our sales database. And right here in the Fabric editor, it's easy to test the function out. Let me quickly fill out the parameters, and we'll set a discount value for a specific opportunity and add a comment. Now, if I run the code, it's going to write this change back to our table in the SQL database. So there's lots of ways I could use this function, but what would be amazing is if I could easily integrate it into a Power BI report. And that's just what we've done. As I open up Power BI Desktop, you can see a report my sales team is using to analyze our sales backlog. And you can see the test update we just wrote back to the database. And what I want to do now is hook up our function to the submit button in this report. And I can do that with just a couple of clicks. Let's set the button to use a data function. And now I can pick my workspace, the function set, and the specific function I want to use. And now I can select the data fields from the report to bind it to the function parameters, such as the discount field we've selected in the report. And now we're ready to go. If I open the report as an end user, I can directly submit changes to be written into the database. Let's slice and dice the report to find just the high-risk opportunities closing in October. Now I can pick the specific opportunity, select a discount amount, and add a comment. And now I submit. Immediately, I see the value update in the report, which has been directly written to the SQL database in Fabric using the function we created. And to show the flexibility of the user data function, we actually created another function here where we can update multiple records at once. Let's select all the high-risk opportunities closing in the next 60 days that have a quantity of 8 or more. I'm going to select a discount and add a comment, and when I press submit, all of the opportunities that meet the selected condition are being updated. This was a quick sneak peek of how we can bring together SQL databases in Fabric, user data functions, and Power BI to create translytical applications. But as you can see, this end-to-end integration in Fabric unlocks a massive number of new scenarios for your organization.
Oh, that's super cool. Thank you so much, Patrick, for sharing that. Okay, so I'm going to switch gears. I'm going to show you, I've got many demos lined up. So I'm going to show
Here I am.
a different demo. I'm going to look at another sneak peek and something you're going to see a lot of improvements coming in. And I want to kind of explain what we're doing here. So one of the things or complaints that we've heard time and time again is you think Power BI is getting slower and slower. And in the reality, it is, right? Like as we add more and more features, we're adding more and more things or capability to the program, and we haven't really done our best job in making sure that we make the performance super snazzy, super fast. So I want to show you some of the improvements that are landing very soon, and I'm going to show you a little video here where I'm actually going to be showing you how we've improved new and old of Power BI Desktop and just showing you how fast we are now loading Power BI Desktop. And this is just the open performance that I show. I guarantee you that the improvements also stem down to just opening up PBIX files, and you're going to see a ton of improvements. And not just improvements in opening desktop, but you can also see improvements as in when you do actions in desktop. So if you're doing specific modeling things, guess what? Those are going to get faster as we keep improving the performance. And we really want to make sure that desktop becomes the best application for your needs. And the great thing is as we add these improvements into desktop, the Power BI service also benefits. And so this is a sneak peek that I'm sharing with you. We've got a ton of improvements landing within the next 6 months, and you're going to just start seeing it more and more get hopefully better and better, and hopefully less frustrating than what it is today. And thank you so much for sharing the feedback that you guys wanted us to spend time here. And I'm really happy that we get to spend this time improving it as we go along. Okay, so now I'm going to show you the capability that just launched in January. I'm going to show you an extension of that hasn't released yet. I'm going to talk about the TMDL view. Now, the TMDL view, I think, is one of the most important features when it comes to Power BI. And the reason why is it allows pro BI developers to really just quickly do a bunch of different things on the data model really fast through a text editor, and also use that same text file, the one that you check in source control. So I'm going to walk you guys through the demo. I'm going to go through an end-to-end. So here I am in my report. I'm going to head over to TMDL view, and the TMDL view basically allows you to see a textual representation of your tables. I'm going to drag in a table. I'm going to just show you it's the same code editor that you get in Visual Studio Code, and I can see my entire table definition here. Guess what? I can also edit my perspectives. I can easily drag and drop columns. I can see the definitions directly inside the view, and I can actually add in different tables and so forth. So I can actually script a specific table, bring in view, and if I want to quickly make an edit, I can just add in a new measure definition just as easy as it is by just typing in the measure definition here as well. And once I define it, I can define multiple in one go. So this is really going to be a huge time saver. I can define a quantity, a shipping cost, and I can also define a unit cost. And I can just do a sum, an average here. And once I complete this, I can actually just go ahead and I'm just going to show you that the measures are not there. I'm going to hit apply. Now you can see the free measures have been added in. A huge time saver for people who want to quickly do things. And speaking of time saver, if you've already defined like a calculation group that brings all your time intelligence functions in one place, you can now just copy and paste that definition into a script, hit apply, and now you'll have all your entire calculation group or your tables, your time intelligence functions, all added directly inside this new model. So that's just, again, huge time savers. Now I'm going to drag in the product catalog table. I'm going to use Copilot. And one of the things about Copilot can really help you is as people struggle with documentation, I'm just going to ask Copilot to set descriptions on all of the measures. So I don't have to go and do all that work. And what Copilot will do is look at the measure definition and then apply a transformation. Now I'm just going to hover over and just show you how it does it. So I'm going to go over to the product. You can kind of see there's no descriptions on the individual columns. Once I ask Copilot to do that and hit apply, now you'll see in just a couple of seconds, I now have descriptions in all of my measures, all of my columns inside my table, sorry. So this is great, but I can take this even one step further. So another common thing is I'm an English speaking language person. Imagine I want to translate my data model in a different language. Guess what? You can do that directly inside TMDL view as well. So I want to translate this model in French. In the specific example, I hit enter here, and now I have myself a French description. I can see my French is here, and then when I head over to the Power BI service and I hit refresh on that same model that was being used, now when I hit refresh, now my data model is in French, and now will switch context for me. Now it's important to note, we don't yet have translations at the report layer. So if you have things defined at the report, like the tabs here, you can see they're still in English, they will not automatically translate. But this is hopefully a step in the right direction, and hopefully will really enable you guys to be a lot more productive as people who I assume work day in, day out editing your data models. Now I'm going to show you another capability which we released a couple of months ago, but I just want to highlight just how important its significance is to the product, is metrics. And to kind of give a brief overview what a metrics is so typically when you want to reuse definitions of things, or you want to create a central hub or source of the truth of key metrics like variance to budget, your finance data, your sales data, how you define them, you want to create what we call a metric. And you want to bring metrics from a variety of different places, bring them all together. And when you bring them all together, you can easily ask your business user to come in and just consume the metrics that you define. So I'm going to show you how easy it is to create a new metric. So I'm going to hit here, enter. I'm going to go and create myself a new metric set, and I'm going to call it sales intelligence. I'm going to hit enter here, and now I've got myself a metric. I'm going to give it a basic description, but now I'm ready to add my metric. So I'm going to click add metric, and what that now you see is all of the semantic models that you have access to. So I'm going to bring in some semantic models that I want to connect to, and I just want to select the measure, the metric that I want to bring in. So in this case, I think I made a mistake. I actually know which one do I bring? Revenue open. I'll bring in revenue open. I'm going to hit create here. And now I've got myself my first metric. Now, one of the cool things about metrics is you also can define the dimensions that are best useful for that metric. So I'm going to hit enter here. I'm going to select the ones that I think are important. And this helps my business users who consume this metric to know which dimensions they should be using when see this metric. So typically you don't want them to see all the dimensions. Not all the dimensions may make sense. And so you want to be perfectly craft how this metric should behave. So I'm going to select a range of different things that I think should be included here. And so I get a bit trigger happy and I select a couple more. And then when I go on to, when a consumer then goes to the metrics hub, so this is the person consuming that metric set, they'll go in, they'll see the key things. And what Power BI does is it ranks the best visuals to show you based on the metric and the dimension that the user set. And so I can see all of my rich data here. I can see my metric set here. And of course, it's not just about taking this data. I want to explore it, use different dimensions, change the visualization type. You can do that all inside the metrics experience. And this is just an amazing way of just getting started. And I can obviously change the visualization, can add new dimensions, or I can add cross-reference other dimensions that I want to bring here. And notice I'm only bringing the dimensions that the author set. So I can't just go against the entire data model. So this really helps you, again, curate the perfect experience for your end users. And I can get the perfect visualization that I want here. Now, you can also do something more cooler, which I think is very cool, is you can actually copy and call this metrics directly inside a Fabric notebook. So if I'm in my notebook experience inside Fabric, I can actually directly query my metric set, query the table of information, and I can just easily modify the code, bring in another dimension, just as easy as that, and I can create myself a data frame and I can do more analysis on top of that data. And this is just a great way of bringing Power BI and Python together, and it really will hopefully set you up for success in really expanding what the art of the possible is. Now, I'm going to show you another cool feature which was released in November, I believe, or I think maybe in December, is something called Fabric Org Apps. And so, look, we have apps that are doing amazing in the product today, but we hear time and time again that they are hugely limiting, specifically when you want to create more than one app in a single workspace, and you guys found that very limiting with the existing apps. So we released a new thing called Fabric Org Apps, which is a new artifact. So when I go to the create menu and I click on new item, now I can create an org app in a workspace, and I can create as many as I like inside a single workspace, and I can give it a name. So I'm going to call this one my Hawaii tourism overview, and I'm going to just hit enter here and bring this into view. Now I'm going to click add. I'm going to click add an overview page. I'm just going to give this a quick name. And one of the cool things about apps is when you add an overview page, it can keep itself up to date. So I can give it a header, I can put my company branding in it, I can create myself a company title if I want. I'm going to call it marketing analysis, I'm going to give a description. I can also decide if I want to use like the background color of the app theme, or want to use a different color here as well. So I'm going to, I say use the app theme here. In this specific case, I'm going to click add, and now I have myself a header, and I'm going to add content. Now I'm going to go and select some report that I wish to add. I'm going to select a notebook, so I can bring in notebooks and see the output notebooks also for my end users. And I can also bring in a real-time dashboard. So I can bring in many more artifacts that I couldn't do before in an app, and I can bring that inside a single experience. And if you're wondering if you can reference reports from other workspaces, we are working on that feature, and that will also be coming very, very soon. And also, if you want to add audiences into these apps, again, we'll have an audience feature also coming into these org apps, which you get in the old org apps, just so you know. You can get them in the old app as well. And I can also create, again, like the same experience that I had before, I can create links to other documents. I can create sections in my navigation tree. So we provide you the same, but almost more customization that you had before. And again, I can create a details a view here. I can actually move things between the different sections here. And my table of contents automatically keeps up to date here as well. And of course, I can provide an app image, so I can show how people find me. So in this case, I'm going to select a nice flower. I can change the color of the app, so I can just select the color I want. Again, you can provide the hexadecimal. You can just pick it out of thin air like I'm doing here. And I'm choosing a different blue here because I find it useful. And once I click apply, I got myself now a very, very cool approach. And I can preview the app, I can see all the details, and I can see all that richness that I showed you before. And I can see my Power BI report just as I would expect it. And the cool thing is with the preview here as well, I can also customize how the navigation works for the end user. So I can choose if I want a separate navigation from the report and app. I can even just completely hide the app pane. And you'll get a warning when you try to do that because it says like the app pane is not there. So figure out how you navigate between the different experiences. That's up to you now. But I can really have exactly the way I want to use the app. Now, the final thing is we also want you to be able to do share. And the great thing about the new org apps is when you share, we propagate the permissions through. So you do not need to worry about, hey, I haven't given access to this person, or what if the downstream doesn't have access? We do all that management for you by giving people access to the app. And now when I view it, I can have my table of contents here, and I've got myself the tree. And remember, I changed the navigation, so I should only see now the report navigation on the side, and I've got myself a beautiful app here. So these are some cool capabilities. They're available now. They're getting more and more enhancements that I just described. Again, these are some of the cooler features that I've just launched. Now I want to show you where we are going with Copilot in Power BI. Now I'm going to show you the demo first, and just to give you some awareness on the demo. The demo is something I recorded for Gartner, and it's a demo where basically I walk you through an end-to-end using Copilot. So I connect to data and I do all these things. For those of you who are unfamiliar, Gartner holds their annual BI Bake-Off, a conference where they basically compete with vendors and they give you a data set. So I'm going to show you the data set that we were given today, which was to analyze which country is truly ready for AI. And I try my best to answer that using the Copilot experiences inside Power BI. So I'll show you the demo first. And once I show you the demo, I'll then walk you through some of the cool things that you may have not noticed. So for this year's Gartner Bake Off, we were tasked with seeing which country is truly AI ready. And when normally people think about AI readiness, they normally think of the powerhouses, USA and China. And you wouldn't be wrong. If you look at the US and China, they're leading the way when it comes to the number of citations or AI research citations by country. If you look at the publications by country, again, USA and China are still leading. But there is a country that's doing better than both of them when it comes to preparing yourselves for AI research. And that is Singapore. And the reason why Singapore is doing so well is that for every $1,000 of GDP they earn, they put $15 aside to put into AI infrastructure. And they are leading the way compared to the USA and even China. And so what we are going to do today is understand what is Singapore doing so well that allows them to do this. So before we do that, we need to connect to data. So I'm going to head over to Power BI and I'm going to connect to and use one of the connectors. And the great thing about Power BI is I have access to hundreds of different connectors. From Excel, SharePoint, CRM, you name it, we have a connector for you. Now, if I want to connect to my enterprise data catalog, I can also do that here. So I can see all of my organizational data in a single place. I can see all of my data. I can also see all the things that are promoted or certified inside my data so I can make sure I connect to the central source of truth. Now here, I've already connected to the data. And as you can see, my data has some cleanliness issues. I've got my column names here. My column names actually start on row 1. I've got some missing values and my data is not in the right format. Now I can use one of the hundreds of built-in transformations, and I can use the low-code new UI. I can use the diagram view to easily clean up my data. But we are in 2020. Let's use AI to help us do this. So I'm going to head over to Copilot. I'm going to type into Copilot what I want to do, and Copilot will do all the work for me. So I'm going to head over to my notepad file, and the first thing I'm going to ask Copilot to do is, can you make the first row a header? I'm going to paste that in here. And the thing I love about Copilot is not only does it understand my question, but it actually applies the right transformation and shows me what it did here as well. So I can see all of my column names are clean again. Now, the thing you'll notice is I've got year column here, but I've got it mixed with some other stuff that I don't really want. So I want to clean up my column names. Now, I could do this one by one, but imagine I have hundreds of different columns with years. I don't really want to sit there and edit each one manual one by one. Now, the great thing about Copilot is I can actually easily do that. So I'm going to ask Copilot is, can you remove the text inside the square brackets for column names? I'm going to hit paste here. I'm going to just clear this so you can see. And I'm going to ask Copilot to easily apply this transformation. And now what Copilot will do is interpret my question. And now you can see all of my columns, all my year columns are nice and clean. Now, again, I've got a slight issue with the year column. I've got many year columns, but I want a single year column. So what I'm going to ask Copilot to do is I'm going to ask Copilot to convert all those columns which look like years into rows. So I'm going to head over to my notepad file. I'm going to ask Copilot to do just that. Paste it in, paste it here. I'm going to hit enter. And now what Copilot will do is it will actually now look at all the columns at which it looked like years and create me a single year column and did all that work. And the great thing about Copilot isn't just I can just use natural language. I can also use the diagram view, and I can easily just delete unnecessary columns. So instead of me having to type in delete these columns, I can just remove them using the UI. So it's a very much of an interactive experience with me, the AI, and also my own skills being used and leveraged here as well. The final thing I want to do here is I've got a series name column with all the different measures, and I actually want to convert this, and I want to do the opposite of what I did with the year, and I want to make this a column. So I'm going to head over back to my notepad file. I'm going to ask Copilot to pivot columns 1 and 3. And the great thing about Copilot is I can use references. I can use multiples of 3, multiples of 9. I can give it any range and it'll know what I mean. So I'm going to hit type here, paste here, hit enter here. And what Copilot will do now is now attempt to pivot all those columns for me and then create me, hopefully, the view that I want. And this will take a couple of seconds. Let me undo that and apply that again. And what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to get series name to be expanded out. And so you can see now I've got my data in the right format. I've got my year column and I've got all my columns and measures here as well. And now my data is ready to be used for creating a report. Continuing on from where we left off from before, let's take a deeper look at where Singapore is doing so well. So I'm going to click over to my Singapore map here. And what I'm going to compare now is I'm going to compare USA and China specifically to Singapore. And so I'm looking at the trend of research and the amount of money and dollars that they're spending on the different categories. And so if I look at water, science, and technology, you can see China and USA are just completely outstripping Singapore in terms of the money that they're spending. And if I look at theoretical computer science, you'll again see like China is still leading. And even in statistical and nonlinear physics, you'll see China is leading, but they're doing all pretty similar to each other. But there's one area that I think Singapore is doing such an amazing job. And so if I look at the energy, like the research that's going into energy, renewable energy, you can see that Singapore is leading the way compared to China and USA. And that is because Singapore understands that investing in infrastructure is so important. And so this is just one of the lessons that we learned from the data, but like instead of me going through every single one of these and seeing where Singapore is doing so different, let's use AI to help me do this. So I'm going to go over to a brand new report page. And I'm going to just show you the data that I have access to. I have access to all of the socioeconomic factors for Singapore. Access to electricity, CO2 emissions, education attainment. You can see the scroll bar is pretty long. I've got over 1,000 different measures to connect to. And I don't want to actually go through every single one and see how they correlate with one another. So what I'm going to instead do is I'm going to dock this away. I'm going to use Copilot to help me through this journey. And the one thing I love about Copilot is you can actually get suggestions directly from Copilot. So I'm going to hit suggestions here and ask Copilot to give me a bunch of suggestions against the data model. And I love the fact that it understands that from this data, you can do a population analysis, education, economic, or environmental analysis. So I want to do economic analysis first. I'm going to click here and click create here. And the thing I love about Copilot is the fact that it understands domains so well. So it knows the best way to measure a country's economic analysis is to look at GDP over time. And so I can see exactly how Singapore is doing. Now, as you can see here, I've got some really good measures, but because Copilot is an assistive experience, I can see that it hasn't added in inflation, but I want to add inflation. So I'm going to say, can you add in inflation? I'm going to hit enter here. And what Copilot will do is go through my entire data model, all of those 1,000 different measures, and says, hey, which one do you want? And I'm going to say the first one. And again, it has a conversation with me to help me identify the right column and then bring it in. And what it'll do is it will use that knowledge, re-update the layout of the entire report and connect to it and then create me and bring in inflation over time. And you can see I've got all my analysis here. Now, for this year's experiment, I actually want to do a different type of analysis. So I'm going to head over to my notepad to just show you. I actually want Copilot to kind of do my homework for me. I want it to create me a new page showing me how Singapore is spending on AI by looking at research, renewable energy, and education, continuing on from where we were from before. So I'm going to hit enter here. And again, Copilot will understand what I mean. look at the data model and see which parts of the data model can analyze this question, go through all of the different combinations, and then come back with this beautiful report for me directly inside this experience. And so I can see research and development, government expenditure over time. And one of the things I think Copilot did so well here is able to draw parallels and a correlation between the fact that the government is actually spending less on education across the years, but is increasing the number of money or the dollars that they're spending in research and development. And again, Copilot was able to figure that out for me. Now, the great thing about Copilot is it's not just a one and done kind of experience. So if I want to make some room here for a couple of things that I want to do, I can actually just go ahead and use it like any other report. I can move the things around like I normally would expect. But I can also do something else. So I'm going to click here. I'm going to click on this blank space. I'm going to create a narrative visual. So sometimes my VP likes to get summaries of what's on the page. And so you can use Copilot to easily summarize all of those visualizations into nice bullet point statistics so I can easily see what is happening. And it gives me these little numbers here, if you can see these little numbers here. And if I click on one of these numbers, it tells me which part of the paragraph or the statistic came from which part of the report. And so it really helps me build that trust between me and the AI. Now, the other thing my VP likes to do a lot is sometimes he asks me questions that I don't necessarily have the answers to straight away. So sometimes he might ask me a question, and so let me give you an example. He'll ask me a question like, which year had the highest research and development costs? So I'm going to click copy here, go back to my Copilot pane and click enter here. And now you can answer a question. And sometimes the answer may be on the same page like it is in this example, but sometimes the answer may be on a different report or on a different page. And Copilot can easily get you the answer directly inside this UI. And it tells you which part of the visual it references as well. So if it's on a different page, it'll take you to that page as well. Now, the final thing I want to show you is on this visual, as you can see, I've got research and development expenditure over time, but the person, I wanted to do like a year-over-year calculation from a point in time, like 2018 to the end of time. And look, I could do this manually, I could do this in my head, but I don't really want to do that. I want to have some way to do that. And the problem is this data model, I didn't create it. So I normally would have to take this data, bring it into Excel, and then do my analysis there. But I can now do dynamic calculations inside Copilot. So I'm going to head over back to Copilot. I'm going to ask this, what is the percentage change for research and development since 2018? And so I'm going to hit copy here and click enter here. And what you're going to see is this Copilot will understand my question and then apply the right transformation for me. And then return the result for me. So I don't have to go and export this data to Excel. It actually give me and tell me what the percentage year calculation is, and it actually shows me how it did that calculation for me as well. So it shows me the two different points in time. It knows that there was a 65% increase from 2018 to 2021. And it gives me the logic of what it did here, so I can easily track and again builds my trust between me and the AI. So there you have it. That was the AI demo that walks you through a complete end-to-end experience. Now, there's a lot of subtleties. I'm going to go through some of them just so you guys can see. There's a lot of improvements coming for Copilot. And so I'm going to walk you through some of them right now. So the first thing is we announced Fabric AI capacities, which I call is an amazing feature that allows you to basically license people inside the organization, no matter where they are in the experience. So I call this a Satya problem because Satya was trying to use Copilot inside Power BI, and he has artifacts both in a pro and premium workspace. So he didn't want to move some of those artifacts. So what we instead did was a feature which basically allows you to license and attach a capacity to a user. And no matter where the artifact is, we can always build the Fabric AI capacity. So it's a huge improvement. It allows you to basically scale. So you can give Copilot access to everyone inside the organization and charge one specific capacity. It allows you to isolate all of the Copilot charging away from the other capacities so they don't bring down those capacities. So it really gives you a lot of flexibility. And this just released a couple of weeks ago. Highly, highly recommend you try it out. This is one of the coolest features that I think is going to really help drive adoption of Copilot inside your organization. Now, I'm going to go through where we are, what's coming, and I'm going to go through some things that even show today because some of them are going to be announced very soon. So I went through the TMDL view, remote modeling for direct links. So you can actually edit your remote models, do remote modeling where the model stays in the service, and if you use desktop to do that. That didn't show, but that's like getting more and more improvements. So I highly recommend you guys check that out. Git integration, you can now have a human readable form of your entire model and report, and that is just getting better and better. And so you have a full end-to-end Git story now. I showed you the metrics layer, I showed you apps. I also briefly showed you how you can do Copilot for DAX, and I also showed you Fabric Copilot capacities. Now here's a sneak peek. We have version history launching in the service very, very soon. So now you can see and track the history of a file, and if someone accidentally does something, you can restore back to the metadata and the data. So we store both the data and the metadata, so you can go back in time and see how a previous version was doing, just in case like you made a breaking change or so forth. I showed you Translytical apps. I showed you desktop performance improvements. Now in the Copilot demo, I said a lot of improvements are coming. But one thing I didn't talk about is we're going to give you guys the control to manipulate and control exactly how Copilot works. So you may have seen with the latest release of AI skills, you can now add instructions. You can add now like custom metadata to kind of control how Copilot should behave. All of those goodness are coming into Power BI very, very soon. And so you're going to be able to really manipulate Copilot and get the best experience from that really easily from this entire experience inside Copilot. Now, here's what's also coming is we also have our Fabric conference. And so in our Fabric conference back in last year was the first year I think we ran it. So we ran two, one in the US, one in the Europe. We're back in the US, back in Vegas. Highly recommend you guys sign up if you guys are around. We're going to be making a ton of Power BI announcements and Fabric announcements. There's some really exciting ones, really juicy ones that I think you guys are going to really enjoy. But I really hope you enjoyed this session. It's been great doing this session, and I hope I'll see you all at FabCon.
Perfect. That was a great presentation, actually, same as always. Unfortunately, we couldn't have Mohammed online today because he has on the flight exactly the same time. But he showed great things, really great things, especially the Copilot for Power Query. What do you think, Omid, about that one?
Yeah, it was fantastic. You know what we will face in future. It's really amazing. Yeah, and yeah, it was fantastic. There are lots of things we should go to it. We should learn, and yeah, it's really interesting.
Yeah, there are many new things added there. So that was the first session. Actually, the keynote speaker, Mohammed, presented here. We have 9 sessions ahead. The next session is with Parwinder. He's here. I can't see his camera. Can you hear us, Parwinder? Because your camera, I think, is off.
Let me add it to the stage first, Wahid.
Right.
Yep.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, or we can't see you.
Don't worry, you won't miss me. Give me 1 second.
That's totally fine, man.
The which camera?
Perfect. Now we can.
Can you see me now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're like, why? I'm always good, my friend. How about you?
I'm good. Yeah.
Let me turn some lights on.
That's much better.
What time it is? I'm in 8 p.m. Friday evening. This is like torture.
I'm so sorry. You know, because at the moment is 10 minutes to 3 p.m. here in Sydney, Australia. Actually, it's 8th of the March, the Saturday 8th of the March. But we are ahead of you. And then the hardest part of arranging this type of conference is that timing, because it's very hard. You are from Canada. We have people like Mohammed and Paul after you from US, and then the rest are from Europe and Australia. So that was really hard. Thank you so much for making yourself available. It means a lot, mate. It means a lot.
Glad we get to connect, and I had the opportunity to present. So yeah, this is the first time you're doing this, right, Wahid?
Yeah, this is the first time we are running this as a conference, because last year we ran this as a boot camp, as one of those Power Platform boot camp. But we decided, the organization team, Omid, me, Hussein, and Mehdi, decided to have something dedicated for Fabric and Power BI. So this is a start. Actually, we have a plan to run it 2 times a year, and we want to make it bigger. If we can make the organization team bigger, some, because we have some friends in Canada, we can join them to the team. Then the time zone won't be issue. We can run from the early morning. So we are working on that. There is a future for that, but it's not. This is the first one. This is the first one. So there are many areas to learn.
Hey, Amit, I never met you. I think this is, I know I talked to Wahid a few times here and there, and we did have a session or a table talk last year at Summit. So this is the first time. Nice to meet you.
Yeah, it's nice to meet you too. Actually, I'm eager to seeing your session. I can't wait for it. It seems really amazing.
Yeah, let's see what happens.
Always amazing from Parvinder. Everything from him is amazing. Have you seen the session from Mohammed before this one? Because we are live on YouTube. And
yeah, I did. Yeah, that was awesome. Yeah, very good.
What do you think about those things he showed there?
Yeah, it's quite exciting times coming up. So, are you coming? Anybody of you guys coming up to FabCon or?
Nah, not this year. Not this year. No, it's very hard for me actually to travel to there. It takes too much time. Yeah, and then it is a little bit hard. Maybe the European version, but not the Las Vegas this year. Yeah. Maybe so you will go there.
Yeah, I am. So you're not coming to MVP then, I guess.
Not the MVP show this year as well. Yeah.
Okay. Cool.
Maybe next year. Maybe.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I know it's a bit of a travel for you guys to come all the way here.
It takes around 10 hours, more than 10 hours to travel. Because Australia is a very big country. From Sydney to outside Australia takes around 6 to 7 hours. And then the ocean, and then some other countries. So takes time, man. Takes time. Yeah. Cool. So for those who doesn't know Parvinder, he is one of the most active people in the community. Super user for how many years?
Oh, I mean, the super user program started back in 2016 or 17. Wow. There was only 11. Yeah, we were the first batch kind of thing. So it's almost, I would say, 7-8 years. This was an idea. We were very active on community forum, and then Charles Sterling at that, I'm not sure you guys know him or not, from Microsoft, he came up with this idea. Why don't we create something super user, because you guys are very active on the community, how we can make sure you guys are recognized as a little bit different than the other people, right? So that's from where the super user concept came. It never existed before that. So I think it was around 2017 or so. So that since then,
you are that's really great, man.
Amazing.
You answered more than 2,000 something. What is your record now? 2,000 solution or more than that?
I think if I'm not wrong, it's around 4,000-ish.
Wow. Oh my God.
I'm not that active, but I think it's around that neighborhood.
That's really great, man. Thank you so much for all of your support there. So Omid is a new person, as a new super user in there. So he has started, I think, 6 months ago, and now he is a super user. Super active in the Power Query section.
Welcome. Awesome. Did you receive your jacket or not yet?
Yeah, sorry?
Did you receive your jacket?
Yeah, I have just received it 2 days ago. Yeah.
You should wear that. Then you should be putting that on.
Man, you need to wear it now.
Yeah.
I actually, we have an issue for organizing. It's supposed to wear the same t-shirt, but in my area, it was a cyclone. It was an Alfred cyclone, and all the place was closed. But thanks God, it downgraded, and now I'm here.
Okay, cool.
That's good. That's good. I didn't receive one of them. I think the next session I will receive that one, because they split that to 2 parts. First one and second one. So I got that in the second one. So the year that will be extended is end of June, actually. So you enjoy your jackets. I will join you in 4 or 5 months.
Stuff. Yeah, Amit, you should put that on proudly, and so whenever you get a chance, you should put that on.
Yeah, sure. But we are in the middle of summer, and I think it's a little bit hard for this time. But
yeah, cool. It's a little bit hard there. Cool. So, Parvinder, do you want to add your to share your screen and add it here? Then I can add it to the. page as well.
Let me see. Sorry, I have way too many monitors going on in here. So let me see what I need to share. Okay, let's present, share screen, entire screen, and I will share not this, but I guess the screen 3. What? I don't know what you see. What you should tell me.
Yeah, I will add it to the here. Yeah, we can see your presentation. Perfect.
Cool.
Great. So over to you, mate.
Oh, we are live?
we are from the first minute we are live, mate.
Okay. I thought when I start presenting, then I'm live. Okay, great. Awesome. Well, first of all, thanks, Wahid, and thanks, Omid, for the opportunity. Great to be here. Today, I will be talking about conditional formatting in Power BI reports. I know it's a we love conditional formatting, but I have some ideas which I would like to share how I use when I work with Power BI reports, how I use conditional formatting. And maybe after this session, you guys will have some ideas about conditional formatting and how you can take it to the next level. Quickly, the agenda for today is we're going to talk about different options we have available on conditional formatting in Power BI. I'm pretty sure you guys, I'm not sure what kind of audience we have, how much time they spend with Power BI or not, but I'm pretty sure we all know what conditional formatting is all about, but we will talk about what are the different ways we can apply conditional formatting. And then one of the techniques we're going to talk about, why to use measures in your conditional formatting when you're working, applying conditional formatting. We will see some benefits out of that. And some, depending on the times allowed, we have one hour, right? Wahid, approximately.
Yeah, 1 hour is great.
Okay, so we'll try to stick within that. And so if time allowed, we will look into some advanced formatting tricks as well. So quickly about myself, my name is Purvinder Chana. Some people call me Purv Chana as well. I'm located in beautiful Vancouver in Canada. If you don't know where that is, it is, everybody knows about Seattle, where Seattle is. We are up north 2 hours from Seattle. And you cross the border to Canada from Seattle, you're coming from USA, and the first city pretty much you hit into a beautiful city called Vancouver. I'm located there. I run my own consulting company, which is pretty primarily focused on all things Power BI and Fabric. I think, I'm not sure, I was already live before I start presenting, but he was talking about the super user. So I'm a Power BI community super user. My handle in there is Patty2K. And I've been in community since 2016-ish kind of thing, 2015, 2016 when Power BI came. And super user program came in 2017. I'm super user since then. And luckily I become an MVP in 2019, which is almost 6 years now. And every year it's a big task to keep your MVP up and running. So let's see what happens this year, but enjoying both things. And again, I have my YouTube channel with the handle Power BI How To. Just one quick thing about my YouTube channel. I don't do, rather than, I should say, like I do things on my YouTube channel, which is a little bit different than, it's more about what I learn as some challenges I come across during, working with clients, or I find out some interesting topics on Power BI community forum, and I feel like this is like a challenging, and I like to do video like those kind of corner cases and try to address those ones. So do check that out, and feel free to connect me on LinkedIn. I'm more active on LinkedIn than on Twitter. And anytime reach out by email. I'm more than happy to help where possible. All right. A couple of things we're gonna more of this session is gonna be we're gonna jump into. There's only 3 or 4 slides, and a lot of the stuff is we're gonna do in Power BI. Again, just quickly, what kind of different conditional formattings are available? You know, font colors we can do in matrix and table with table visuals. We can set the background colors. We have a data bars, which is part of conditional formatting. Not that great, but some people love to use it. Icon sets and URL. It's a part of the conditional formatting. Like, for example, you want to have a column in your table or matrix visual. On click of that, you want to open some web page and all this stuff. This is again also part of web URL. Is part of conditional formatting, which is these kind of things are only available in matrix and table visuals. Other visuals, usually you are highlighting the data points. Let's say if you have a column or bar chart or some other charts you have, you want to highlight some of the bars based on some conditions. So that's kind of what you use conditional formatting for. We're going to look into all these things. Ways to apply conditional formatting. There are different ways how you can apply. These rules are pretty much applicable everywhere. We will look into those ones. By color scale, you say, okay, this is the starting point, this is the end point, and give the starting color and the end color, and then based on the values, gradients on top of that scale. By rules, what does that means is you say, okay, if value is greater than this, then this is the color. If value is greater than or between 2 values, then apply certain colors or icon sets, or if it's less than this. So basically you're defining the rules. And the third one is the by field value. It says here by field values. I'm never happy with this name because there's no concept of the field as such. In Power BI world, you usually see columns and the measures. I'm not sure why this is called field value, but end of the day, it is basically by measure. You create a logic in your measure where you define the color and then you apply that on your value. So basically it's by measure. I don't know why this is called field value. I never get it, but if you guys have any better explanation for that, I'm more than happy to hear that. So that's kind of how you can apply conditional formatting in Power BI. So I'm going to quickly jump into Power BI and quickly go over these things. If you guys can, I guess you guys can see my Power BI right now.
Yes, we can see that, man.
Beautiful. So quickly looking here, nothing fancy. Again, I'm not going to go too deep into a lot of modeling and all this stuff, but it's pretty straightforward. Just to talk about, so we have a sales table, typical sales table. We have a calendar, customers, product, all that fun stuff, and then we also have a budget by period. And so we have a sales actuals versus budget, which is typical scenario. That's not what I'm going to talk about. And based on these actual versus budget, we're going to look into the conditional formatting. So I have here is 2 visuals, a table visual, which is showing sales by month and whatever the percent of budget is. So 86% of budget has been achieved in this month, and there's 84 and all these different values. Similarly, on this bar chart, it's just simply showing sales by month, right? That's what we are doing here. So talking about conditional formatting in the table visuals and in the bar chart here. So for example, if I want to highlight the sales based on the percentage of budget achieved, how I can do that is basically right click on the column. I'm pretty sure everybody knows that, and you go conditional formatting, and then you have a multiple options, which I just talked about, background color, font color, and all that fun stuff. So let's say we go within a background color on our sales. And here we have three different options when we want to apply the conditional formatting. Of course, by default is a gradient, then we have a rules, and then we have a field value. And the first thing we're going to look into, let's say we look into gradient. Again, the one thing people generally get confused is like, how you want to apply the conditional formatting. Although I'm applying it on my sales measure, but I can pick another measure to apply the conditional formatting. In this particular case, I am applying the conditional formatting on the sales measure, which is displayed on my visual, but I want to use a percentage of budget to apply the color. So then in that case, I will change the measure here. And then I give how should we format empty values? You say do not format. If it's a empty value or blank, you don't want to format. It's up to you what you want to do. Or you treat an empty value at 0. Again, it's how you want to display, but most of the time when it's an empty value, you usually don't see that in your visual. So I go do not format, but again, you have that option. We have an option here is a minimum and the maximum values, and then add a middle color as well. So let's say I want my minimum is the starting point is, let's say, red color, in between is yellow, and the highest one I want to be more on the greener side. For example, let's pick green color here, and I go okay. So what does this do now? Based on the percentage of budget, if I sort it by budget, it says that the highest percentage value of my budget achieved is green, and the lowest is red, right? So based on the gradient, it worked. So that's how it did the application of the color. This works great, perfectly fine, but I don't think I like it a lot, because when the values are so close to each other, it sometimes become like, this is a very small list for the demo purpose, but when it's a long list, then sometimes it's very hard to find out the difference between when you have a narrow percentages values, or in this particular case. So some places it's applicable, but I in my real-time world, I have very rarely used it. Most of the common way what I've seen people are using it is, like, say, if I go back to conditional formatting, background color is like you are saying rules, right? You are applying the rules. In the rules, what you're saying is this, you can specify a little bit more. Hey, if it is greater than, one thing I want to make sure here to specify, people always get confused with the number and percent. We will talk about the percent if the time allowed, but in this particular case, I am applying the conditional formatting based on percentage of budget, which is previously already calculated a measure in my model. So in that case, what I'm saying here is it's not like a percent I need to select. I need to select the number. And other mistake people do is they say it is above 90%, and then they give the value 90 here, and sometimes they go 90%, but that's not what it is, because my percentage of budget is already created. What I need to do is, it's a number, and because I'm calculated the percent already, the 90% means 0.9. So anything 0.9 is now 90%, right? Because we're showing the value in the percentage, but it is actually under the hood, it is a decimal value. So it's a 0.9. So I'm saying, okay, if it's greater than 0.9, and on the higher value, what I'm going to do is, I don't know what the maximum percentage would be. It can be 110%, it could be 120, 130. If you remove this value, which is 0, and then it automatically put the value maximum. So it means is anything above 90%, and doesn't matter, it's a 500% or 600%, whatever the maximum percentage is going to be in my percentage of budget measure, because I'm using that to format my, apply the color on my cell. So I'm saying, okay, if it is 0.9, which is 90%, and make sure it's a number, and the maximum value, then I want it to be shown as green. And Now I can add another rule. I'm like, okay, if it is between, let's say, 0.75%, that's my pre-calculated percent of a budget, and it's less than 0.9, which is my the first value. Now the rule is anything between less than 0.90%, and then I want it to be, let's say, yellow. And my new rule is, the next one is anything, again, now I want to go to the minimum. Minimum could be, in this particular case, will be always 0%. But let's say if for whatever reason my value percentage goes negative, rather than saying 0, I can, if I remove this, it's like a minimum value, automatically it puts in there. So less than 0.75%, which is my rule above this. So I want that to be shown in the red color. So this is my rule. So I'm 0.9, anything above 90%, green, and anything between 75 and less than 90% is yellow, and anything 0.75% is red. So if I apply that, now this is what my this sales looks like, right? This is good, maybe depending on gradient color, or between this, depending on how you want to pick on this one. But this is, I found, is people have like different ranges, and then they can really define how they want to segment in their conditional formatting. One thing I want to point out here is, if you are using a table visual, if I don't want my sales value to be in this color, I want month to be in the color, I can actually apply the conditional formatting on the columns, on the rows. But these questions come quite a lot. If you are using matrix visual, if I convert this visual, let's try to do that, into a matrix visual, and right now it is a table visual. If I switch into matrix visual, everything is the same. On rows, I have a month. On my values, now the sales and budget. But if I right click on my month, I don't have the option to apply the conditional formatting. So what does it means is, if you want to apply conditional formatting on a column, on the rows, you cannot do it in matrix visual. You can only do it in table visual. So in this particular case, I can go in a month, I can go in a conditional formatting, and I can apply the same rules if I wanted to. Again, by default, whatever the column you have selected, it try to create a measure, and now it's saying count of end of month. You have to be really careful. So you should, whatever the measure you want to use to apply the rules, you pick that up. So I always want my percentage of budget. And then again, I can give 0.9 and all the stuff, and it would work. But let's just quickly check with the gradient color, just for the sake of demo. So you can see, you can apply this on the month as well, based on the percentage of the budget. But this is only possible in table visual, not in the matrix visual. So that's, again, I don't want to go to the different conditional formatting options. Like a font color is the same. Data bars I talked about. They're very limited in terms of what you can do with the data bars. It's a good presentation. Let's say we want to apply a data bar on percentage of a budget. The one with the maximum value is the longest bar, basically. So I can go right click and conditional formatting and data bars, and I go with lowest to highest value. And you can't even apply a color based on the percentage. You have to pre-pick the color. Let's say in our case is this blue color, and that's pretty much it. Like, it shows now the bars in the matrix visual. You can't say, hey, if it is less than 50%, the bar should go red color, or between whatever the ranges you want to define. So basically, you don't have the option to apply different colors on the bars. But only thing what you can do is it can show you the bars in your visual, and that's pretty much it. So it's not highly used. Sometimes it gets used, but I haven't seen it's use quite a lot. But if you want a single color and show the range and a graph, a bar in your metrics or table visual, then you have one of this option which you can use. Other ones is, of course, icons. Icons, the same thing. Icons only works on the rules. So basically you can say, okay, whatever the range, what kind of icons you want to show. And one thing I want to point out, there's a lot of styles available here. With the you can also bring your own icon sets as well if you wanted to. Through the theme, you can bring your own icons as well. It's not like you're limited to this one. So there are a couple of blog posts. I think Power BI Tips has a great blog post which I will share in my presentation. You can check how to bring your own icon set here as well, because not necessarily all the icons available here is sometimes we want to go out of those as well. So you can, but again, icon sets is always available through rules only. So that's other option you can choose. I've seen this is heavily used. For example, where you're saying, some sort of thing is like, okay, if it meets the budget or above budget, you want to say 100 and plus, you want to check mark those line items in this case, and others you want to show the cross or represent visually here. The icons are very, very helpful in that case. So that's kind of the very basics of what the conditional formattings are. And I'm going to remove all the mess I created here. So go back to just very basic, keeping one rule here on the sales. I'm going to remove the conditional formatting on the others ones. So I right click in there and say remove conditional formatting all on my percentage of budget, and go back to month. Conditional formatting, remove conditional formatting on all. So I'm just keeping it on the sales. So again, to go back to what we did in the budget one was we selected, in the sales one, we selected background color, and we used the rules. Okay, if it is above, let's change it to 80%. If it's above 80%, budget achieved, then green, and between 75, maybe we change it to 60. Okay, between 60 to 80 is yellow, and anything less than 60 is red. So let's do that. So here you go. So we have few items, green and yellow and red. Now, if I'm looking at this, this is easy to read here because I'm showing the percentage of budget column in my metric in the visual itself. If I know what the green means, I can actually see it from here. It is above 80%. But for example, if I want to apply now, from this bars, the monthly bars, it doesn't tell me what is the percentage achieved in each month, right? Right now, because these are side by side, we can see it. But if I have to apply the same colors scheme or conditional formatting on my bars, I can gladly do that. So what I need to do is I go to columns, I go to condition FX. Wherever you have FX, it means you can apply the colors conditional formatting. So I go here. Again, the same thing comes by default. It goes to the gradient, but I want to apply the rules because I want to keep it consistent with my visuals on the page, right? So what my rules is going to be, again, percentage of budget. And again, now what was my rule? It is like above 80 number. Keep in mind, percentage of budget is pre-computed measure, and 0.8 means 80%, right? So people usually put the value 80 here. So I'm going above 80%, and anything less, I'm removing 0 because whatever the maximum one is, I'm going to change the color to green again. And the new rule, I said anything above 60 and less than 80% is yellow. and minimum, I'm removing the 0, so whatever the minimum value is, and anything less than 60% is going to be red. Okay, perfect. Here you go. So what we have is it matches with the bars here. So if I sort it by month, and here if we look into May 2020, so that is also red here. So that's similar look and feel what we have here. But one of the challenge you probably already noticed that a couple of a drawback using this approach. This is good what we did, although it looks very ugly, the colors I selected. But outside that, the challenge here is, let's say if there is a change in the rules. In this case, we said anything above than 80 is green. For whatever reason, we want the rules to be changed. Anything above 75% need to be green. And whatever our ranges, or maybe we have 4 ranges. And now right now we're using 3 ranges, 80, 60 to 80, and anything less than 60. But let's say if I want to say, above 90 is dark green, and then another green, then yellow, bright yellow, we are growing the ranges. Let's say we make 4, 5, or we change the percentages, even not changing the ranges. The problem is, if that is the case, what we need to do is wherever I am applying that conditional formatting, that rule, it means I have to go to each and every visual to make that change. And that's like a very painful task, right? Because the point of conditional formatting is highlighting the data points, right? How different KPIs, how they are doing, and all that stuff. So if we have a multiple visuals on the multiple pages, and if we have to really to make these changes in the rules, it will become very, very painful process, right? As we have only 2 visuals here, let's say we have a multiple pages, we're showing the data we're showing differently, but we are color conditional formatting applying based on some rules. It means we have to change it everywhere, and that can be a very, very daunting task. So how we then address that? That's where it comes down to, which is why that's the only way I use it, and doesn't matter how complex or easy conditional formatting on Power BI report is. I always create a measure and then use those measure in the conditional formatting. So I would highly recommend as a best practice, if you are applying conditional formatting, create a measure, apply the rules in that measure, and then use that in your visual. So how you do that? So we're going to quickly create a new measure here. New measure, doesn't matter where, let's create it here. So I'm going to call it, let's call it color based on percentage of budget. You can have different measures. So what I'm saying here is I'm creating a DAX measure. What is my storing it's in percent of budget, and then I'm creating the rules here. All right, so what I'm saying, okay, if my budget, again, I'm not, if you really want to know about DAX, that's a different topic, but I will try to explain it, but it's pretty straightforward. So what I'm saying here is, if it is above 80%, then whatever, my color is green. You can actually use the hex code here as well. Or you can use the name of the color as well. So what I'm saying, if it's greater than 80%, sorry, again, when I'm saying 80%, it's 0.8. And when it is greater than 0.60, then let's say yellow. Otherwise, I'm saying it's red, right? That's my color. Now, I'm going to use this measure as my conditional formatting. So how this is helpful? So let's do this. I'm going to go to my sales measure in my table visual, right click, conditional formatting, background color. Instead of rules, I'm saying the field value, which is actually a measure, the measure which we just created, color based on percentage of budget, and that's pretty much it. I selected that, okay, and anyhow, the color is green, color is turned out to be different green, but you can use the axe code. And now it is applied based on my measure. Now, similarly, in this visual, I then go back here again, I click FX, I go not based on rules, but based on field value and percentage of color, based percentage of budget. And here you go. So now they have the same color and same everything. I don't need to worry about that. I need to manually go back and forth and make the changes. So tomorrow, how this is helpful, how it is different than what we did before. If I'm using this measure into 5 different places, and tomorrow, if there is a need arise or the business rules change or there's a different requirement comes, I don't need to do anything extraordinary. What I'm going to do is I go back to my color, my measure, and let's say there's a turn out to be the green is above 90, and between green and yellow there is another color. Let's say if we can put like anything above 80 is teal color maybe, and anything above 60 is, now we created the 4 ranges, 90 above 90%, above 80%, above between 60 to 80, and anything less is red. So I change it one single place, and here you go, my palette has already changed. So anything above then 80 is now teal, anything above 90, which is now only 1 month, which is green, and now we have yellow and green. So by changing a measure, by creating my business rules for my conditional formatting in the measure, which I use in the different visuals, I don't have to worry about going to each individual visual and manually change it. If the business requirement change or we want to change the color scheme, forget about the range. If let's say they say this color is not what we want to do, if we want to change our color palette, we don't need to worry about too much. Just go to one single place, go to measure, make the changes in the color, and then it's applicable everywhere rather than manually doing it. In this particular case, it seems pretty straightforward because we have only 2 visuals on the page. But think about if there are reports which are spread over multiple places or multiple pages, we are showing different KPIs to keep the consistency, to keep the same colors, keep the same business logic. This is the way to do it. And this is how I always do it. Create your business logic in a measure and define what the color is supposed to be based on the different conditions, and then use that measure to apply on your visual, so that making a change is pretty straightforward to your visuals. So I'm going to pause here for a second before I go to the next section. Wahid, do we have any question for now, or should I keep going? I just want to have a double check on.
Well, there is one question which I believe you just covered that one. Mehdad asked that question, Mehdad Abdullahi. I think he is living in the same city with you. But so he asks, is there any way to read the colors from dataset for conditional formatting? Which I think you showed that in the measure. You can read that one, and that will read that one. Is there any guide to show that which colors you can type it there, and then Power BI will manage them, or not?
I think it's a CS. I actually never paid much attention. I think it's a CSS color. You can use those names. I don't know what those names are. Usually what I do is when I'm working on for a company or an organization, usually if it's a big company, usually they have their own set of color schemes. I like to use that in the reports as well. And I ask them to give their palette, their hex codes, and I use that everywhere. If companies does not have that kind of scheme, most of the companies, what you can, a lot of people do that is like they have their websites, and there are some online tools which can scan the website and grab the colors from those websites, and then they give you the palette and different hex code. I try to use that because end of the day, you want, of course, some colors might look good to me, but that doesn't mean that's good to the organization, what they're using for. If the company has their own palette, the way they do their things, it's better to use their color scheme, right? So that it feels like they own this reports, they own it, rather than bringing your own color. So usually what I do is I ask them to give their color scheme. If they don't have it, I usually get it from their website. I will see. We'll see if I can show that. But there are, you can online, you can search on the Google that how you can actually get the colors from a website, and then pretty much you get the hex code. So that's usually how I do it. But the names of the colors here, I think this is the CSS. These are standard names you can use. I never actually paid attention to it.
Yeah, that's great. Thank you.
Yeah, great question. I know he's from Vancouver. Hey, how's it going? That's what I'm gonna switch the rules to the next one. So for now, this looks good. It makes easy and all this stuff, but there is one drawback with this approach as well. The biggest drawback with this approach is if you have your semantic model already you created, you have the color measures and all the stuff. If for whatever reason you want to make a change, and it means you need to open your semantic model, you need to go there, change the measure, you need to publish it. So there is certain activities involved to make that happen, and sometimes although it seems pretty straightforward, but sometimes it's not easy to do that. So what's the way to we manage it that we don't need to open the semantic model? I think this will answer the question which he just asked. And the way to do that is I have another Power BI report, which I'm going to quickly bring it up here. That same thing. So what in this particular, the way to handle that scenario, which I ask it, which is, this is what I do all the time. Based on if the requirement is the companies are applying a lot of conditional formatting and all the stuff, I usually I created a very basic table here. What this table does is it tells you what color you want to use given the percentage of your budget, right? This table, this data can stay anywhere. It can be on your SharePoint list. It can be a Excel file on your SharePoint. It can be in the table in the backend. Doesn't matter how you bring the data in. The point is that you are storing this information, this metadata of your color scheme somewhere, so that if there is any change, that you don't have to open your semantic model. You have your data, the color scheme and the palette stored somewhere. It reads from there, and it uses that as a source to deploy on your visual. So what I have here is 4 columns. The first column is just the label, just the description, what this column is. It doesn't have any value, but just to more descriptive here, what does that look like? So what I'm saying is, okay, what is the minimum and the maximum? Minimum is like, I gave a very big range, minus 10,000%, and maximum is 0.6, and this is the color. So basically what I'm saying is, if my budget percentage is less than 60%, doesn't matter how far back it goes, this is the color I want to use. Again, 60, basically the rules I am storing in a table somewhere and bringing it in the model. So now the rules, wherever I stored it, if there is any change, I just go and make the change in that file or wherever I'm storing the rules, and then they will come back into my Power BI model. I don't have to open the semantic model. So how does this work? So I already have created a measure based on that rule to save the time. So what I'm saying is, okay, my percentage is, this is on which I want to apply the rules. And this is the DAX formula. So basically what it is doing is it's looking at the percentage budget and looking at the minimum and the maximum value in the rule book and getting the color from that rule book, right? So how does that work? I think I already have applied it on one of the page here. Okay, here it is. So I will show you quickly here. if we pick up this visual and what measure I'm using, percentage of color. So where it is coming from, this percentage of color is the one which is getting computed. The color is coming from the percentage based on the minimum, the maximum value, which is stored in that table. It means if I go in that table and make any change, that will immediately reflect here. If I make my increase the number of rows, or go more granular ranges for whatever reason, I don't have to come back and change my measure. I just change into that Excel file or the data file wherever I've stored those rules, and come to my semantic model, just click the refresh, or whenever it refreshes next time, and I never have to come back and open my model to make those changes, and automatically those changes will be applied. Again, in this particular case, I have 4 different visuals on my page, and I'm using that percentage of color in each and every visual here, and based on the percent of budget, I'm showing the color. So this makes my life way easier. Anytime if something, I actually have 2 or 3. The reason I did that, not for the purpose of damming it or showing it in the what you can do. This idea came out to be, there was 2 or 3 customers I were working with. They were very picky about, and they keep on changing how they want to do it. It was very frustrating for me. And if I go back and tell them, hey, it's going to take an hour or 2 hours to make the changes, they're like, why it need 2 hours? And sometimes it is very, very hard to explain. Like, if I'm charging them by hour, it's very hard for me to explain that. So eventually, a few times we went back and forth, and then I thought this is not a very good way. And then they came out like, can we do it by ourselves? I'm like, okay, how we can achieve that? And this is what came out of that. Okay, I'm going to create this color scheme and all the stuff, and somewhere give them the rules. Hey, here are the rules. Change whatever you want to do. Refresh it, and it will show up in there. Of course, they don't have to come back to me for all these basic changes. And they were very happy. And this has actually been used many, many times. And now going forward, whenever I go to a client who has similar requirement, I start with this. I'm like, okay, I'm going to make my life easier by putting these rules together. So I think this answered the question he just asked. So you can actually store it and then use that in your visuals. The one of the thing which I really want to point out, the other benefit which came out of that is, now, if we look at this particular page, one of the drawback here, it does not tell what this red means, why this bar is red. Because nowhere here we are telling that red is because your percentage of budget is less than this, right? Or why this is yellow, why this is green. Maybe if we have 7 or 8 colors, we have no idea. Looking at this page right now, I see it looks all whatever, there's some similarities there, some colors and all the stuff, but nothing tells me why the different bars are of different colors, right? So that becomes, like in this particular case, if you see, you can't pinpoint, okay, the red one may be the lowest sale and the green one is the highest one. Here in this particular case, the yellow one is the highest, and the dark green is actually way smaller compared to. So it means it's not based on the total sale, but again, it's based on the percent of budget. But nothing is telling us until we put it on the page somewhere to tell, hey, what those rules are. That's why I have in this particular table the budget label as well, so that I can show it on the page somewhere. What does this mean? That why each color means what, right? It means I'm saying if the budget is less than achieved, budget is less than 60%, the color is this color. So I can actually use this label, whatever I want to call it, or whatever the description I want to give here, I can use it to show it on the page on my to kind of a legend what this all means. So I have another page created. I pre-created these pages just to make sure we save some time. So here at the bottom, I'm saying the budget achieved scale. So less than 60% is red, 80 to 95% is light green, and then whatever these different rules are. So how I created this visual, this is pretty much tree map. I picked the tree map, and then I'm using on the tree map from my my budget color table, which is just a metadata of the colors. I have the budget label showing up on the I call it range budget label on the as a label, and then the percentage of budget again using the same colors what I have here. So now I can easily see anything budget is less than 60%. That means it's red. If tomorrow I add more ranges, and this will automatically change as well, and it will be very, very easy to correlate these two things. And one of the other advantage what I found is when I was doing all the stuff is now, for example, I really wanted to, this is a very a small, visuals are pretty small and easy to read and all the stuff, but let's say if there's too many bars and too many things going on, and for example, I also took this as an advantage of using it as a slicer. So what I want to see is where are the bright greens are. So if I click on this 95%, which is a bright green, it will only highlight those data points and rest will be all grayed out, right? So I'm not using this only for the purpose of legend, but also highlighting the different data points. If I go to 60 to 80%, now it is only highlighting the yellow points. And so which month were the, between 60 to 80% our sales or budget achieved. So in Canada East, all that area, these are the different areas on the map. These are the products. So I'm using this for two purposes. One, to highlight the data points, and second, to showing what these colors mean. Again, if the question comes like how you're making them clickable. So again, going back to the percentage of color measure, which I just showed before. So what I'm saying here is, this is doing two things. It's selecting the color, but at the same time, if I'm selecting one single data point here, because this belongs to the same my metadata table, if anything which is not selected, if I have a single point selected, then I'm changing the color to light gray. For example, if I change, again, this is all DAX. I'm not going to explain DAX here, but I can share what this code is. Let's say if I say black, so anything which is not selected will be black and rest is all gray. But if I select everything, it all goes normal. So it's like this made life so easy that you have stored it somewhere. It is showing on the screen what each color means. You can actually click on the icon, basically used as a slicer or a user clickable, and then it highlights those data points. So this is, in my opinion, if you're heavily using conditional formatting in your reports, this is what I do. This is like my go-to stuff. I always create my metadata. I just put those things and start creating the measures and conditional formatting based on that. So, all right, I'm going to stop here and see if there are any questions so far, Wahid.
There is one question Mehrdad asked. I asked him to add more details if it's possible, but the question is, any way for bringing measure formula as a field in the data set and define the measure automatically?
Not I am aware of.
Yeah. Measure formula as a field in the data set.
No. You can't do that. That's not possible as of today. In the future, it might, but not as of today.
Yeah, that was the only question. Actually, during your presentation, I found a great blog post from Chris Webb, and he added the name of all of those colors, the CSS color.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. So I think he wrote it in 2018. So
okay,
but it's still useful. So I added the link in the chat. You can go there and find it there. But There was another question about how, if I find it here, about how to use the percentage and the number. I think you covered that during the presentation. Yeah, that was the the color from the measure. Yeah, okay. So I think you covered that question as well. So rather than that one, there is no other question. I think you added something in the early stage of the presentation. If we have, because we have a 15-minute time, you said if we have a time, we will cover that one. If you can cover that one, that would be great.
Awesome. Let's do that. All right. So moving forward from this, let me bring up another report here quickly just to show. So I'm going to talk about quickly transparency color. In this particular, this actually comes quite often compared to other things. I saw that on Power BI community forum, people ask this quite a lot, and not quite a lot, but it comes quite often. So the example here is, let's say we have this, just again a dummy data. We are showing some visual here, and we have a date range. And one of the things is, if we pick up some date range which does not have the sales, this is how our page look like, right? And looking at this, this doesn't give you a good feeling, like what's happening on this page. You don't know, like where is all data? Like if you come up like this, it's like doesn't mean anything. So how we can make it more user friendly, I would say. So basically, the point here is, can we do something if there is no data available for the visual, or whatever the range or the filters or the slicer we applied, we show a message in that case, hey, no data available, or the range you selected, no data available in that range, or different slicer, whatever the message is. So you can actually achieve that, and I will quickly show you here on this particular page. I have done the similar thing. This is the standard so-called visual. This is the one modified visual. So if I go and change the range here in this particular case, the standard visual, this is the behavior, whereas when in this particular case, what we're saying is no data found for the selected period, right? Whatever the message is. So how you achieve that, right? So the message pop up and message disappears depending on how we want to do this. So the way to do that is basically the transparency color, right? So if you go back to what I'm using here is, just to show you guys, I have two visuals layered on top of each other. So I have a, let's see if I can ungroup those, ungroup, and oh man, let's see, view, selection. Where is selection here? Selection. So okay, sales by date, and they should be card visual. Here you go. So what I have here is a card. Let me delete that. So I have a card visual behind, which I grouped together. So the card visual is right now is showing empty, and which is behind this particular visual. So I grouped those together, so layered on top of each other. So what does it mean is that it's not showing any value. The reason behind that is, if you look at that, is in this card visual, I'm using a measure called no data found message. So what is that measure? If I go to that measure, it is a message, no data found for selected. Whatever I want to type in here, that's the message shows up. But right now, it is not showing up that message. So why, if I'm using, although let's say if I bring this measure on the page right now and use my card visual, the message shows up, right? That's a natural behavior, or that's how the visual works. But in this case, it does not happen. And the reasoning behind that is we are using a color for the, where is the color for the callout value? Callout value is this measure. And I am saying I'm applying a field value, a color text, right? That's the measure I'm using to apply the color. So what is that measure? If I go to color text, what I'm saying here is, let me minimize this a little bit. So the colors in Power BI is always, of course, is a 6-digit, right? And you guys probably seen that. That's the hex code. But there is a last 2-digit you can add on top of that, which set up the transparency of the color. And 00 means 0% transparent. And I think I have on this page what these different values are. Like if it's 10%, that's 00. If you want 100%, that's a FF, right? And that's kind of the transparency codes are depending on how much transparency you want. So the color text, what I'm doing here is this is my default color, which is that red color, which is coming up. And then I'm saying if there is if sales is not blank, right, then it means there is some sales, and then add 00 to it. Make it 100%. It's transparent. If there is a sales, then make it disappears. But when there is no sales, then use this color, because then it does not add that transparency on top of that. Look at this particular measure, which is showing the color text. So this will explain. So now if I go to a range, my sorry, it's the other way around. So when I'm saying if there's no sales, then remove the transparency, because it's 00 is 0% transparency. Okay, so when I'm saying is, okay, use the color D64550 when there is no sales. So that's the color. Like I can call it red if I want it to be. I think it would work. Maybe yes. So that's the color I'm using, and then I'm adding a transparency color based on the range it's selected. So when I'm going, if there is any sales, it add that last 2 zeros to that, which is a transparency, and it makes it 100% go disappear. That's the kind of trick. There is like a make it 8-digit code. The last 2 digits is showing you that as a transparency, and there's a different levels of transparency is what you can do. So this basically when I'm layering these two on top of each other, so it looks like it shows at the same place as the message, which makes users like, okay, it makes it a little bit user friendly. So now in this particular case, what I did is I have a card visual behind, and I'm changing the transparency of the category label, and then it shows the message or takes the message away. But let's say if you want to show the image behind the scene. So in this particular case, what I'm doing here is similar thing. If I'm going here and I'm using a image or whatever image I want to use. So there's a little bit different technique for this. So what we're doing is, in this particular case, what I'm going to do is I'm going to ungroup these 2 things again. I'm going to take image out of it. Okay, so I have the image always showing at the back, as you guys can see. And what I'm doing is on the front end, on this particular visual, I'm changing the background color. I'm keeping it white or making it 100% transparent. So basically, color background, the same concept. FFFF is a white color, and then I'm adding the transparency. So if I go to this particular visual and I go to format and I go to call background color, where is the background color on this? Okay, you go. And I'm using the background color background, what it's going to do. So basically, based on if there's a sales, then it keeps the background completely white so that the image at the back, I cannot see it. But when there's no sales, I'm making the background to go transparent 100% so that then I can see the visual behind it. So if I bring it down here, the reason why we are seeing it today, if we bring it down here, after visual, so here you go, disappears. But if I go like this, that shows up because it's not the image is always there, but I'm changing the background color of my bar chart and adding the transparency based on the condition if there's sales or no sales. So basically, there are certain things you can do with the transparency colors. Again, last 2 digit in the hex code define the transparency and how transparent you want to go to. So that's kind of I use it. How often I use it? It comes here and there. People ask like, okay, if there's no data, I want to show some message and all the stuff. To make a more user-friendly report. So that's where it gets used quite often. So that's another technique we can use. How we're doing on time?
Yeah, perfect. On time and a great presentation. You cover almost everything about conditional formatting, and that's really great. The next session we have will be with Paul. Paul is here. Let me add him to the stage as well, and then we can have some chat. Hey, Paul, how are you, mate? You're on mute, Paul. You're on mute. Your mic is off.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. New presentation platform. Hey, Parvinder, how are you?
Yeah, I'm good, Paul. Nice to see you.
Good. Yes, good to see you as well.
Yeah,
it's great to see all of you around the world.
Parv, I know that you're in Vancouver, but where are you two?
I'm from Sydney, Australia.
And I'm from Brisbane.
Awesome.
Brisbane, yeah. What?
All right.
You are from US. What time
on the
is
other
there?
side of the world? I'm sorry?
So I'm sorry. I know you are from USA. I think around Washington. But what time is there?
Same as mine.
So I'm in the same time zone as Parv. I live in the original Vancouver. Canadians stole our name. So I live just outside of Vancouver, Washington, which is in the southwest corner of Washington State.
I live in beautiful Vancouver, though.
Okay. These are fighting words. Am I going to see you in 2 weeks up in Redmond?
Yes.
Okay. Well, we need to talk about this.
Yeah.
That's great. That's great. Thank you so much, Parvinder. That was a great presentation.
Thank you, guys.
We learned a lot about that one, and you cover almost everything about that conditional formatting. Thank you so much, mate.
Yeah. Take care, guys.
Thank you. See you.
All right. Good to see you, Parv. See you
Good
soon.
luck, Paul. Thank you.
Thank you.
So next session with Paul, and that's a great session. DAX is easy until it's not. Can DAX be easy? I think DAX is only easy for Italian people.
DAX is easy. DAX is simple. Well, I think that Alberto said it best. He said that DAX is simple, but it's not always easy. Or it's easy, but it's not always simple. I can't remember which order he said that.
But this is a great topic, mate. But if you want to add the screen, there is a present button on the there, and you can add your slide there, and we can start from there.
I want to make sure that the PowerPoint is presenting to the right screen, which I'll be talking to. Give me just a second. And I want to make sure that my large screen works. Oh, you know what? I'm pressing escape on the wrong computer. I'm going to close my other laptop so I don't do that. Let me present this on my big monitor and see if this is going to work.
Yeah, we can test it.
Yeah, let me pull this. way too many monitors in front of me. All right. How do I choose the screen? I see that I can share screen. Is it going to, let's see.
Yeah, you
screen
can select
sharing
the screen, one page.
Screen sharing, share screen. Screen sharing is easiest with two monitors. Screen sharing works best. Okay, I see all this. I don't see. Oh, I see. Okay.
Okay.
Window, screen. All right, that should be no, that's Excel. Hold on, window, entire screen. There we go.
Yeah, perfect. Yes,
all right,
let me add it to the stage. Yeah, I think that's okay, but your screen is one of those wide screen, I believe.
It is. Now,
yeah.
I can put this on my laptop, but then you'll be looking at the top of my head because my camera's up here.
So it's okay. We can see it, mate. We can see it. The presentation, the quality is good.
Right.
I will manage that to remove our cameras and add you as a circle at the left or right to have the bigger size of your screen.
Okay. All right. Let's go with this, and then I can blow things up and make them a little bigger on the monitor that I'm using.
Thank you. Okay, over to you, mate.
All right. Are we doing an introduction?
No, we are live. We are at the moment live. Whenever you want to start, just start.
Okay. All right. So how many people do we have in the audience?
We have, I need to check that one, around 1,300 people registered for this one. At the moment, we have around 20 or 30 people here, and the rest on LinkedIn. In the LinkedIn, I can't see how many people, but let's say around 30-ish people at the moment.
Okay. Awesome. All right. Well, thank you. This is a new presentation environment, and I'm just seeing it for the first time. So thank you for bearing with me. Well, thank you for the invitation. It really is an honor to present to you and talk to you this evening for me, today for you. I'm coming from the Pacific Coast of the United States, just as Parvinder was. However, we're in different countries. I'm in the US, he was up in Canada. But my name is Paul Turley. I am a director of delivery engineering for a company called 3Cloud. And we are a US-based consultancy, about 1,000 people. We actually just announced the acquisition of another company today. And that has brought our headcount up to just about 1,000 people. We are entirely dedicated to the Microsoft cloud. So we do all of our work in Microsoft Azure and in Fabric and Power BI. And I've been with 3Cloud for about 7 years now, about 30 years in the industry, though. I'll do a real quick introduction just about my background. But we're going to talk about DAX. This is an introductory level session. So I'm going to start at the very, very, very basics of DAX. If you do have a little bit of experience, a lot of this may be maybe some review for you, but I'm going to try to kind of move through the basics and talk about what's possible with DAX after we just get started. So the title of the presentation is DAX is Easy Until It Isn't, Basics for Beginners. So just a little bit about my background. I have been in the industry for 25 to 30 years, kind of depending on what you count. I actually started in the TV news business. That was my college focus, communications journalism. Loved making news and pushing buttons and making TV, and actually had my first job at a TV station in Flagstaff, Arizona. And I had an injury, an on-the-job injury, and I broke my foot. So I had to take a desk job. And because of that, I wasn't able to work in TV for a while. And I ended up doing tech support for a small software startup in Arizona, down in the Phoenix area. And I fell in love with software, particularly reporting and analytics. And so I switched careers just because it seemed a little more promising and less competitive than the TV business. And I ended up in IT training, some consulting, and somewhere around 2003, I found my way into business intelligence and analytics. And that was really kind of the sweet spot for me, because I was able to use software and technology and be able to work directly with business people. I really love that balance between connecting technology with the business and working directly with the consumers of data. And that led me to being involved in the community. I got involved in a number of user groups, and I found the community, and I just loved the camaraderie and the community that I found. Had an opportunity to start co-authoring some books, and it became a little bit of an addiction for me, I suppose. So I've had my name on 15 titles so far. And somehow I didn't learn my lesson about how hard it was to write a book and how much work that was. So I'm actually working on another book, which you can see the preview cover for the Microsoft Power BI Data Analyst Associate Study Guide. And that's going to talk about Power BI, both as prep for the PL300 exam and lessons learned about best practices with Power BI used in enterprise settings. So anyway, enough about me. I've been in the MVP program since 2009. I went to work for a company called Pragmatic Works. They were acquired by 3Cloud. And I do some blogging at SQLServerBI.blog. So anyway, let's talk about what we're going to talk about. What is DAX? Why is it important? We're going to just start with some basic concepts and talk about how DAX is a different kind of language. I hope to show you that DAX is an easy language to get started using, but also show you the scenarios where DAX is used best and where you can use DAX to do some very interesting and even complex things. But we're going to start with the basics today, just to kind of lay a foundation. So some important concepts, and I have slides to introduce these a little later. Filters and context. The idea of context is very, very important in DAX. Context meaning, where am I? Am I in a certain row? Am I in a certain cell? What table am I in? What column am I using? That's what we mean when we talk about context. We have row context, we have filter context. We have a number of different functions, and I'm going to introduce these a little later, so I'm not going to talk through this slide. But some of the essential functions that we'll start with, some very basic aggregator and iterator functions, and then we'll start kind of adding Lego blocks on top of these functions and show you how to perform calculations that are commonly used in business. So, is DAX easy? Or is it hard? And the answer is yes. Getting started with DAX is very easy because it is a function-based language that is based on some very, very simple aggregation concepts. If you've used Excel, and I'm going to assume that all of you have used Excel, you're accustomed to using functions to perform calculations. If we kind of back up in time a little bit, we've had a number of calculation languages within Microsoft products. Excel, SQL Server Analysis Services, multidimensional. There's a language called MDX. SQL, of course, is a query language, and DAX has some of its beginnings with SQL. But The easy functions are very, very plain and pretty easy to figure out. Things like sum, min, max, and average. Simple aggregation functions that work a lot like they do in Excel. But then we have other functions that change context and allow you to apply filtering over aggregation using functions like the calculate function. But once you learn the basics and you perform some simple calculations, you can hit a wall. And that's when things become a little more challenging. And so when you hit that wall, just know that this is a normal progression. This is the nature of DAX. Easy stuff is easy, then it gets a little more challenging. So when we go up that steep climb, we start using iterator functions. We can use special purpose functions. You can start building tables and then performing calculations over those tables using functions like summarize, cross-filter, etc. And then there's another wall. And this is where things can get really crazy. And the good news is that you can do a lot of very powerful things with DAX by building on top of these skills. But things can get a lot harder as well. So we're not going to talk about a lot of the really hard stuff, the real challenging stuff, but we will talk about learning DAX. Now, what you don't want to do is try to memorize all the functions. I put an earlier version of this presentation together way back in 2016. At that time, SQL Server Analysis Services Tabular had been out for a while, 3 or 4 years. We had Power Pivot in Excel, and Power BI Desktop had not yet been released at the time that I put together this initial presentation. This was the complete list of all of the DAX functions that were available at that time. Don't memorize functions. That can be overwhelming, but understand the concepts and understand the essential concepts, because you can always look these things up, but you need to understand the mechanics of the language. You can always go back and look up function syntax, get help from ChatGTP, search the web. There are a number of websites that can then help you. My blog, of course, many other popular blogs. So what is DAX? Well, back in 2016, I did a web search, and this was the only hit that I got in 2016. Was Dax Shepard, which I thought was funny because I actually listened to his podcast, the Armchair Expert. But back in 2016, there wasn't even a Wikipedia article on DAX. And so I'm proud to say that I actually wrote the first Wikipedia article, which several people then jumped in and have enhanced since then. But so DAX really hasn't been around that long. Some simple concepts, tables within tables. DAX is a table-based function language. Back in the day when SQL Server Analysis Services was originally introduced, and we're talking about the year 1998 to 2000, when Analysis Services multidimensional was used to create cubes, the language was called MDX, multidimensional expressions, and it was a difficult language to understand. Once you understood it, once you understood the concept of tuples and hierarchies, it really was very, very elegant and very, very powerful, but it wasn't a business-friendly language. A lot of people understand SQL, and so DAX was largely borrowed from some functionality within SQL, but mostly DAX was derived from Excel formulas, applying the same kind of power and capabilities that we had in some of these other languages. DAX was originally released with Power Pivot for Excel. The team that built Power BI eventually were called Project Genesis. And I'm sorry, it wasn't Genesis, it was Gemini. And their project became Power Pivot for Excel, an add-in for Excel. that eventually evolved into analysis services, tabular models, and Power BI. But DAX has always been the language behind them. Now, I'm going to pause here and jump into a demo, so we're not just talking through this. But I'll come back to this slide and we'll talk about some of these concepts. Row context. What does that mean? What row am I on in a particular table? And I'll explain why it's important to understand that. What row am I on? What's my row context? And what is my filter context? In other words, how is that table being filtered, and how does that filter propagate or apply to a related table? And that takes us to some other concepts. And again, I promised that I was going to move on and show you a demo, which is what I'm going to do right now. All right. We're going to start out in Excel. We're not even in Power BI yet. And the reason I'm using Excel is because everybody understands Excel. So I'm on a big monitor here, and I need to zoom in so that you can see what I'm doing. And I'm just going to jump over to this sheet. I need to zoom in once again. I think as I move to each of these sheets, I'll probably have to go through this zoom in exercise. I want to keep things just as absolutely simple as possible. And so we're just going to start with this data. As you can see, I have 4 tables. I have a month table, a location table, a product table, and a sales table. Now, why do we use multiple tables in Power Pivot and in Power BI? I'm going to answer that question by saying, well, because that's the way it is. That's the way the product and this technology was engineered and optimized to be used, by placing data into separate tables. Now, a lot of you may be familiar with the concept of a dimensional model or a star schema, and this is a very, very simple version of a star schema or a dimensional model. My month, location, and product tables are what we will call dimensions. They are used to describe facts, but they do not contain the facts themselves. My sales table, which I'm going to call my fact table, is nothing but facts. And in this case, I only have one fact, and that is my quantity. The other columns are simply keys that are used to create relationships. Now, I'm going to give you a peek behind the scenes. Again, I'm using Power Pivot in Excel. I will transition to using Power BI here pretty quickly, but I'm just going to jump over to, I just realized that I do not have the, oh, there we go, my data model and relationships. So these tables are related to each other in a dimensional model. And you can see that the sales table is located to the location through the location ID. The sales data is located to the month table through the month number, and to the product table through the product ID. So there is a dimensional model behind the scenes in this Power Pivot model. Again, this is much more elegant in Power BI, and that's what we'll move to. So let's just talk through some scenarios. We use DAX to create what we call measures. There are different use cases for DAX that are less commonly used, things like calculated columns. I'm going to say that using DAX to create calculated columns for our purposes is out of scope and unimportant for the purpose of this discussion. And it's also discouraged. DAX is typically used to create measures, and it's the query language that's used internally inside Power BI. We're going to talk about measures today. So these are the definitions of the simple measures that I'm going to show you. We have a measure called units sold, and that is simply the sum of the quantity column in the sales table. I have total sales price, and again, that is simply the sum of the total price within the sales table. And I'll share the rest of these with you here briefly. Now, when we talk about row context, we're really referring to what's going on in a particular table. I'm going to use my mouse to zoom in on this. So since my sales table is related to these three other tables, and there's a star schema, when I filter the month table, that filter is propagated through the relationship to my fact table. Okay, propagation meaning I filter one table, and because there's a relationship, it causes another table to be filtered. So if my row context, in other words, the current row, the row that I'm currently on through selection or filtering is February, then that's going to limit the filter context of my sales table. In other words, the scope of my sales table changes only to February. Then I choose a location. I choose Oregon. The key is 2. That's going to further filter the sales table. And then I choose a product, or I filter a product. I select a product using a visual. That goes, I'm selecting Sprocket. That key is C. You can see that I have 2 rows. And so my filter context now of the sales table is just these 2 rows. So if we want to add up the quantity, we simply add 3 to 3, and we're going to get 6. So that's essentially what I've done in this pivot table. All right. You've all used pivot tables in Excel. You've seen how this works. Let's just change the scenario and say, all right, let's go change my filter on the month table to January and February. Let's change my state from Oregon to Washington, and then let's change my product to gadget. All right, so what's going on here? So I've got months 1 and 2. I have location 1. And I have product A, I believe. And I think that we're only showing 1 decimal position. And so what we've done is we've filtered down to that. Okay, simple demonstration, but it shows you how row context and filter context are important concepts. And, we can take this into a number of different scenarios, where we're filtering by January, we're including Washington and Oregon. Essentially, you can see how that whittles down and is going to filter our sales table. I want to make the point before I move on and we start looking at different scenarios in Power BI that there are a number of other reporting products on the market, within the industry, that don't promote and rely on this concept of a star schema. And for that reason, customers, people who are used to using products like Tableau, for example, are accustomed to having everything in one big table, everything in one big spreadsheet. DAX doesn't work well with a single large table. When I started using DAX and made the mistake of starting with data from, let's say, a single worksheet or a single SQL Server table, where a developer had already written a couple of left outer joins and had already brought all of that data into a single table, DAX was very, very difficult to use. You want to model your data so that your dimensions are in separate tables and your facts are in a single fact table. So I'm going to pause there really quick just to see if there are any questions. Again, I'm unaccustomed to the presentation medium that we're using, but it seems pretty familiar to me. Any questions?
Now there is no question, Paul. It's a great presentation. We are just listening, and you present that in a great way.
Okay. Well, I hope I didn't oversimplify, but the point is to make sure that you understand this very, very important concept of relationships and row and filter context. All right, let me jump back to my slides now, and let's keep going. So you'll understand row context. What row am I on? If I select something, if I click on a visual and that brings me down to a specific location, or maybe I hold down control and I select two locations, I'm setting a row context for that table. And that row context, through a process called context, I'm sorry, I'm going to go down to the last point here. Through a process called filter propagation, takes the filter from, let's say, the location table, and it applies a filter against the sales table. All right. That filter propagation, and this isn't on the test, so it's not important to memorize these things, performs what's called context transition. And what that means is that it simply converts the row context into a filter context. So you can mentally shift from, I selected this row or these rows from my location table, these rows from my month table, these rows from my product table, that filtered the sales table. And now we can mentally say, okay, we don't really care about row context anymore. We care about the filter context of that sales table, that fact table. And then we can perform our calculation against that filtered table. So if you can understand these 4 points, go look them up and give yourself a reminder. Everything else in DAX will make a whole lot more sense to you. All right. We did the Excel thing, and let's take a look at DAX in Power BI. Now I have a Power BI model that is based on exactly the same data, and I'm going to put that up in front of you and hopefully make it big enough. Now, because Power BI is a much more elegant design environment than Excel, we're going to come back and take a look at our data model. Now, I'm going to transition to a data model that's going to be a little more real world than this, but this is exactly the same data. In fact, this Power BI semantic model imports the data that I just showed you from that Excel workbook. Another very important concept when you're getting started with Power BI is that Power BI really consists of 3 different designers and experiences. You have the query designer. We're not here to talk about queries, but when you click on Get Data or Transform Data, which open up a window on another screen, which I'll bring over here, this is Power Query. These are the queries that we use to go connect to data sources and transform and cleanse our data and shape it. And the reason I wanted to show this to you is that what we want to do is we want to take that source data and dimensionalize it. We want to turn it into dimensions and fact tables. And I would say that 99% of the time, you should transform your data strictly into dimension tables and fact tables. That's an important skill. Once we've done that, then we create our dimensional model. And all that means is that I've identified a unique key in my dimension table, and I've used that key to create a relationship to a corresponding key here in my fact table. So I don't want to beat a dead horse. I just want to make sure that you understand what we're working with here. So now that we have this, I can start creating my measures. So I'm going to go over to my visualization page, and essentially we're looking at exactly the same thing that we were looking at in Excel. And let's go down to the sales table where I've created each of my measures. Now, to create a measure, and I know that this is really small and I can't zoom in and blow this up. Unfortunately, I apologize for that, but I can zoom in on the DAX code. So I'm going to start with my units sold measure, which I can zoom in on up here. To define a measure, I'm used to right-clicking on things, but if you want to use the ribbons, you can do that. I'm simply going to select my sales table, and then up in the ribbon, I can create a new measure. What I'm accustomed to doing is coming over here, either clicking on the ellipsis and choosing new measure, or right-clicking on the table and choosing create a new measure. It's a Microsoft product, so there are 18 different ways to do exactly the same thing. So that's the Microsoft way. So uber simple DAX formula. I'm simply applying the sum function over the quantity field in the sales table. Let me begin by writing this again. And you'll see that in the IntelliSense, as I start typing, it's going to start matching.
Sorry, Paul, for interruption. I'm so sorry. Is it possible to zoom in a little bit more for the DAX? It's readable, but if you zoom in a little bit, that would be fantastic. Yeah, that's great. Thank you.
Yep, that is my maximum zoom right there.
Yeah.
And again, I fully realize that over here on the right side that this has got to be really, really small, but I'll talk.
Yeah, it's a little bit small, but yeah, the main section that DAX you're writing is clear. We can see that. Yeah, perfect. Thank you.
Awesome. Good. All right. So the way that I refer to a table, if the table doesn't have spaces in it, I can just type the table name. And then columns are always enclosed in square brackets. And there's nothing wrong with having spaces in your table and column names. In fact, that's encouraged, because if we want to allow business users to create their own reports, we want names to be friendly. So we want to use non-cryptic, friendly naming conventions. Now, just in case my table had spaces in the names, and I don't have any tables that do, then I can type a single quote. And so that's still valid. So I can type sales inside single quotes. I can hit tab to select that from the list. I can type the open square bracket, or I can just begin selecting something like quantity, which I've selected using the down arrow. I'm pressing tab to select that. I'm in the habit of putting spaces around objects just to make them a little easier to read. There's no rule that says that you have to do that. So again, this is just about the simplest measure on the planet, but I'm just going to press the enter key to accept that. And the last thing that I want to do is I want to format it. And so I want to make sure that this shows up as the right kind of number. If I were to say, well, even though I know that that's a whole number, if I were to format that as currency, you would see that it shows up with a $sign, because of course I'm in the US and that's my local regional currency. And if I said that it had 2 decimal positions, you would see that it has 2 decimal positions. But that's not correct. I'm going to set it back to a whole number. And again, it's all about the user experience. It's all about my business user being comfortable with what they're seeing. And so formatting and naming is very important. All right, let's move on to something a little more interesting than just sum. Now, let's say that I need to create a measure that only shows the sales within a certain selection of dimensional values. I'm going to unselect everything. And that means that none of my dimension tables are filtered. Just in this very simple set of data, I only have a total of 195 units that are sold. But I want to, and I'm going to copy and paste that visual, my card, and I want to see units that are sold only in the Pacific Northwest. Now, I live in a region of the U.S. called the Pacific Northwest, and that consists of Washington, Oregon, and Idaho. So how would I make that happen? So I'm going to go up to this measure. And you can see that this is how I can create a list of dimensional values, and we can use the in function. Or you can use operators like equals, less than, greater than, or equal to, not equal to, as you can in any language. But this is how I can match a column value to a list of values. All right, so let's go ahead and just use that measure now. Let's do it this way. All right. And to validate that, let's say, all right, I'm going to choose January only. So again, that's going to apply to this measure. But if I were to select Washington, Oregon, oops, I need to hold down Control. You can see that now that those numbers match because I'm using the slicer to restrict this sum to the same calculation that I had performed here. All right, let me jump back to my slides real quick. All right, these are called aggregator functions, and they work just like they do in Excel. It's going to take a range of values from a table, and it's going to aggregate them and give you a scalar value. Now, there's another set of functions similar to aggregators. In fact, for every aggregator, there is an iterator. And the difference between an aggregator and an iterator is that an iterator applies an expression on every row in the table that is in context, in this current, the current filter context. For every row in that context, it's going to apply a filter expression and perform the calculation row by row, and then it will produce an aggregated result. Now, if I were to say sum X of the sales quantity without any other calculations or any other filter expressions, I would get exactly the same result as sum. But it's when we start performing more complex calculations, things get interesting. All right. Under the hood, aggregator functions actually call the iterator function. And Marco Russo in particular makes a point in his examples to use only the iterator functions. Typically, you'll see this if you look at the examples on their website at SQL BI. Typically, we'll use sum X just to make the point that they do the same thing. This is what we call calculation candy or function candy, meaning that a lot of DAX functions really are calling other DAX functions under the hood. This is just simpler and easier to understand than this. Same thing here. It's just another example, and I'll show you an example of this. I'm going to do a quick time check. Where the total YTD function is actually that does the same thing as a calculate over a field using the dates YTD. And again, I'm going to show you what that actually does. All right. Let's take a look at an example. So let's say that I want to calculate the average order price. All right. So, and I'm going to pull this off. So let's say that we're talking to a business stakeholder. We're creating a report for them, and they say, I want to see the average order price by month or by location. I want to be able to slice that and group it any way that I want. And the definition of average order price is that I want you to take the total price and I want you to divide that over the sales quantity. And we think, okay, yeah, I can do that. So I'm going to come over to my average order price. I'm going to do exactly what my business stakeholder asked for. And I'm just going to make this just a little easier to read. And this is a common best practice, and that is to use tabs and line feeds to make your DAX a little easier to read. You can see I've made a point to indent and to match up my end parenthesis with the same position as the function that it's closing. And again, my business stakeholder says, I want you to take the total price, and I want you to divide that over my total sales quantity. All right, so we're just going to do that. And we group that by month. And so for January, the average order price was 1.37. For February, it's 2.56. For March, it's 1.8. And then the total is 1.73. My stakeholder says, okay, sounds great. And we put the report out there, and the CEO starts making decisions, and they buy, and they hire, and they fire, and they run their whole business based on these numbers until some accountant comes back and says, you know what, those numbers are wrong. In fact, we've been making business decisions using the wrong math. Let's go find that consultant. And we go back in, and they say, I told you to take the total price and divide that over the sales quantity for each transaction, and then perform that math over January. We say, well, wait a second. You didn't say for each transaction. Well, thought you knew that. Let's go back and take a look at this. So I'm a little OCD about doing this, so bear with me. So what we're doing is we're saying, all right, over the records in the sales table that are in the current filter context. So in other words, if I'm filtering the sales table for any reason, then this applies to the records that are in scope. For each of those rows, I want you to take the total price amount, and I want you to divide that over the sales quantity, take that value, and then calculate an average as you do the same thing for the other rows, and then give me a total. Give me an average over all of those values. And as you can see, we get different numbers. So what's the right answer? The right answer is whatever the business says it is. But it's our job to clarify. It's our job to make sure that we understand the requirement entirely. And that's typically why I will perform a calculation both ways and sit down and have a conversation with that stakeholder, make sure that we clearly understand the difference. All right. Any questions about the difference between an iterator? I'm going to reverse that. Any questions about the difference between an aggregator function, which is a simple sum, or an iterator function? All right. Feel free to interrupt me if we do have questions or comments. Okay. Let's take this just a step further, and then I'm going to jump over to a more complex model. So let's say that I want to calculate the contribution of units sold to all the units sold for all states. So I'm going to duplicate this page. And let's group this not by month, but by state. So we'll go up to location. Let's put the state on rows. And then I'm just going to get my units sold. All right. So the requirement is, what is the contribution, the percentage of contribution of units sold in California to those that are sold in all states? Now, we only have 3 states that actually have sales. So this would be 74 into 195, 85 into 195, 36 into 195. In order to perform that calculation, we need to know what this total is. And the best way to do that is to create a separate measure. So I'm going to create a measure called units sold all states. Now, this is where the calculate function is used. The purpose of calculate is to change the context of this calculation. So we know that units sold is a simple sum of sales quantity. All right. Rather than repeating this expression in another measure, I can just use the measure. I could just repeat the expression if I wanted to here, but I'm going to use that measure. Calculate means modify the context of this expression. In other words, as you're performing the calculation, modify the filter context so that as it appears on the Washington row, change the filter context so it applies to all states, to all rows within the location table. So let's add that to the table. And then you can see that even for states that don't have any sales, we still get a measure value. So for all states, which means ignore the state, it's 195. It's going to be 195 in all cases. If I were to place that onto another table, so let's go back and grab this table. I'm just using Control-C and Control-V to paste. Then I'll resize that. If I were to apply the units sold all states against my month table, you can see that I do get different values because, again, this is for all of my states. Okay, well, great. Now I have the numbers that I need to perform my math. So I'm going to create yet another compounded measure, and that will be this one, where I am just dividing one into the other. All right, trivia question. Why do we use the divide function instead of doing it this way? Why not a forward slash? That was the Toastmasters 8 seconds of uncomfortable silence. Any ideas?
Sorry, Paul. We tried to open the mic. It didn't work, but yeah, that's a really good item, because most of the people using the current form you are adding there, and that doesn't manage the blank and zero and the arrows very well. There are many conditions that divide connect and manage that very perfectly, but I know there are many more, and I'm totally eager to hear from you.
So what's interesting is that as I went to demonstrate this, I can see that it actually doesn't produce an error. However, I believe that if I were to switch the numerator and the denominator, that it would produce an error. So let me do that just for demonstration purposes, even though the math is going to be wrong. Yeah, so there we go. Then we get an error. It gives me this infinity error. Essentially, it's saying I can't do division by 0. That's just not allowed. And that's why we use the divide function.
Yep.
All right. And I've also made a point to format that as a percentage. Again, I realize that I've chosen percent as my format, and I've designated 1 decimal position. All right. So what you're seeing here is that we can layer measures on top of each other. Once you've performed a calculation, you don't have to take the same expression and put it into another measure when you need to perform that same calculation. You can simply use that measure. Now, when you start stacking these measures, it can be a little challenging to keep in mind that you're 5 layers deep into that measure stack. And for that, there are actually free tools that are very, very easy to use. One of them being Tabular Editor 2. Tabular Editor actually has a dependency stack, so you can simply go to a measure, right-click, and say, "Show me the dependencies," and it'll show you all of the measures that are referenced, and then the columns that are used. All right, but we're a little off topic by talking about third-party tools. All right, I want to switch gears now and take you to a more complex example. My purpose in doing this is to not show you necessarily how to create some of these complex measures, is to show you that you can create more complex measures. The most important thing is that you understand the mechanics of the language. Understand row context, filter context, this idea of filter propagation from one table to another. Once you understand that and master those concepts, you can start solving business problems simply by looking up the right function to use. So in this example, I'm going to go back to my diagram and show you that we have a somewhat more complex model here. This is not hugely complex, but it's a little more real world. We still only have 1 fact table, and for demonstration purposes, that's good enough. But in the real world, you may have multiple fact tables. This is sample data from Microsoft, the Contoso DW sample data. In that database, we have online sales, we have store sales, we have sales quotas, we have inventory. So we could have a number of different fact tables that are related to different common dimension tables. One thing you will notice here is that I have 3 separate date dimension tables, which is not an uncommon thing. Think about an online order. When was the order placed? When is the order due? When was the order actually delivered? Those are 3 different dates, and I might use 3 separate tables to be able to slice them and filter them. That's not to say that if I have 14 dates in a table that I'm going to create 14 dimension tables, but we're a little off topic there. All right, let's talk about some of our more complex measures now. I'm going to jump over to a report based on this model. Let me back up and, oh, I got a broken report. Awesome. A bunch of broken reports. All right.
Just one thing, Paul, because we have a back-to-back meetings. We have 6 minutes to start the next meeting. We do love to have all the rest of your presentation, but I'm not sure how much of that left and how much time you need. But
these demonstrations are entirely optional. So okay. I just wanted to give you a peek into some more complex measures, And we'll go ahead and wrap up in the next 5 minutes then. So thanks for the heads up. All right. So in this demonstration, I'm just going to create a table visual with a list of dates. And I'm going to show you that we can take a very simple measure, just like we did before. And I will zoom in on this. So I'm going to add online sales quantity. Whoops, we're going to turn that back into a table. All right, and again, we're just keeping things nice and simple. I'm going to zoom in on that page. And so you can see that we have sales for different dates. Let me make sure that they're in the right order. Okay, they are. And let's say that I want to calculate the month-to-date sales for the month-to-date sales quantity as of a particular date. Well, we've got a function to do that. And it's a relatively simple function call. Let me zoom in on this, just like we did before. A couple different ways to do that. I could call the calculate function, and then I could use the dates MTD as my filter. But then we also have an alternate function that does that for me, the total MTD. And if we just look at IntelliSense, you can see that it tells us how to call it. Oops, didn't mean to. It tells us how to call it. It says, all right, I want an expression. That's the thing that I'm going to calculate. In this case, I'm going to pass in my online sales quantity. And then we simply pass it a date column from a date dimension table. And I'm just going to wrap up on this and show you the effect of month to date. And my Power BI keeps switching that visual. I'm going to also resort this once again. And here you can see that on the 2nd of January, the month to date is going to be the same. On the next date in January, it's going to be that plus that, and so on and so forth. And it's going to accumulate till I get to the end of the month, and then it restarts. That's month to date. Very, very simple. And we have a number of different functions that can do the same thing. Doing the same thing for, let's say the same period of last year, just to show you what you can do. Same period of last year, passing in date, performs a calculation, and then lastly, I will show you a percentage calculation where all we're doing is dividing the online sales quantity by or over the top of the online sales quantity for the same period last year. All right, let me go ahead and wrap up there. Oops, sorry. Get to my last slide again. All right. You're welcome to connect with me on LinkedIn. I don't have my LinkedIn profile on here, but I'm pretty easy to find. If you do have follow-up questions, and I'm just going to encourage you to visit my blog, SQLServerBI.blog. You're welcome to connect with me there. Follow my blog. I routinely blog about topics within the Fabric, data engineering, modeling, and Power BI reporting space. And with that, I'll thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, Paul. That was a great presentation. We really enjoyed watching that. And hopefully in the future, we can have more sessions with you. I know there are much more demos you wanted to show, but sorry, that's a limited time we assigned to each speaker. But we do love to have more sessions with you. And you are one of those, for how long you are MVP? I think it's more than 10 years.
15 years.
15 years. So that's great, Matt. That's good. Thank you so much for all of the things you have done for this community.
All right. Well, thank you again for the invitation. Enjoy I believe it's early afternoon for you.
Yeah, it's 5 p.m. actually here in Sydney, Australia.
All right. Well, it's 10 p.m. for me, and of course, I'm a day behind you. So enjoy your evening, and I'm going to go to bed.
Thank you. Have a good night, mate. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Good night. Thank you.
Okay.
Hello, everybody.
Hello, Sohail.
Hey.
Hi, Sohail.
Hello.
Can you hear me and see me, perhaps?
Yes, loud and clear.
Yeah, great stuff. So I'm just going to share my screen. Before I share my screen, is there anything that you want to talk beforehand?
I just wanted to say I stay here to just say hi to you, Sohail, because I need to drop for an hour. But Umid, Daniel, and Matt are here, and we'll be here and help you if anything happened here. They will keep eyes on the chat. If any question happened there, they will ask you, because I know you love the interactive presentation. So, and if you have any question to the people watching us now, please raise it in the comment section and we will ask it from Sohail. So over to you, Mike. Sorry.
Yeah, thank you very much. And hello, everybody, and welcome to this session, to this conference. And thanks to all the organizers, including Wahid, Umid, Matt, and Danielle. You have made this awesome experience happening for us. Okay, so let me just bring up my slides, and perhaps without any further ado, I should start. Look, I have a sort of hard stop in about 15 minutes. So I would do my best to wrap up everything in 15 minutes, okay? With that, let's begin. Okay, so today's session is about Direct Lake, and I'm providing my unfiltered opinion about Direct Lake and providing enough information for the people who do not know what Direct Lake is, or they are not sure if it is the right storage model to start with. And I'll try to give you enough information to go and dig deeper and understand the technology a little bit better. My name is Sohail Bakhshi. I'm director of Data Visioner. Data Visioner is my startup. We build products over Power BI, and our main focus is on Power BI governance. And the current tool that we have in the market is Power BI Documenter. If you would like to know more about it, just head to my website and you can find more information about it. I'm also a Microsoft Data Platform MVP. I'm a consultant, author. I've authored a couple of books, 4 books in my lifetime. 3 of them are about data and Power BI. I'm a blogger and speaker, and I'm more than happy for you to follow me on my social media that you can see on the page. And with that, let's begin. Okay, so tonight's session is about large data models. Let's see what large data models are and what large data sources are, and how large is actually large, and what do we mean by large data sources. And here I am making a distinction between data sources and data models. Right now, I am talking about the data sources that we usually connect to from a Power BI to these data sources, or from Microsoft Fabric or any other data platforms, okay? Okay, so let's talk about some generic characteristics of large data sources. When we talk about large data sources, it's not just about the size of the data source. Obviously, size is one important measure, but it is not everything. The other thing is about the velocity. How long does it take to transform data from location A to location B? How fast it is. And the other one is complexity. How complex is our data source? And let me give you some examples about large data source and what do these things mean in terms of size, velocity, and complexity. Imagine a web analytics, just like Google Analytics. We have millions of interactions per minute. Digesting all that data and turning it into information, which is the facade of every data platform, right? So all the data engineers and data modelers and report writers, they're all working together to turn the data into valuable information so the businesses can make data-driven based decisions. Okay. For velocity, I can think of an IoT sensors. IoT sensors, as you can imagine, you may have a farm or a land with hundreds or even thousands of sensors around the farm. Just imagine there are some sensors that gauge the humidity or even capture some soil characteristics, and they are sending logs per minute. This data should be transferred to the cloud as quick as possible, right? When we talk about real time, it's more about near real time. And in a couple of seconds, you want to be able to analyze that data and see it in the output, right? In the data visualization, you need to have some information about it. So the data itself, the raw data, doesn't really help. So fast data movement, again, from point A to point B is a good example of velocity. And the complexity. Think about finance and banking. You may have millions of transactions on a daily basis, while every second of a day and every cent of money matters that we are wiring, right? So if we lose 5 minutes, how many $1 million that can be, or thousands of dollars that can be actually billions of dollars. So that is another characteristic of large data source. So whenever we are thinking about working with data sources, we have to think about their size, the velocity, and complexity. One point that I always tell to my fellow consultants is that as a consultant, it's our role to understand the data and the requirements as much as possible and as best to our ability as possible, right? So one of the questions that we should always ask is about what type of data source or data sources are we talking about? The size of the data source, velocity, right? Is something like real-time data analysis, is it a requirement? Is it a must, or near real-time is okay? And always we have to get the definition of the customers about real-time. We had numerous amounts of times that this has happened to us, and the customer says, actually, I'm after real-time data analytics. And your brain quickly goes to, do you have sensors or IoT or something like that? They say, no, I'm talking about 15 minutes. 15 minutes is not even near real time, right? it is definitely not real time. So getting all of those information before digging into the build and starting building your model in whatever, or your data solution in whatever ecosystem that you are working, is a must. And then the complexity. Never understate the complexity of a data source. Okay, now let's move forward and get a better understanding of data analytics processes. So in data analytics processes, data analytics platforms and ecosystems, we always have multiple source systems, right? So we have text files, databases, spreadsheets, Excel files, sensors, IoT sensors, file system, and cloud sources. We usually use ETL or ELT, which stands for extract, transformation, and load, or extract, load, and transformation, to centralize that data into a central location, into a storage, right? Wouldn't it be easier to work with the entire data when it sits in a centralized location, instead of just connecting to multiple different sources, and every single source definitely has its own credentials, and you face a whole lot of different issues with that? Wouldn't it be better? It's definitely better. So that's why we adopt ETL or ELT, depending on this architecture and scenario that we are working on, to centralize all the source data into a single centralized storage. And then we again do some ETL or ELT work to create a warehouse, a data warehouse, or a lakehouse. So the data warehouse or lakehouse keeps the historical data. In the case of a lakehouse, you may have semi structured or non-structured data also loaded into the lakehouse, but it is not the case for the warehouse, and that is one of the biggest differences between these two. But depending on the architecture, we may have either of those. And then in the next step, we usually process that data into semantic layers. Semantic layers are usually do not keep the history of data, right? So they are definitely different from the warehouse, and the use cases are different. We process the data that is already optimized for analytics and reporting purposes in our warehouse, but we do not take the entire data into semantic layer. We usually take just a proportion of data for a duration of time into a semantic layer. Besides, we add some pre-aggregations. So we'll think about dimensions and facts and aggregate those dimensions and facts into a higher granularity, instead of storing everything into the lowest grain, right? And then we visualize that data using some visualization tools. In this case, Power BI. I put Power BI in here, and I'm referring to the report writing experience of Power BI only, because Power BI itself, when we create a Power BI solution, it creates a semantic model which resembles a semantic layer of a data and analytics process. You may use Tableau, you may use Excel, or any other data visualization tools. But a data analytics platform and process doesn't stop there. You usually have machine learning use cases and machine learning models. Machine learning models usually source from the raw data, from the centralized storage. They can source from the lakehouse and warehouse. And in rare cases, you may want to get some data from semantic layer, right? The other part is the AI, artificial intelligence side of things. Artificial intelligence can source data from either centralized storage, from lakehouse and warehouse, from your semantic layer, or even from your data visualization to help us with to visualize the data in a better format. Right? So the entire thing, if you think about it, is a data and analytics platform with a lot of processes in between. But remember, when we talk about, and I'm just again touching on the velocity side of things. When we talk about sensors and near real time, then near real time analytics comes in play, and we have to have the ability to visualize it as quick as possible, right? So here the use case is different. Just think about it. You have sensors, and you can land that sensor into the data, the logs of the sensors into a centralized storage and go through all the warehousing and semantic layer stuff. But it would not be even near real time, right? Because you are going from the source to all of those processes and then to land into a report. So real-time analytics is another type of technology that helps us in a data platform process. All of these concepts matter. You will see why and how they stitch together when we talk about direct lake and semantic model and storage mods, right? Okay, now let's look at Microsoft Fabric, right? So Microsoft Fabric is a unified data analytics platform. So whatever we saw in the previous slide, they are already in here, right? So we have one lake. One lake is our centralized storage. We have one security, and one security can is beyond the previous slides. It can be network security. It can be we can apply governance and many other things. And universal compute capacities. When we get Fabric capacities, we have a universal compute over the entire capacity. Shared workspaces in Microsoft Fabric, which is built based on the Power BI experience. We have workspaces that we can store our items and data. And it's working on the foundation of one lake, which is our unified storage layer, right? And we have AI Assistant or Copilot on Microsoft Fabric. And from all of those experiences on top, data engineering, data integration, data engineering, data warehousing, real-time analytics, data science, so on and so forth, this specific topic that we are talking about is more related to business intelligence and Power BI per se. Now, let's see how does Power BI fits in, right? So again, Power BI is a part of Microsoft Fabric platform. Again, we have a couple of data sources, and in terms of Microsoft Fabric, we usually use a Power Query, and Power Query uses ETL for data transformation. And we store the data into our data model, and then we visualize the data into the reports, right? The data model is now I'm just narrowing down, going down to the funnel. The data model from the entire Power BI experience or business intelligence experience is the topic of this session, right? So a data model in Power BI defines how the data is structured, related related and how it is processed and how it is stored in Power BI. The storage is important here, and we will get to it in a couple of minutes. It follows relational data modeling approach, and it uses Vertipack technology for in-memory data processing. A data model from Power BI perspective includes tables that can have facts and dimensions. It includes relationships that could be one-to-many, could be many-to-many. We have measures, we create calculations in DAX. We have aggregations to pre-summarize the data to gain more performance. And remember that it's always the case, regardless of how we collect the data and store the data. A well-designed data model will improve the performance and reduce the resource consumption. Next is the storage mods in Power BI. So now from the entire data modeling in Power BI, we are narrowing down to storage mods in Power BI and what we have on hand. Okay, so we have a couple of data sources. Now we import that data into the data model, and then we visualize it, right? So I've showed it a couple of times so far, but that is not the only option here in Power BI. We have direct query as well, which is only available on databases or cloud sources, such as OData. Everything that basically that Power Query can generate an underlying query in the native language that the data source supports and sends it back to the data source and grabs the results back from the data source, and it shows the results in the visualization layer. That is direct query. So something like Excel or CSV or text, they do not support direct query mode, right? And now, next one is in the data model, we have tables, right? And these tables, at the level of table, we also have storage mode, right? So every single table, if it is in import mode, then our data model, the storage mode of the entire model is called import mode. In contrast, if these tables, every single one of these tables is in direct query mode and is just sending queries concurrently to the source system, right, and grabs the results and then brings it into the data model. If all of them are in direct query mode, then we have the entire data model is in direct query mode. And now, what if we have some tables that are in direct query mode and some of them are in import mode? This is also supported in Power BI, right? So the connection is a mixed mode. So it is a mix of direct query and import mode. The storage model for the data model is now called composite model, right? So composite model is a combination. It is a data model that has a combination of direct query and import mode at the table level, right? We can dig deeper. It is actually at the partition level. So every table can have multiple partitions. At the partition level, you may have you may have direct query or import, and that is called hybrid table if you have both in a single table, right? So next is the topic of tonight, which is Direct Lake in Microsoft Fabric, right? And we will get back to it later. Direct Lake is only available in Microsoft Fabric. Again, we have our source system, but this time we ingest the source system into our centralized location, which is one lake, right? And then we create delta tables, either on Lakehouse or Warehouse Experience in Microsoft Fabric. Then we are able to create a direct lake connection to the Lakehouse or Warehouse from our semantic model, from the business intelligence experience of Microsoft Fabric, which is what? Which is Power BI, right? And all of these tables are connected to the source system in direct lake mod. And when I say the source system, I am talking about the source for the semantic model. Just look at this diagram a little bit closer. You understand that the source of my semantic model is either a lakehouse or a warehouse that sits within my Fabric capacity, right? Okay, let's take one step further. A direct lake in Microsoft Fabric can have, well, a semantic model in Microsoft Fabric can connect to a lakehouse or a warehouse in direct query mode. And all tables are in direct query mode, right? So when we go with direct query mode, we have the real-time capabilities with the source, which is our lakehouse or warehouse. So do not make a mistake. This real-time to the source is our lakehouse or warehouse within the Fabric. We are not talking about the source system, which can be IoT sensors, right? We also, another benefit of direct query mode even in Microsoft Fabric is reduced memory usage because the data is queried from the source, again, from the lakehouse or warehouse. Simplified data management, no need to scheduling refresh. So direct query doesn't require any refreshing mechanisms or scheduling any refreshes, and could go beyond the storage limits because the data is not stored in the data model, right? However, the data is stale. Data staleness means that the imported data is not up to date, right? Because we are in direct query. Memory intensive. Vertipack, it can be very memory intensive because it sends all the queries back to my data lake and warehouse. Refresh time. I think I made a mistake on this slide. These are actually from the import mod, not direct query mod. So sorry about that. But size limitation and memory limitations, all of those apply to the import mod, not direct query mod. I just mixed up in this slide. Okay, so now let's go ahead and look at the import mod. Hopefully I didn't make the same mistake in this slide. So it is faster query performance. Look, by all means, direct lake is not going to be faster than import mod. And we will get to it later today. Right? Rich data transformation. The data transformation that we get in import mode is much better than data transformation that we get on direct query mode. Highly compressed data is highly compressed because it is using Vertipack engine, and less storage is required when the data is more compressed, and the performance will be better. Offline access. When we import the data into the data model, we can run the reports without requiring access to the data source, right? However, It could be slow, especially for complex queries and large data sources, right? So, okay, so here's the thing. I think yes, query limitations and timeout and throttling. Unfortunately, I mixed these two slides together. So for pros and cons, I put the cons of direct query into the import mod and import mod into direct query. Sorry about that, but these things happen. Okay, so query limitations, timeout throttling, and these are the cons of direct query. Limited support for transformations, again for direct query, not for import mod, right? And potential costs in large data sources, again for direct query, not for import mod. And here's the thing. Let's think about it. We have a direct query semantic model, and it is connected to a SQL Azure SQL database, and we are having more than 50 concurrent users, 50, right? And all of them are sending concurrent queries because they are using different reports to the same Azure SQL database box, right? So it puts a lot of strain and pressure onto our Azure SQL box, and we perhaps will require to upgrade to the higher scale in our Azure SQL database. So it will incur even more cost. And now let's talk about some facts of about Direct Lake. Direct Lake is not available for everyone, right? So Power BI Pro and Premium users, unfortunately, are out of the game. We definitely require a Microsoft Fabric F capacity, and Lakehouse is not available on Power BI Pro or PPU environments. As of yet, it is not available for PPU either. And why? Because PPU and Power BI Pro only support direct query and import mod, and Direct Lake makes sense for organizations with capacities in higher tiers, 32 F32 or higher, and we will get to it later in today's session. Non-one lake data sources are not supported, and we are talking about SQL Server, Dataverse, Snowflake, Excel, etc. Direct query works only with one lake data sources, right? So remember, we are talking about Delta Parquet format, which is our lakehouse or warehouse experience in Microsoft Fabric. And the reason for that is that Direct Lake reads data directly from lakehouse or warehouse, right? As I mentioned earlier. And connecting directly to these sources require direct query or import mod, as Direct Lake does not support composite models. So again, composite models is not supported. And we also are limited to only one data source, right? So if we have multiple data sources, it is not supported in one lake either. When using calculated tables or calculated columns, unfortunately, one lake only supports measures, and it does not support calculated columns or calculated tables. So automatically, calculation groups are out of the game, right? Calculation tables and calculation columns require full data set processing, which conflicts with Direct Lake real-time approach with its data source, which is lakehouse or warehouse. And there is a workaround, however. Instead of creating calculated columns and calculated tables within your semantic model, we can create those tables in our source system, in our lakehouse or warehouse. When row-level security is required, again, direct lake is not does not support it, or it falls back to direct query. It is you may have already seen here and there that people say that direct lake contains best of both worlds of direct query and import mode, because direct lake also imports the data into memory, so it gives us blazing fast performance, and it also gives us the real-time capability of direct query. But remember, the real-time capability is again against our data lake and data warehouse, right? And up next is that direct lake is not recommended, as I mentioned earlier, for capacities below F32 capacity. It's interesting concept because direct lake is actually available on all capacities, including an F2 capacity, but it is not recommended to use on capacities smaller than F32. The reason is very simple. There are higher limitations of the resource availability on smaller capacities. I took a screenshot of a Microsoft Learn website, which shows us the availabilities of resources based on the capacities. If we look at an F32 capacity, just look at that one. At the F32 capacity, we get 10 gigabytes of RAM of memory, which is not a lot, right? And we also have row limitations of 300 million rows per table, right? And it is on this one. And the biggest constraint is on the model size of available on one lake, which in smaller capacities, you can see that it is 20 gigabytes, 10 gigabytes, 10 gigabytes, and 10 gigabytes, and memory, available memory. 3 gigabytes of memory is very, very small, right? So if you want to try and learn, direct lake and learn it, definitely go for it and use smaller capacities. But if you want to productionize it, to implement it for production, it is not really recommended to go with capacities smaller than 32. And 32 is actually the edge, the absolute edge that you can think about productionization. And let me move forward. Okay, so memory constraints in efficient query performance, because the memory limitations is not the only one, right? Remember, the memory, the max memory that you see on the screen is available to the entire capacity for all users, for all items. If you have lake houses, warehouses, notebooks, machine learning models, semantic models, reports, for everything that runs in a capacity, that is the memory limit. And there are some other resource limits. So data volume limits. Again, data volume limitation is another one. Concurrency is actually something that a lot of organizations do not think about beforehand. And concurrency refers to when concurrent users are using the same report or your ecosystem, right? let's say I build a semantic model and it is serving 100 users. These 100 users are hitting the capacity every single time that they open a report page or they click on a visual to set some filters, especially when we are talking about direct lake, because direct lake does not import the entire data, just like how the import mod works. The import mod takes a copy of the entire data and puts it into memory, regardless of the end users. If they use it, they use it. If they don't, it is there and it is consuming memory. While direct lake is sort of works on request base, right? So the first person who runs a report, it would be a little bit slower, and it goes behind the scenes and runs queries and grab the results and visualize it for us. But from that point onwards, the queries and the reports would be blazing fast because everything is in memory, unless you hit this memory limit, unless you hit the per table limit, which is 300 million rows for all capacities below F64, right? So those are very important things to note. And last but not least, learn about the limitations and constraints of direct lake before productionizing it. I put the QR code to this page. There are a whole lot of different considerations and limitations that I have already talked about, and but not all of them. I didn't talk about everything that you can see in this page. Something like what if analysis, what if analysis in Power BI, or field parameters. Those are some of the really useful features in Power BI. But if you want to use direct lake, you do not have those options. With that, I think I moved on pretty fast. I'm sort of a little bit early. Are there any questions?
First of all, thank you so much, Suhail. It was a great presentation, same as always. Your presentation always telling the story in the best way. You just need to follow that and you will understand everything. Thank you so much, man.
Thank you very much. You know, I made a mistake. I messed up with with the pages.
That's totally fine. That's
important, but hopefully,
that was clear.
The audience are
that was totally clear. There are some questions here, so I will read them, and I know you need to drop in 7 or 10 minutes. Just let me know if some of them need more answer. We can have another session in Persian Power User Group and go through them. Otherwise, it's up to you. So the first question is, Mehdad asked that, can the direct lake connect to a one lake in another tenant of the same organization?
So I have not tested it, Mehdad. I have not tested this, and I don't know the answer straight away. But you know, unfortunately, this is still we are trying to be interactive, but I cannot have Mehdad to explain the use case, right? So why an organization must have, well, there are a lot of organizations that have multiple capacities. They may have some capacities for development and testing, and an entire capacity for production. But at least I don't know any organizations who have multiple production capacities that you really need to connect from a one lake to another using direct lake. But that is an interesting scenario.
Okay, so the other question is, that's a question from Sahar. She asked, could you share some reference on when direct lake falls back to direct query?
Yeah, absolutely. Let me. Well, actually, I have to just Google it. I have to Google it, but there are some scenarios when direct lake definitely falls back into direct query mode, and one of them is if we have used views, or the other one is when it hits RLS, rollable security. It's not a limitation on RLS, but the other one is when it exceeds the capacity limits, right? Or what else? Yeah, those are the top ones that I can think about. But yeah,
that's great. That's good. Thank you so much, mate. So there, I thought ask another question, and that's does direct lake work with shortcuts in the lakehouse as the data is not physically loaded to the fabric lakehouse?
as much as I know, they don't. It must be within the lakehouse itself, because it goes into the Delta Parquet files, Delta Parquet format. If we do not have Delta Parquet available, then direct lake cannot have it.
And last question, I believe, is from Maysam, and he asked about what is the best way for performance import direct query. I think the question is about how to select the import is the best solution or direct query is the best solution. Because in terms of performance, so, different.
I suppose I suppose that Maysam is actually a Power BI user, and or they have, or maybe Maysam has smaller capacities that direct lake doesn't really make too much sense. But look, if you are importing the data, when we talk about performance, always import mod is more performant than direct query. Direct query sends queries directly back to the source system in case of Power BI, not in case of direct lake or in Microsoft Fabric and the Lakehouse, right? It always sends the query back to the source system and gets the results back and then visualize it. It definitely caches the data, but the cache size is very, very, very small, right? So you will not get the best performance if you are working with large data sources, or your data source tables are very wide. We have seen some examples that a table had more than 1,200 columns. 1,200 columns. Just think
Super
about
fast.
it. Yeah. Yeah. So even the first step, Power Query just chokes, right? Because it cannot get the entire metadata sorted, right? So for import mod, my recommendation is always follow best practices on your data modeling, on be careful about the data types, and so on and so forth.
Yeah, I think that was
a lot of thank yous.
Yeah, a lot of thank yous. I'm just adding them one by one to the screen, but many of them. So I just added the recent one. That was great, Sohail. That was a great one. I was curious to ask this question about that startup you are running there, because me and you talk about that many times, and I'm totally aware of that. But just if you can, because we have 4 or 5 minutes, just want to have this chance to tell us a little bit about that. What is that the visualization that I forgot the exact name? Data. What was that? The name of the startup?
My startup. The name of the startup is Data Visioner with a Z. If I can share my screen.
Yeah, let me add your screen again to the page. Yeah, go ahead.
I can bring it up. I have nothing loaded now, but I can add something over here. There you go. So it is called Data Visioner, and we are working on a governance data platform, governance platform for Power BI. We are working really hard to support Power BI service, which will be out in the next couple of months. So, and this is automating the documentation. Power BI Documenter is the name of a tool that we have right now. It has a couple of tiers. You can use it for free. You can go for a 1-week trial, or you can just go for Pro, or we have enterprise licenses as well, which will customize the features for the enterprises. We lately added an AI feature that generates descriptions for DAX expressions, for Power Query expressions, for different personas. So not everybody is a DAX expert to understand functions. So we thought about different personas, like a business analyst or a developer, and so on and so forth. Well, thank you very much, Vahid, for this opportunity for me to present a little bit about Data Visioner and Power BI Documenter. But yeah, as I mentioned, we will support Power BI service on Microsoft Fabric regardless of your license. So even if you do not have Fabric capacity licenses, you only have Pro license or PPU license, we have that option that you can directly connect from our platform to Fabric, and we see all the workspaces that you have access to. If you don't have access to some workspaces, we are not going to show them. Okay.
That's really good. That's really great. I send a link in the chat, so you can go ahead and use that one. I think they can use it for free for a few run or some few minutes, few hours. I don't know how you gave
we have a free tier that you can use for lifetime. You can use it for free, but it has
I have used it.
Yeah, it has some restrictions because some of these, to provide a free account or free user to the end users, we are paying for the users, for those users, but it's not really a big amount of money. But Power BI Documenter is not our only tool. We have Power BI Exporter as well. Power BI Exporter is an external tool that you can install on Power BI Desktop, and it exports the Power BI, your semantic models data into CSV, and it gives you a zip file, right? So basically, and it is free. It is completely free. We also support Azure Analysis Services and on-prem analysis services, tabular models.
That's really great. That's a powerful tool. So yeah, so the link is in the chat. You can go ahead and use that one. And if you have any feedback, any comment, any question, you can reach out to Suhail. And I don't know, I'm just talking about reaching out to you on your behalf. So stop me.
No, it's absolutely all right. I'm more than happy to connect with more people, and I'm a community guy, right? So
that's good.
Community rocks. Thank you very much for having me tonight, and enjoy the rest of the sessions.
Yeah, thank you so much. We have David here as well. So thank you, Suhail, and see you soon, mate.
Yeah, cheers.
Thank you, Suhail.
Yeah.
Take care.
Hey, David, how are you, mate?
Hey, how you doing, guys? Nice to see you.
Yeah, likewise,
Hey,
mate. Where are you? Are you in the Brisbane at the moment or not?
I'm in Brisbane, yeah. It's raining.
How's the weather there? What's happened? They said that everything will change. There is a big storm or something, but it seems you are lucky and nothing big happened there.
Yeah, that's it. Look, there's for those ones joining online, there's a cyclone that just touched land a few hours back. It's not as bad as we thought that it was going to be. So there was a lot of preparation from the community.
Yeah.
So far, there are a lot of power outages around the southeast Queensland, northeast New South Wales area. Strong winds, a lot of showers, but overall, I think the feeling in the community is that it could have been worse. So that's good news.
Yeah. The news, all the channels talking about that one, and I was talking with my friend because you are there. Umid, one of the speakers yesterday, is there. Shahab is there, and I talked with them on phone and said what's going on there, because they said Umid called me and said maybe I can't show up because the net maybe they're not available in that moment. There's a cutoff or a plan for the power, and I thought, oh my, but it's good. It's a good news. Nothing big happened, and I hope everything be safe as always. So it's great to have you here, mate. We are 5 minutes ahead, and we can't wait to see your perfect presentation. So if you want, you can add your presentation there. So and I can bring it there.
We'll start sharing a few things here and there. Share. Well, I'm doing this as well. Thank you for organizing the event. I know it's not easy, and I'm sure that it's going to pay off. The feedback from the community, I'm sure it's going to be amazing. So well done, on you organizing the event.
Thank you so much, man. Yeah, it's a teamwork. 4 of us working on this for around 4 months, more than 4 months now. And it's really great to have you and other speakers. Thank you for sharing your knowledge and time. And I know you're holding many events during the year. So yeah, thank you to you as well.
Yeah. All right, let me... Screens.
Does it work, or is there any issue?
No issues. Just
okay,
taking my time, navigating the folders, because I want to upload the file, I don't want to just share.
Yeah, gotcha.
Or I might share my screen if that's easier. Let me see. I'll share my screen. Share the screen. Share screen. Entire screen. Share this.
Yeah, it's here.
Nice.
Perfect. Yeah, we can see it.
Okay.
Copilot, not autopilot. Okay, David, we can see the presentation, and over to you, mate.
All right, let's kick off. Yeah. Again, thank you for organizing. Let's talk about Copilot actually and Microsoft Fabric. Already for a few months, I think maybe a year already. So we have a few Copilot experiences available in Microsoft Fabric. And today we're going to touch a little bit on some of those Copilot capabilities within Microsoft Fabric, and as well to look at some of the existing challenges and that you can run into when using these experiences. All right, so thank you for the sponsors and the organizers for running this event, as well as for you for attending the event, and being part of this amazing community. We'll be jumping around different windows. Hopefully everything goes well. We have a few demos here and there. I'm David Alzamendi, an independent data architect and consultant here in Brisbane, Australia, in the East Coast. If you want to reach out, the best way to reach out with me, or if you have any questions, go and connect with me in LinkedIn. So that's the best way. If you don't have LinkedIn, just drop an email to Bahid or any of the organizers, and we'll follow up from there. The agenda for today. So we're going to look at the copilots, how to get started with the Microsoft Fabric, what it means, and of course, a lot of the demos. So let's go and set up some of the foundations. So look, what you see here in this screen is essentially a traditional data warehouse architecture. Okay, so where you have the left side, you have all the source systems. So then you have the back room with all the ETL processes, all moving the data, shuffling the data, all that data cleansing, the data engineers doing all that heavy work on creating the data models, making sure that the data is in the correct place, in the right shape, for then making that information accessible to a presentation layer. So here you can see as well how we move from a back room to the front room. And this is the layer accessible by our users. So in the presentation layer is where you have the dimensional data modeling, star schema. You start materializing some of the views if you have to, and trying to make all that information user-friendly for starting to create reports. And then you have the business intelligence applications, where you have an amazing tool like Power BI, but if you prefer to use a different reporting tool, so that's where it's going to fit. Now, you're wondering, what this has to be with Microsoft Fabric Copilot? Okay, so because it's important for us to understand actually that for us to get to this presentation layer where you have Microsoft Fabric, there is a lot of groundwork that needs to happen to make that information available. And on top of that, you have to remember that we're talking about enabling ad hoc queries. So you can see here, ad hoc queries means that allowing our business users to ask a business questions, and trying to get the answer based on data, so they can make an informed decision. And when you look at this, you'll say, okay, cool, that's fine. We've seen this many times. This is how we do it. But this concept is from 1998. So that idea. So this idea about enabling business users to ask questions to our data, it is not something new. We've been stuck many years on creating standard reports and even analytics apps and creating data mining models, machine learning models now. But we've been so stuck on creating reports that one of the key requirements that is ad hoc queries, so we can solve the problem that we have with the bottleneck, the time that takes to create reports. So we left that aside, and this is where Microsoft Fabric Copilot fills some of those gaps. So today we're going to look at the different experiences, specifically the one related to Power BI, so helps you achieve this specific scenario. As well, remember, as with any other tool, if you are going to deploy Microsoft Copilot with your organization, there are two different ways of doing this. So the one that you ignore the business needs, the one that you roll out Microsoft Fabric Copilots to all employees without any training, and then you expect the data and Copilot to govern itself. So this is because you think that Copilot is this magic tool that is going to solve all your problems. So this is one way of rolling out Microsoft Fabric Copilot that is the easiest path to failure, essentially. And then you have the right way. So what's the right way? So let's start from this one, right? So 87% of the organizations believe that AI is going to give them a competitive advantage. And what that means within the Microsoft Copilot context is that if we enable our users take advantage of Microsoft Copilot correctly, their productivity is going to increase. their trust on their data is going to increase, their data literacy is going to increase, as well as being able to make informed decisions rapidly, quickly, just by asking a question to the data. So all those benefits, they are within our reach, thank you to Copilot experiences across the Microsoft ecosystem. Remember, we don't only have Microsoft Fabric Copilots, we have a lot of Copilots that are everywhere. The other day, having a chat with some of our colleagues in the industry, I was telling them, I like to have one to rule them all, because sometimes it's confusing what to use and when. But essentially, Fabric Copilot is a subset of Copilot experiences within Microsoft Fabric. So remember, we don't want to do it the right way. So let's go on. Before we jump into the demos, let's go and try to follow the right approach on how to do this. So let's first get into this picture. So Microsoft Fabric Copilot, it comes as part of the Microsoft Fabric ecosystem. And you've seen this as part of multiple presentations, as part of this conference, where Microsoft Fabric is this unified platform with different experiences and multiple users, different personas that are going to be accessing the data. And it's really important to remember this. So that means that you will have different personas with different needs using Microsoft Fabric. And it is not any different when we think of Microsoft Fabric Copilots. So there are multiple Microsoft Fabric Copilot experiences. You can see the data integration, engineering, data warehouse, data science, real-time analytics, and Power BI. Today, we're going to touch on a few of them. We're not going to cover all of them, but I want to give you an idea on what it means actually for your organization. What are some pitfalls that you have to avoid? And everything starts from your users. You have to understand who your personas are, so you can prepare the right training plan for them. So you can identify the right business cases for using Microsoft Fabric Copilot, right? Because as you can see here, how a data engineer takes advantage of Microsoft Fabric Copilot is not going to be the same way as a business user, either in the leadership layer, management layer, or in the operational layer. So remember this: take off your hat for a minute, take off your developer hat, and put your change management hat, and think how you can better enable the users within your organization as a data practitioner to better use Microsoft Copilot experiences. When you think of any other tool, not only Microsoft Fabric Copilot, the same principles apply. Remember, the quickest path to failure is avoiding change management practices that they've been there for more years than information technology has been in place as an industry. So remember that. So now let's move into the important bit, Microsoft Fabric Copilot. So if you want to get started with Microsoft Fabric Copilot, you have to follow a few steps. You have to set up the Fabric tenant that will happen within Azure. That has to be a capacity F64 or higher. Then you have to navigate to the admin tenant to enable Copilot. And of course, go and have a look at the training documentation to better take advantage of it. So let me go and show you in one of my screens, in this one here. So here I'm in the Azure portal. For us to be able to use Microsoft Fabric Copilot, I have to have a Fabric capacity that is F64 or above. And for today's demo, you can see that we have a Fabric capacity F64. Now, then, for you to use Microsoft Fabric Copilot, you have to navigate to the Azure portal over here. And within the workspace settings, you want to navigate to the license info and make sure that you link that Fabric capacity to your workspace. And I'm going to show you as well, I will show you soon a different mechanism that Microsoft just enabled. This is one way to enable Copilot. On top of that, so there are a few admin settings that you have to take into account, right? So within the settings portal, so you want to make sure that the users, many of the features related to Microsoft Fabric are enabled. And you can see here, so our users in this tenant, they can create Microsoft Fabric items. And on top of this, we have to enable and look some of the Copilot features. So the first one is users can use Copilot powered by Azure OpenAI. You have to enable this. My recommendation, enable this only for the group of users that you want to enable Copilot capabilities. I'll give you an example, right? So you might want to enable Copilot for the marketing team.
Hi, David.
Yeah.
Hi, David. Sorry to interrupt you. Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, sorry to interrupt. You're kind of cutting off. Can you please check your internet connection?
Oh, yeah. Let me see. It won't be the internet. Let me see if I put the microphone in a different place.
We can see your screen clearly.
Here.
Voice is cutting off, and we cannot, clearly hear what you're saying.
Double check. Can you hear me there properly? And then what we can do as well,
Yeah, now it's
all the OneDrive.
it's much better. It's much better now.
Am I cutting still, or you can't hear me?
Yeah, but for the past couple. No, it's perfect. We can hear you loud and clear.
You cannot hear me right
for the
now?
past 2 or 3 minutes, you were cutting off. I can hear you now perfectly.
I'm getting the feedback from your speaker, I think.
You cannot hear me?
Let me see.
Oh.
Okay. Yeah, now I can hear you.
You can hear me? Okay, perfect.
Yeah,
I said now we can hear you loud and clear, but for the past 2 or 3 minutes, you were cutting off and we could not hear you well,
Yeah, that's fine. Okay, let's pick it up from where it was. So can you hear me properly right now? No? Yes?
Yep. Yeah, everything is good now. Everything good. Your voice, your camera, your presentation, everything clear now.
Yeah, I just moved the microphone, to be honest. That's the only thing I did. But look, if you see that I'm having problems again, just jump into the stream and let me know, and we'll find a solution for it, okay?
Perfect. I think that at the moment is okay, man.
Yep.
Yeah. It's okay.
I can also lower the, before we continue, sorry everybody, I'm going to lower the camera resolution to 720p. That's slightly low, and that should be less bandwidth. Okay. We're starting with Microsoft Fabric Copilot. As you see, maybe you go to see the screen, so you have to have the Fabric capacity F64, and then you have to enable the, allowing users to create Fabric items, and you have to enable as well users to enable the Copilot capabilities. Microsoft has this one in here, so this means that a few things that you have to take into account. So once that you enable Copilot, I recommend you to enable it only for a specific team within your organization. And the second item, because that will allow you actually to prepare a specific, to cover specific requirements for that team. The other one is that when you're enabling Copilot, depending on the region where your Fabric capacity is, the data might travel outside your region. So this might be a showstopper for some of the organizations trying to use Copilot. What this means is some of the data that is going to be within the Copilot experience, it could be a prompt and the result of the prompt. Some of that data might leave your region. So this is something that you have to take into account. Right now, Microsoft Copilot is available only in a few regions around the globe, but I believe, as any of the other Azure services, it should become available in all Azure regions. Remember, your region of your Fabric capacity, where your data is where you have created your Fabric capacity, essentially. One of the features that Microsoft enabled recently is to be able to designate a specific Fabric Copilot capabilities as well. What this means is that even though you have a Power BI Pro license or a Power BI Premium per user license, and you don't want to migrate any of those semantic models and datasets within a Fabric capacity, you can still you can go and use a Fabric capacity to enable the Copilot experience within those workspaces. And for that reason, you will have to have this enabled. So I'm going to enable this. And the last one here is that as we mentioned before, data might be sent outside your capacity, your geographic region. You can also go and make sure that you look at this one as well, that says that can be stored. So you can see the difference. In this one, the data can be processed outside and the data can be stored outside. Two really important configuration items when trying to use that. So I mentioned before, one way of enabling Fabric Copilot for a workspace is in the workspace settings. And the next mechanism is to go to capacity settings and to assign a specific Fabric capacity that you can use across different different tenants as such, which is not here. But let me refresh my page. Once that you've done those two specific items, basically you are ready to use Fabric capacity within your tenant. So you can see here. So we enable Copilot capacity. I'm going to put my user here. And then we're going to hide this. Okay. That's fine. So once that you've done all the things, so then essentially the Copilot experience becomes available. And the first experience that we're going to look at is Power BI Desktop. So when you are using Power BI Desktop, so you will see that the Copilot item becomes available in here. And remember, different personas, different needs. In this specific example, Copilot is going to allow you to start creating DAX measures and modifying the semantic model by using just the Copilot experience. So in this case, I'm not connected to any semantic model. So let me see if I connect to a specific semantic model. Let's go to File. Sorry, let's go in Get Data, Semantic Models. And we're going to connect to any semantic model for this demo. And remember, so now we're connected to a semantic model. We can enable the Copilot experience to start asking specific questions about the semantic model, but also to create new pages, suggest to create new pages of the reports. Here, we're still wearing the hat of a Power BI developer as such. You can do the same that we're doing right now in Power BI service. So we can go and say, create a page about utilization analysis. We'll give some time. and it's trying to create the page at the moment. You can see as well that it already changed the name of this page. So we're going to give it some time. The Power BI experience for Microsoft Fabric Copilot is the one that I preferred. In this case, you can see that the data that it is displaying in this specific page is not meaningful at all, right? Why? That comes to the semantic model. So if you have a really good semantic model behind the scenes, you will be able to take advantage of Microsoft Fabric Copilot in Power BI. Are you seeing this example? Fabric, it tried to create a Power BI report, but it doesn't really understand the semantic model, the data, and it was unable to create any visuals. Stay with me. And the other experience within Power BI Desktop is that you can ask essentially to Copilot to create specific measures that you want to use within the model. I want to leave this experience because what I really want to show you actually is that if you have a really strong semantic model, we're going to navigate to this other tenant. Okay, so we always have to make sure that we have the right license assigned. So this doesn't work on a trial capacity. It has to be a Microsoft Fabric capacity created within Azure portal. And you can see it doesn't take a lot of time to assign a Fabric capacity. And then we're going to use the same example, but by using a more mature semantic model. So we're going to go to this semantic model, SM Education, in this workspace. Okay, and we're going to say to create a report. Okay, and we want to make sure that this workspace as well is able to use the Copilot experience. So you will see that in here it is not enabled because we have to go to the workspace and assign the right license. Down here, Fabric capacity, and rinse and repeat. Why am I showing you this multiple times? Because there is a business case as well where you can use the Fabric Copilot capacity if you cannot afford an F64. Let's say that you want to run Microsoft Fabric Copilots only during business hours, during weekdays, right? So you can see how easy it is to reassign the Fabric capacity within the same region as well. And you can do this using the REST APIs if you have to. So now we're back with a blank report, a strong semantic model. I'm going to ask for the same suggestion. Let's refresh this page. Start now. Click Copilot. And we are going to ask for a suggestion to create a page. Okay, and we're going to, is looking at the metadata, it's coming up with some suggestions, and we're going to ask for a page. Okay, about the student performance. We've done a lot of testing on how to better take advantage of Microsoft Fabric Copilot. And this is a really good example, right? If you are an analyst trying to create a report, you can see that this is the visual, the report page that we got in here is a lot more mature than the one that we created before in Power BI Desktop. And that's all because of the semantic model. Microsoft Fabric Copilot in Power BI is able to read the metadata of the tables. So it reads the tables, it knows the columns, the descriptions of the columns, and more important as well, the relationships, right? So that means that if you have a semantic model that is not mature enough and you have a lot of data duplication across different tables, you won't be able to take full advantage of Microsoft Safari Copilot. This is a really good example on how to try to use Copilot and coming up with a bad report page and a bad outcome. And if you have a stronger semantic model, you'll be able to leverage on these specific capabilities, right? And you can continue ask for new questions. Let's see, create a report page. We're still in the creation, okay? Still playing the role of a data analyst. We're still asking, create reports, and so on. Many times, this is great for prototyping, for enabling users who want to create their own reports. And then once that they create their own reports, you can go and verify that the reports, they follow specific standards. You apply the corporate theme, and then you move the ownership of that report maybe to the data analytics or IT department. So that's the place for this capability. All right. Okay, we asked already for that page, sorry. So, but you can ask. Now, we've been playing with Microsoft Fabric Copilot, so I keep copying the same. What I do this enrollment status. Doing Control-Z is broken. I do old school. Copy this text. Copy. So you can ask for new pages. You can ask as well for specific visuals that you are looking at. And this is going to enable the users to easily start playing a little bit with the data. From a creation point of view. Now, from a consumption point of view, we're still in Microsoft Safari Copilot. If you are just a user who wants to ask a question using natural language and get an answer, you can open one of the reports that you have. So we move away from the creation process. Now we're going to look at the business user, that individual who is just trying to query a report. They open a report that is already created, and they can enable let me go to the initial state. They can enable the Copilot experience and start asking questions. So you can ask, what is this report page about? You can ask for a summary. You can ask specific questions, and Copilot is going to go and read the information, read the metadata, prepare a DAX query, and come back with the results to you. You can see here that we have a summary of the report page. Imagine as a new employee, right? So imagine for a second, you just joined an organization and you have to ask some questions so you can do your operations as an employee, right? Imagine how cool it will be that if as part of the onboarding process, they explain to you how the organization is using Power BI, and on top of that, how we have enabled Microsoft Copilot to help you ask questions about the data. So imagine how much more data literate you are going to become at what you do. We can ask a specific question about what we see here. So what's the total number of enrollments for the School of Business in 2022? It's really important as well to understand the limits of the tool. You can see here the answer is the total number of enrollments for the School of Business in 2022 is 720. So if we navigate to that specific section and we go to 2022, you can see here 720. You can also get that information as a specific chart. Let's see if we ask, show me the total number of enrollments in a bar chart, which will be similar to what we have in the screen, but I want to show you actually that Copilot can represent as well in the chat experience a visual. Okay, maybe not the best visual because, as you can see, we didn't ask the right question as well. Maybe we should have break it down by school. So you can see this is just the total number of enrollments, but maybe I want this by school in our chat. Now, some of you might be thinking, okay, we can do this with a Q&A visual. There are things that you can do with a Q&A visual. Is not as mature as using the Copilot experience. It doesn't understand as well the natural language. It doesn't understand the concept of a conversation, or trying to remember the previous messages of your conversation with a generative AI model. There are many things that you'll be able to do with a Q&A visual, but the Copilot experience, I found that this is more mature. It's like the next level, put it that way. And also, a quick reminder, if you are using the Q&A visual, you can also use the Q&A visual and enable the Copilot capabilities within that Q&A visual. And now let's ask something that we don't have in this data and see what happens, right? So let's say that we want the total number of enrollments for 2026, which is next year, for a school of information technology, a school that doesn't exist. So non-2026 is the future, and a school of information technology is not part of the semantic model. Let's go and try to understand what happens when we don't ask the right question. Okay, so it's able to go and review. Hey, it's telling me the School of Information Technology does not exist. Right? But what if we tell it, tell me the enrollments for a School of Fine Arts for 2026? We're trying to break it right now. So because this is what users are going to do. They're going to ask questions that maybe your semantic model is not prepared for. So you really want to understand how this works. In this case as well, you can see how it tries to answer the question when maybe the right answer will be, hey, look, 2026 is in the future. We don't have that information. But at the same time, it could be that your school is already enrolling people for the next year. See, two sides of the story. So that's Copilot for Power BI. You saw a few good examples, a few bad examples, different capabilities. Maybe your takeaway for the Copilot for Power BI before we move on to the next one is that you have to have a really good semantic model. Okay, if you don't have a good semantic model, Copilot won't be able to solve your data problems within that semantic model. So let's move on. That was Power BI. Now we're going to go and have a quick look at the Fabric experience. The Data Factory experience for Microsoft Fabric Copilot. So let me go and navigate to our previous workspace. Over here, let's go and open a test workspace that I have. And in here, we're going to create a new data flow. Now we're going to look at, we're wearing a different hat. Now, not many of your users within your organization are going to be using Copilot for data transformation. That's the reality, okay? You might have some power users who are able to use the Copilot experience as such. And you can see here the icon shows on the right side. And we can start asking questions like create a data dimension with, let's say, date, quarter, month, calendar year, financial year for Australia starts in July. For data dates between 2021 and 2025 March. And now Copilot is going to try to come up with a Power Query code, and it's going to put that query code and come up with a solution for us as well. So in this case, Copilot can also allow you to make a few transformations. Let's say here you can see financial year didn't do that correctly. And you can actually feed this back, actually. So if I copy this message, and we can hear the financial year column has the following error. I'm the perfect persona for this example. Why? Because I'm not an expert in Power Query. Many of you might be looking at this and saying, okay, I know exactly what the error is, but me as a power user of Power Query, I'm not an expert on it. I'm essentially trying to get Copilot to solve that problem with us. And you can see that in some cases, it just doesn't solve that problem, essentially. So we've seen this not so much with Power BI, but I believe as well that the experience with the data flow Gen 2 and Copilot is not as mature as the one that we saw with Power BI, because in Power BI, it has access to so much more metadata, column names, table names, descriptions. And this experience here is basically we're trying to build a solution to code with it. We can give up on this and say remove the financial year column. While I'm doing this as well, I'd like to say thank you to Heidi Hastings. She's a colleague here in Adelaide, Australia as well. We've done these presentations a few times together. She taught me actually how to use the Copilot for the data flow Gen 2 and real-time analytics and Power BI as well. And then we can rename as well the table names, rename the query table name to date. So this is a nice experience. It's also you see more prompts to error. It's also able to get other data. So this is a really good example run by Heidi. She was asking essentially create a table with the name of AFL teams in Australia. Also, you can see in here, so it comes back with the name of AFL teams. We can change the name. And let's have a chat about this, right? Because from an organization point of view, do you want this to happen within your company, right? Do you want people to start getting data that hasn't been verified, that is coming from the generative AI model? You can see here, we have asked, give me a list of the names with AFL teams in Australia. Maybe your organization has nothing to do with that data. And this is where sometimes finding the right balance might be challenging for you as an organization, because if I'm running a company, I don't want users to start getting data that hasn't been verified from the data that the model has been trained on, right? So this, from my point of view, is a limitation. It'll be nice actually to restrict Copilot only to use corporate data, so we don't run into scenarios where people and users, they start using data that hasn't been verified and approved and is not governed and managed by our IT department within the organization. So this is a good example of what I believe should be something that you have to take into account, and why you might focus only maybe on using the Power BI Copilot experience initially. So the technology, a few pitfalls that you have to avoid on the technology as well is basically you have to understand that a lot of the things that we're showing today in the conference, they are new, okay? And they come with some flaws sometimes. As far as you understand what the challenges and limitations are in the technology that you're trying to use, so you can make an informed decision on how to avoid it, how to work around it, or how to make people aware not of that specific limitation, you're going to be more than fine. Okay, so let's move on now to the next Microsoft Fabric Copilot experience. We'll do one more. The next one is, let's close the data flow. So we've done so far Power BI. We've done as well the data flows experience. Let's have a quick look at the data engineering and data science experience. So this essentially becomes available within the notebooks. Let me go and find the right notebook so we can speed up our process. Let me open 2, 3. This is how important it is to have a good naming convention. And what does we have in here? So we'll have a test Copilot. Okay, let's go and have a look at those notebooks. I might need to open them here. Okay, this is a good example. So before you use Copilot for data engineering and machine learning, you have to understand that this experience becomes available as part of the notebooks experience. And the first steps, always within a notebooks, is to attach a specific lakehouse. So you can see that we have attached this lakehouse. This Copilot experience is right now disabled, but we're going to refresh this page. Attach the lakehouse. And this code in here is what is going to enable, I don't know why the icon is disabled, but we can still go with it. So this code here at the top basically are pre-requirements, libraries that you have to enable so you can run Copilot as part of your notebook. I think we might need to make sure that this is waiting for something to happen, right? So live demos are the best. Let's run all. Okay. So now it's connecting. Okay, so starting the session. So the first step is essentially loading libraries that you have to have imported within the notebook to enable the Copilot experience. And then there are a few things that you can do. So you can use essentially natural language to ask specific questions about your data sets. And here you can see that we're asking essentially can you combine specific two specific tables into a data frame. And this code actually has been created by Copilot. It hasn't been created by us. So again, so this is great for a proof of concept, prototyping, coming up with a solution that you can test an idea, or trying to come up with an answer for a business question. You can continue to ask more complex questions. It will understand the previous steps. In here, you can see that we're asking basically to summarize the information from the previous data frame, and it comes back as well with the code for summarizing the information. And you can also ask as well in the Copilot experience to suggest machine learning models that you want to use for your specific data frame as such. Okay. This could be something new. It doesn't matter why it is failing, but this give you an idea as well on what some of the capabilities are within the data engineering and the data science Copilot features. Again, we're moving towards, you can see the Copilot experience within the notebooks. It'll be specifically for data engineers and data scientists, put it that way. And in some cases, maybe you as a data analyst, you want to answer a specific business question, and you feel comfortable on creating data frames and trying to understand the data and how to create the joins. So this could be a good fit for you. But one of the drawbacks of the experience in the notebooks as well as in the warehouse is that Copilot doesn't have a lot of metadata to work with. Do you remember at the beginning when we're using the Power BI experience, how it is able actually to understand the columns? It knows about the tables, the data, the measures, the relationships, and all the things in the Power BI experience. We don't really have that in the warehouses or in the lakehouses. So when you're using the Copilot experience in here, so there is not really a concept of metadata. So it really struggles actually to understand how the tables are connected between each other, because we don't have, in this case in the lakehouse, we haven't created any sort of relationship. There are no relationships. We haven't been able to add synonyms or descriptions to the column, so we don't have place for that. And that, essentially a poor input of metadata and parameters, is going to translate on a poor outcome of the machine learning model, the generative AI and Copilot model that are trying to help us answering a business question, creating a notebook, or coming up with a specific solution. Those were three of the experiences that we reviewed today. So we looked at the Power BI experience. That's the best one. If you are looking at creating a business case for enabling Microsoft Fabric Copilot, I highly recommend focusing on the Power BI Copilot experience. That's the one that is going to drive the more value, the more return of investment for your organization. We also looked at the data flow experience Copilot, the Copilot experience for data flows. You've seen it is great if you want to create some Power Query code, coming up with some data. I don't really understand why it has to get data that the model has been trained on. I really look forward for having an option so we can disable Copilot using external data in those cases. We also run into some challenges with really basic questions, as create a data mention with a financial year column. That was a really easy prompt. So you saw that we had some challenges. And now with the data science and machine learning model experience as well, you can see that there are a few things that you can do as that they might provide value to somebody who is not as familiar with notebooks, but I don't believe that that's a great use case. I don't believe that Copilot within notebooks is going to help a lot of data engineers and data scientists. And I don't know if a use case for enabling data analysts to use Copilot for notebooks is a good idea. Even I haven't seen that often. It might be a good use case within your organization. I haven't seen it yet. And the other two experiences that we don't have today to review, it be the warehouse experience and the real-time analytics experience. The two of them are as good as the input parameters we can get into the machine learning model are. So the warehouse experience is basically asking a natural question to a warehouse and getting the answer with a Transact SQL code. It can help you write Transact SQL code. It can help you troubleshoot a specific query. It can help you describe a specific Transact SQL query. And the other experience that we didn't have time today to review, it be the ones related to real-time analytics. Again, that's great if you want to use it for querying data within the real-time analytics workloads. It can help you write Costo language, KQL language. It can help you, understand KQL language, really similar to the warehouse experience, but with the KQL capabilities and the real-time capabilities in that workload experience. So to start wrapping up today, I guess a few considerations. If you're going to roll out this the right way, you don't want to fail. You want to roll out this incrementally. So make sure you identify business case. A common business case that we usually see is trying to drive adoption of your data analytics platform, right? I'll give you an example. If you have invested a lot of time and money on creating a data warehouse and you're already creating mature semantic models, I think that enabling the Copilot experience for Power BI can drive a lot of more adoption of your platform, as well as help your organization become more data literate, on top of what we know, right? Helping users make informed decisions. So make sure you identify the business case. The second one, so I know this might be boring and so on, but defining the governing rules, the policies, and the standard and operating model, defining actually how you're going to manage scenarios where you might have duplicate data. How are you going to define what's the correct data, right? How do you know that the data that the semantic model is returning is correct? So you might want to establish some of the other capabilities within Power BI. You might want to do endorsements. You want to start certifying semantic models to make sure that some of the semantic models, they've been verified, the data has been validated, the data quality is really high, and maybe use those semantic models for using Copilot. So having that written and in place is going to help you avoid a lot of challenges down the path. And of course, define a change management strategy from the get-go. Train your users. For us, as data practitioners, we understand many of the limitations of generative AI. It's not the case of many of our business users. So make sure that you explain what Microsoft Fabric Copilot is, what the limitations are, what are good use cases for using Copilot, what are bad cases, what are things that you should be avoiding. Create a training plan. Put that into your learning management system. As employees come on board, make sure that they go through that training plan. Start small. A training plan doesn't have to be 16 hours of content. You can create a training plan using information that is readily available in Microsoft Learn or some of the most trusted sites about data, and use that information for your training plan. And finally, make sure that you roll out Fabric Copilot incrementally. Focus on a specific team, specific use cases. Try not to enable Copilot for the whole organization. And if you do so, understand the risks. If you are willing to enable Copilot for the whole organization, I'm happy for you to do it, enable it for everybody, but you have to understand the risks and the limitations. That there might be a poor experience on using Microsoft Fabric Copilot in the organization. And I think this is the right way for rolling out any tool. If you were going to roll out any other tool, I think these 4 steps here are a must do. And if you're not following them, that's fine, because we've done this. As an industry, we've done and roll out tools every day. Every week, we roll out a new tool to the users, and we don't offer any sort of training. We don't identify business cases. That's fine, but at the bare minimum, try to understand what the risks and limitations are, so you don't run into any big problems. And finally, if you have, we don't have a lot of time for questions, but if you want to go on to touch base with me or follow it up with any specific topic, connect with me in the social networks, send me an email. Thank you to the organizers for putting this event together. Sorry we had some sort of a network problems before, but hopefully you learned something.
Wow, that was awesome, David. I honestly enjoyed it a lot. And I'm sure all the other audiences did the same. Thank you so much for the time and effort that you put to put this together and provide this valuable presentation for the group. We really enjoyed it. As you said, we don't have that much time left for questions, and thank you so much again.
Thank you for having me, and hopefully the everything goes well with the conference, and my best vibes for the next speaker as well.
Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah,
thank
you so much, David. The next speaker actually is here. Amit is here. Can you hear us or not?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Welcome.
Yes, hi.
Hey.
Hey, David.
Good luck, Amit. We love you, mate.
Thank you. It was a nice session for you.
All right, guys, I'm jumping off. It's raining here. It's not that bad, but I need to close some windows. Bye.
Have a nice one.
Thanks, David. Bye.
Take care. Cheers. Okay. Hey, Amit. How are you, mate?
Good.
That's great. So we still have 2 or 3 minutes to start your session. Feel free if you want to add your screen here. I think this is how many sessions we have done today? This is the 6th one. So 6 hours. We are actually 5 hours. We are live now, and this is the 6th session, and we still have 4 sessions after this one. So for those who doesn't know Amit is the king of community. King of Power BI community. How many questions you answered, Amit? It's more than 15,000 answered questions on community. That's right.
Wow.
Yeah, around 17,000.
Yeah,
contribution is decreased these days, but yes, I try as.
Yeah. So whenever you refresh the page, there is an answer from Amit. So thank you so much, mate. Yeah, we learned a lot from the post and the question and solutions you provided on the community. And I always, when we had many discussions together before, but I always say that you are a magnificent person, fantastic person for that community. We always watching you are inspiring for us. We see how you how you deal with those questions, how you help the others, and that's the inspiration for us. Thank you so much, mate.
Thanks, Mike. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. You should
Awesome.
see the face of Umid when I say 15,000. Yes, Umid,
Yeah,
15,000.
because I know that how could be difficult to this amount of answer.
Okay, so let me add your slides to here. Yeah, over to you, Matt.
Okay, thanks, Wahid,
It is yours.
Daniel, and Amit for the opportunity. Good afternoon, good morning, or good evening, based on the location you are. Hello, everyone. My name is Amit Chandak, and I'm Microsoft Data Platform MVP, Power BI Community Super User, a YouTuber. I own a website known as behavior.in. I am also working as Chief Analytics Officer at Canarica. Today, we are going to discuss SQL database in Microsoft Fabric, the simplifying transactional analytics workload, and we'll understand how we are going to get both the workloads, transactional as well as analytics workload, with help of SQL databases. So let's start this journey. But just the start of this journey, let's look at the definition of Microsoft Fabric. And so the objective of Microsoft Fabric is to provide end-to-end data analytics platform. So basically, you have everything which you need from data engineering, data factory, data science, real-time analytics, data warehousing, and databases. Now, when we talk about data warehousing and databases, two things together, that brings in something really interesting, because we are talking about OLTP, online transaction processing, and OLAP, online electrical processing, together in a system. Now, typically, the analytics systems are one who collects the data from OLTP, but never support OLTP systems because they are not optimized for read. So what we end up doing is, when we bring in the data, we bring data in any format, and then we transform this data to be more suitable for analytics purpose. So we may change schema, we may change how it is getting stored, and then we take the help from hardware and our compute to make sure that this data get processed really quickly. So how a platform like Microsoft Fabric, which is completely designed for end-to-end analytics for any kind of velocity or volume of the data or any variety of data, is talking about databases and how they're going to help us. So today we are going to discuss that. Now, this is the same definition, Microsoft Fabric. Now, Microsoft Fabric, why Microsoft Fabric came in, and this is a very famous picture. I think it has been shown in various events also, that if you are not choosing Microsoft Fabric as your analytics solution, or as a tool for your analytics solution, or as a system for your analytics solution, you have 1,000+ choices to do. You have across all the cloud. You can go ahead and you can select for a option for the data lake. You can select something for a data warehouse. You can select something for running your Spark engines, and you can select something for your real-time analytics, something for your visualization. So you have more than 1,000+ options, and that is why we always talk about Microsoft Fabric, a unified system, first in class and best in class, which can actually help you in doing everything on this one single system. And it has those unifications which has been done. So we have a unified architecture where everything has been re-architected, redesigned to work together. We have a unified experience everywhere you go in Fabric, and you might have seen that since morning, that everywhere you go, you see similar kind of UIs in Microsoft Fabric. You are not feeling, okay, I'm in Power BI, it looks different from my data engineering like warehouse or notebooks. You feel same kind of UIs, you feel that unified experience. So what Microsoft has done here is they done few quick things, few things here which make it really usable. One is, for storage, we are using one lake. Everything what you are doing is getting saved on one lake. So entire data is on one lake, and even across region it is virtualized. So maybe in a region you wanted to save it on that particular region's Azure, but still for you it is virtualized, and you are also able to implement the region security, the data not going out of that. Now the second thing is, which basically happens here, is the compute. You can use common compute across all the workloads. And third and most important thing happens, and this happens, and now that's where we will bring in the distinction between the data engineering of warehouse or lakehouse versus SQL database is that when you are saving any structured table in a lakehouse or a warehouse, everything getting saved in one single format, and that format is known as delta format. What is happening because of that? Because you're saving everything in the delta format, whatever is being saved in the lakehouse as a structured data can be read by warehouse without duplicating it. Same way, data in the warehouse can be used in lakehouse. Now these are OLAP systems. We understand, okay, we are storing in a columnar format, data format, read fast, and we create the history, and we are really happy with that. We're happy with this interaction. Power BI can read it. Very good. We have minimal copies of data, and that's reduce our development cycle. But how SQL database is going to work on such a format? Because OLTP data, transactional data, is coming with very high velocity, and you cannot save that in data. And that's true. Yes, you cannot save SQL database data, which is the new edition which came in last November as public preview, November 2024. They are not saving the data into delta format. What happens is delta get immediately replicated into the delta format. So yes, you are saving in the format where transactional databases can perform well. They are optimized for insert, update, and delete, but a replication of the same data is created for immediate consumption in delta format for Microsoft Fabric, for your various other workloads, which include Data Factory, which include Power BI, and we will be able to create a semantic model on that. And that is what we call SQL Analytics Endpoint. So SQL Analytics Endpoint, in case of SQL database, is one which is having the data which is replicated in delta format. So what is happening now? Let's say you want to create a transactional application. Your previous choice is, if you need a database, if you need a RDBMS, we'll go either take it on Azure, AWS, or GCP and create your application. Then you want to come to Microsoft Fabric. You will import that data into the Microsoft Fabric from your sources using copy job or using data pipelines or data flow Gen2. And then the data will be saved in data in a columnar format. In a columnar format. Now, what that means is you need to have a mechanism, you need to have a process, and you need to maintain a process or a pipeline to achieve this. It means I have development efforts. But what happens if you decide to use the SQL database as your OLTP source for your real-time application, or for your transactional application, for your Power App, or for your AI applications? The data will automatically get replicated into data format and can be consumed by Power BI for analytics, and you are not explicitly writing down any code for that. It means the management becomes very easy. Now, when we bring in the data, definitely it could be, in a relational model. We may still need to convert that into the OLAP schema or star schema. And while doing that, we might want to merge it with the other data which is lying in warehouse or lakehouse. Now it's in the data format. It's understood by every other engine, and we can easily transform it together with all of the data. So that is the advantage here we are getting by putting our SQL database workload along with Microsoft Fabric. Now that means too many workloads and too many charges on the storage, and all this will be part of your Fabric workloads and Fabric capacity which you are consuming. So you are again having the centralized consumption there. Now we understood SQL database, the need and what is that. Let's also look at the definition. So SQL database is basically a transactional database built on Azure SQL database engine. So it's same as Azure SQL and specifically designed to seamlessly integrate with Microsoft Fabric, and it's served from home for OLTP online transactional processing workloads. So it means I would be now able to marry my operational data with the transactional data with ease because of SQL database presence in Microsoft Fabric. Now, you would like to understand where should I use what? Because I have Lakehouse, I have Warehouse, I even now have transactional database. And that is where we have a documentation from Microsoft. And that from there I've taken this. If you will search for when should I use Lakehouse versus Warehouse or SQL database, you will easily get that database on the search. So what do you want to develop? You want to development on Spark? Lakehouse is the best choice. You want to use T-SQL. You want to do warehousing and you want to do T-SQL. You can use Warehouse. Do you want, so how you want to develop? Then do you need to transactions?
Sorry, Amit, if you hear me, I think you're on mute because I can't hear you.
Okay, since how long I am on mute?
That is around 30 seconds.
Okay, fine. Seems like, okay, fine. Yeah. So these are the choices which we have. How you want to develop T-SQL versus Spark, Lakehouse, Warehouse. Do you want to work on multiple transactional tables, then Warehouse versus Lakehouse? And if you are analyzing the data, then you can choose between Lakehouse and Warehouse, structured Warehouse. Now, if the structured data is a transactional data, you need a very high velocity of insert, update, and delete. You are going to use SQL databases for all your transactional work. Now, we have understood the definition. We have also understood why we need SQL databases or how can we use SQL databases. We would like to see that in action. To do that in action, I'm going to my Microsoft Fabric, and the URL which I'm using today is app.powerbi.com. While you have one more URL, which is app.fabric.microsoft.com, this URL directly opens the Power BI workload. Now, if you are someone who has not enabled it, you need to ask your admin, the Power BI admin, and in this case, I'm also a Power BI admin, so I can do that, to go to the account manager of the, to go to the settings, not to the account manager, to go to the settings, admin portal, and tenant settings, and enable SQL database in the purview. And these options of Microsoft Fabric, all the Microsoft Fabric options are at the top of tenant settings. So you don't have to search for them. The moment you reach here, you will be able to see it here. Now, once you are done with that, once you are the user who is part of that list, in case if it is being given to specific security groups, you will be able to create SQL databases. Now, there are limitations. Like initially when we started, we were only able to create 2 SQL databases max at the time. And I have not deleted anything today, so we'll see whether that limitation has been changed or not. So we have the permissions. We can create SQL databases. Now we want to create one. So what we're going to do is we want to go to a workspace. And in this case, I'm going to go to a workspace 01-GA Fabric. Now in this workspace, I already have a SQL database. And I would like to add one more. So how do I add one more? I need to go to new items, click on that, and I'll get all the workload list which I can create here with Microsoft Fabric. So I have to scroll down. First, I'll get data, and after that, I need store data. I'll get store data, and inside the store data, I have this SQL database purview. It means it has been released very recently and still in preview. Now let me click on that. And let's wait for the message. Okay, then we can create, seems like, or we're not able to create. Let's see. SQL-DB-02. Create. Okay, you have reached the maximum number of databases allowed at this time. Higher number of databases would be available in coming weeks. So it means we are not able to do so. So what I have to do is I have to go to the filter on the right top and search how many SQL databases I have. I have actually 2 workspaces where I have SQL databases, and I think for today's demo, we are going to delete one of them. So what I have to do is either I can use this or I have to delete this. So let's do one thing to learn this. Let's delete. And I'll lose everything which I've done with that database. And let's now try again. So max in limit is, I think, 2 to 3 max that you can create. So you need to be careful about. And usually we don't need so many transaction workloads. So in case you have one, I think that should also suffice. Okay. Let's try once more. Okay, so you can see on the back end the SQL database is getting created. And it will immediately open up the SQL database for us. And just like your warehouse, we will always land up to the SQL endpoint. Now, we have to understand there are 2 SQL endpoints. SQL database, which is the SQL endpoint for the OLTP, and then there will be a SQL analytics endpoint. Now, analytics will be getting enabled in a few minutes. It's getting created in the back end, which is basically the data which is in delta format, which is getting replicated and it is coming in the delta format. Now, what we got here, we got a database and we got the empty database with tables, views, store procedures, functions, everything empty, just like your SQL Server Management Studio. In case you might have worked in the past, you will be able to relate with it. So we are having this. Now, before I get into the details and start working on it, I would like to show you the options. We have Home tab where we have the refresh, we have settings, we have get data, we have new query. Get data is, again, you can get the data using Dataflow Gen 2, and new data pipelines. New queries means you can write down the queries. Template means the query template for creating new schema, new table, new view, new stored procedure, new functions. Open in, and that's going to be really important, Visual Studio Code and SQL Server Management Studio. And I would like to open this SQL Server Management Studio option, and you will realize there is a small difference when you look at this string of server name and server database. First of all, so you will observe a difference here. The database name, if you remember, the database names till now we were seeing in Microsoft Fabric was simply like this. There was no extension. And if you copy this server name onto the clipboard, and let's say we put it somewhere, and we put it in the URL, you see there's a port number. And this port number was not there part of the strings which we are getting for warehouses. So a different instance is created, and that is what will happen, that when you open it on SQL Server Management Studio, you will not see it alongside with other databases of your workspace because it is on different port. but the SQL analytics endpoint will appear along with the lakehouse and the warehouse, and their SQL. So for warehouse, the T-SQL endpoints appear in the SQL Server Management Studio, and for warehouse, it's SQL analytics endpoint only, and the SQL analytics endpoint of SQL DB will also appear together. You will be able to see them databases. And unless you restrict the permission, users will be able to work across the queries, across SQL databases, across warehouse and lakehouse. But for the SQL analytics endpoint. But for SQL databases, unless you have the same database in the same workspace, you will not be able to communicate. So now we know that this URL is a little different and the database is a little different. We know that when we open it on SQL analytics endpoint, we may not be seeing the information together, but for SQL analytics point, we will be able to see it. Now, this is another one feature. Now let's come back to the menu options. New API using GraphQL. This is supported in Microsoft Fabric if you want to create your own data access, and performance summary. Right now, we don't have anything here, so we'll not have performance summary providing us anything. Then you have replication. You want to monitor the replication. We have not created any tables right now, but once we have, we would like to monitor. But let's click on the setting here. Let's see what is this setting. And so this setting icon is telling you about the name, endorsement. Endorsement we do once we have some data. Then connection string. And this connection string should be same what we have seen a couple of minutes back. But this is for different languages. Like if you are coding it in ADO.NET or Java or ODBC or PHP, what kind of, how you need to give that. So that code has been given, the example code has been given. Restore points. And so right now, when the database has been started, the created, that's the point the restore is available. But soon we start getting the additional restore points. And if you have Copilot, show Copilot compilation, you can switch it off or on. Right now it is off. And you have the admin of the tenant, which is now controlling this. Initially, it was on for some of the things which you have created, but now you have a control out here. It needs to be enabled from a tenant setting. So these are a few options. But before we go ahead and start using this newly created SQL database, we'd like to see what all endpoints it has created, because that's really important, what I'm getting when I'm creating this. So let's open app.powerbi.com on another tab. And let's go to the same workspace. And in between, if there are questions from someone, please ping me on the chat, or I think I can ask those. So let's go ahead and open the same workspace. Now in this workspace, we want to understand what all artifacts have been created. So if you look at here, we got a SQL analytics and SQL database, SQL analytics endpoint, and semantic model also. The default semantic model, which you are getting most of the time. So whatever we are going to get in the SQL analytics point, that we will be able to use in the default semantic model. So we have everything for what we need for analysis. And then there are different permissions out here. Like if you go to the three dots here, you will be able to see open it, delete, settings. Again, these settings should be very similar to the setting which you have seen inside. So as usual, Microsoft provides you multiple places where you can get your things. Then you have moved to, in case you create folders. Then item lineage, right now we don't have code, so we'll not have it. Open in SSM, SQL Server Management Studio is also available here. If you are thinking with Git, refresh Git, open performance summary, restore database means you want to restore from a particular point in time. Manage permissions is something really important, whom you wanted to give access. So those accesses you will be able to manage from here. Now I have the workspace where I have made so many people admin, and that's why you are able to see so many names. Same way for each artifact which we have here, we have different options, including the security and settings and permission for each one of them. Now with the SQL analytics endpoint, we will also have analyze in Excel and create. With the semantic model, we will have analyze in Excel and create report, because we will be able to create the report from here. And with SQL analytics endpoint, Let's look at what are the options we have. Taking a little bit of time, but just wait for a minute. So we have open settings, and let's look at these settings. These settings are a little different from our settings of SQL database. And the moment I open it, you might have realized you see the name as SQL DB 002. So if you remember, we created SQL DB 002 and it was giving me SQL DB 002 hyphen a hexadecimal number of big number. And that is where what Microsoft Fabric has done is to keep the consistency between the SQL Analytics endpoint. The SQL Analytics endpoint is the one who got that name, the name which you are given. Because understand, our entire objective is to do unified analytics, and unified analytics means the process should also be uniform. I should get the warehouse, I should be able to read the warehouse or lakehouse or SQL Analytics endpoint of SQL DB or lakehouse in same fashion, and that's where the name has been given to SQL Analytics endpoint instead of SQL database. And if you look at the SQL endpoint, the connection string, if I copy this and if I paste that, you will realize this looks very similar to what we used to have in case of the warehouse. And then default semantic model, we want to enable or disable. And for quite some time, we are not enabling the default semantic model by default, because what happens the moment I do any change, it immediately tries to update. And that is something which is sometimes can create a lot of challenges when we are doing huge amount of work on our database creation and we are doing lot of changes in the model. So we don't want those changes to be immediately reflected in our semantic model, so that's why we switch it off. So we are all set already. Now let's try to do something. Let's see what all we can do here. Why don't we manually start creating some tables and insert some data? Definitely we can bring in the data using SQL. We have options here. If you've seen here, we can get the data from new data flow gen to new data pipelines. So we can get it. But I would just like to first of all run some simple create statement. I wanted to see, can I do it? And the reason I'm doing it, if you also remember that we were not able to use the identity column in the past. So first of all, I would like to see, can I use an identity column here? And it's a SQL server, Azure SQL server, Azure SQL. So it should support the identity column, which is not supported in warehouse. So why don't we create a new schema? Let's start with creating a new schema. So let's create a new schema test. So create schema name is the syntax. And I use the template. Now you know how to use the template. So when you use the template, it gives you the quick stuff what you need. Just put in the required names and just execute it. So schema is created. And the moment I create schema, you might have seen a just small refresh here. We can refresh it again and we should be able to see the schema now. We are able to see the test schema. If you can see the below test schema. And now in this test schema, I would like to create a table. Now we can run the use schema, or we can create by directly giving schema name and table name. So what we can do is create table, schema name, and table name. And then we can start giving the columns and their data types and their properties inside the parentheses. So what we want employee ID, which is int identity 1,1, means start with 1, increment 1, and primary key. Now, when I'm giving primary key here, it means it's an enforced primary key. In warehouse, we have non-enforced primary key. Okay, and we were not able to use identity column still. We have first name, last name, hire date, and salary. And please remember that Microsoft Fabric changes pretty fast. So I may say that okay, this is not supported right now, and things may change in few days. If you watch this video later and you say, oh, you were talking in that video, identity is not supported in warehouse. Now I'm able to do that. It happens. These things changes pretty fast in Microsoft Fabric. The features are getting supported, which you are asking for. So you may see this video a little later and maybe that feature gets supported. So now I know how to create a table. So I will quickly create this table. And you will observe this difference Whenever you are doing the transactional task here, it is much faster than you use in warehouse. So I have a date table script. We may not get a time to execute it today, but I'm going to give that medium link, and you execute that on your warehouse and lakehouse. You might have to do small change. If I'm using data type date time, then you might have to use date time too. You will realize that the insert of that table, when you manually run a stored procedure to load the data for 2 to 3 years, is much faster in SQL DB than warehouse. And you will see the difference just for loading 5 years of data by running a stores procedure. Now I would like to insert the data. How do I do? So those from SQL background, very easy statement we know: insert into schema name dot table name. If you have selected schema using use schema, we might not have to do that. You can simply give employee and the columns which you want to insert. And you might have seen here that I'm not inserting the identity column because we have declared that it should use the identity, means it should automatically create identity, and we don't need to give it explicitly. So first name, last name, hire rate, and salary. And let's insert it quickly. Fractions of second, it got executed. And you would observe, if you give tons of insert statement, you will be able to see the difference between how the warehouse takes it versus how the transaction is. And you might be realizing, looking at 0.013 second, that yes, I'm working with transaction loads. Now you created it here, but we need to have this table also in our SQL Analytics endpoint, isn't it? There is a SQL Analytics endpoint which is also created here. And is it available there? Is Microsoft Fabric syncing in both the endpoints? Yes or no? We want to see that. Okay, so I'm going to the next step to do that. And in the next step, I will open the SQL Analytics endpoint. So I've already filtered sometime back my SQL database. And my SQL database, this is my SQL database UI, which is going to open from here. And this is my SQL Analytics endpoint, which is going to open the SQL Analytics endpoint UI. Let me click on that. And now I would like to see that I created one schema. I created one table inside it. Have they reached here? Okay, seems like I have the schema. I do have the table. And let's run a query, right? Click on the table. Select new. Right click on the table, new SQL query. Select top 100 rows. Let's see, did we get the data or not?
Amit, you're on mute. Sorry.
It has some magic. It got open. Okay.
It was just a couple of seconds.
I think it's because of shortcut. You press Ctrl D somewhere, and that mute you.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I'll be a little careful because when I'm pressing something on keyboard, maybe that's getting pressed. Okay. Okay. Control S and Control D are nearby. Yes. Okay. Fine. Now, when I'm doing this, the question might arise: are you showing me the same data, or is there a difference in the two data? So let me showcase you. These are two different.
I mean, you're again mute. Not sure why, but you're mute again.
And you're frozen for a couple of seconds.
Yeah. But it's okay now.
Okay. Fine. So now what we're going to do is we will take the script again and we'll try to run it. We'll just change the table name and let's see, can we run this now? Okay, it says identity is not supported. Okay, very good. So at least we are sure now that this is not the SQL database. I'm not showing you the same stuff. So we remove both of them. We know primary key enforce is also not supported, and we also know that identity is not supported on SQL analytics endpoint. Let's run it. Okay, we will not be even able to create any new table on SQL analytics endpoint of SQL database. It is just for replication. So if you have an idea, okay, I do a transformation, can save it here. No, you will not be, because you are not allowed. Okay.
Amit, you're on mute again. Sorry.
Okay, I'm finding. Okay, what happens? Hold on. Okay, maybe when I'm pressing.
That should be the shortcut. Yeah.
I'll take care. I'll keep the screen open.
Your Fabric is connected to the studio, mate. You're writing some complicated code behind the scene. Whenever you run that one, I'm just joking, mate.
Okay, let's see. Okay, I'll take care. Okay, so first I come to this screen, and then I change the screen to come here. Okay, so now we would want to update, because usually the feature has been given. We don't want to trust that it works. We want to see it ourselves. So we update it. So salary of employee 1 is getting updated here. And before we'll
Sorry, Amit, you're on mute again. Amit, can you hear me? You're on mute, Amit.
Amit, again, I'm not sure what's going on. Something happened, like a crash or lag in your system, and that's mute your mic. I don't know why.
That's interesting.
It's really interesting.
I don't have an answer right now for this question, at least. Okay.
These things always happen in a live show.
Okay, the only thing I can do is I'll try to have the unmute to be taken care. Or if you see me muted, just unmute it. I am not muting myself.
Yeah. Okay. So now it's okay. You go ahead. Sorry, we need to tell you, and we interrupt you to because you are doing the presentation and your voice cutting up. So we need to tell you. Sorry for interruption.
No worries. Okay. So this is something which can happen, which you may observe that there is sometimes a delay. And my typical observation is delay is not more than 10 to 15 seconds. There are scenarios where I've seen 30 seconds, but that was when initially it got launched. Most of the time I've seen that it do catch up within 10 to 15 seconds. And that could be some of the time when we typically just quickly shift it on. We do able to see those kind of things. Like if I would have come out after a little bit of time, I might not have observed that things have changed a little bit. So in this manner, I can go ahead and test everything. I can delete the records, I can alter the table, and those changes will also be reflected. But we definitely want to see alter table, because this is something, again, in the warehouse world, we were a little bothered about that. So I'm able to alter a table here. And let's look at the data. Let's look only first employee, isn't it? If the things are altered, we will get a null department. And we have to wait and see that happening on SQL Analytics endpoint also. When you alter it, it will take a little more time here in SQL Analytics endpoint, because this is a different structure here. And that is where adding column is not so easy. But it will get added within few seconds. And you will be definitely observe, if you alter the table, you'll be able to observe that step. Meanwhile, what we can do is, in this alter table,
you're on mute, Amit, again. Sorry.
Okay, I got it. Hold on. let me do one thing. But when I'm shifting between these two screens, it's causing problem. Let me put half and half. So half this and half of this. Now I'll not shift. I just see the two screens in parallel. Okay. Yes. Now let's insert the data here. Now 2 rows are inserted. Let's run the query to find out what we have here. So go to the tables, right click, select 1000 rows. And you might have observed it is saying 1000 rows, not 100 rows. So SQL Analytics endpoint, warehouse, lakehouse SQL Analytics endpoint, all were talking about 100 rows. And when we came to the transactional database, just like our SQL Server Management Studio, it just talked about 1000 rows. So it's very similar to what we used to see in Azure SQL or SQL database. So they are trying to keep that experience same. So they're not changing it. So we got it. And then now we should have department for few of them. So a couple of last records, if you see, they do have the new database. Now, the queries which you wanted to run as usual queries. And I'm going to show you one query, running one query here and on the analytics endpoint, both the places. So I have this analytics query, which I've written. Let's see, how does it run here? Okay, we are able to run. We got the employee count, average salary. This is SQL database. Let's go to the SQL Analytics endpoint and also try to see the same query. So we see the same kind of results in the SQL Analytics endpoints also. And sometimes you may observe that there is a little lag, but on a larger data, what happens, you will see the higher performance at the SQL Analytics endpoint compared to SQL database on complex queries. As long as that falling onto your star schema, proper star schema, you will see much better performance on the larger data when it comes to SQL Analytics endpoint. So now we know that, okay, we have a database which works on transactional. Everything which is supported on Azure SQL is supported here. It got automatically replicated, and once it gets replicated, we will be able to create the semantic model and create the reports also. Now, we can get the data from other places, and one of the places to get data is Dataflow Gen 2 and data pipeline. But we very recently got something new, and I would like to see does that works to bring in the data or not. So I go to the workspace again. And in the workspace, I would like to go to new item. And I would like to bring the data using copy job. The copy job has not been given there. And in the copy job, let's see, do we have the connector for SQL database? Now, it is already there for the last 3-4 months. So we would just like to test it. So copy data to SQL DB2. I just change the name. Let's say create. So the new copy job is the one I'm using. And now I need to bring in my database name. So give me a second. I don't want to press the tab, which is muting me. So let me see if I can, without muting myself, can get the database name. So I'm trying to get it from my Azure SQL. If it's not, then I'll get it from my GitHub account. So I have these things on my GitHub also. So as you can see, there are not many sources this UI supports, but they keep on increasing. So right now, SQL Server, Snowflake, Azure SQL Database, Azure Synapse, Blobs, etc. are supported as source. So we'll take it as Azure SQL Database. And the database name is demo. And the moment I press out, it may not ask for credentials. And the reason for that is because I'm already using it. It will showcase me my tables. It may take a little bit of time, and it will showcase me all the tables I have. I will be able to select the tables and save it back. While it is doing so, I'll go to my SQL UI and keep my Visual Studio Management, SQL Server Management Studio I'm opening, and I'm opening for a reason, because when I want to put the information back, if I don't have a SQL DB connector, I might need the details. So I'm just waiting for it to go to the next step. If it doesn't, then we will go back to the SQL database and create semantic model on existing stuff. Meanwhile, if there are questions, I'm happy to take those. Finally, it moved. Not to the UI we wanted, but at least moved. Okay, seems like the tables are coming in. And this could be not the issue because of the Microsoft Fabric, and sometimes my connectivity could also be something which is creating the UIs to lag a little bit. Okay, so my favorite tables, item, sales 3 or sales fact I can take. Okay, so let's only take these two tables. And let me see, is the correct one? No, this is not the one I wanted. This looks better. Items looks better. Press next. Now choose destination. Let's say, do we have the destination? So first of all, 1 lakh catalog. Now this is really interesting. The UI here talk about new destinations, and here in the 1 lakh catalog, I should be able to see something. So I'm seeing only my lake. So I click on 1 lake here on the second option here I have, and see, does it show me SQL database, because I would like to save it to SQL database, and I don't see one. If you see, if I'm scrolling down, you don't see SQL database here. So right now, don't have option. Let's also search it SQL. It doesn't show. Okay, so what we want to do is we want to go here on the home, and we'll click on Azure SQL database. And now we will go ahead and copy this server, put it here in the server. We copy this database information and paste it here. When we go to the connection, instead of basic authentication, we'll use organization authentication. And let's press on next. And keeping everything as is. So instead of default connection which you got for Lakehouse and Warehouse, and there also it do create a connection. So first time if you go to those screen, it do show you Lakehouse and your single sign-on and everything. So it do create a connection in such cases. Now we have an edit mapping, which in case you are coming from a copy job world who has used it in the past, that we can have the mapping. It is just the mapping, and also we will be able to define the incrementer. So, and my experience usually is it does a little better job in detecting data types here in copy job than sometimes in the copy data. So usually it has detected better data types. But any case, we are going to have a look at it. So it has detected, and I'm going to keep whatever it has detected. I do see there are some. Now, the interesting thing is full copy and incremental copy. Full copy means copy it once completely. Every time you run it, it's going to bring the new data. But I want incremental, and it do ask me for the incremental column. What is the incremental column? So in the item table, I'll say it is an item ID. And in the sales table, my incremental column is basically sales date. The new data is coming because of sales date. How do I identify that data is new? Okay, ideal would have been update date or create date. Now, create date is an ideal column in case you don't have update date and primary key. And update date is an ideal column when you have update date and primary key, because that means upsert is available. And is upsert supported? That question I'll answer a little later. Next, and then you have option, and now you need to be a little careful. One is start immediately, which is going to start. I'm fine with that. And run options, run on schedule. I'm going to set it to run once. Please remember that for the testing, I scheduled, and by default at that time it used to schedule it, not used to give this UI here. it was running every 15 minutes and end up consuming my capacity at the, I'm usually using a very small server, and it has a limited capacity which can be used per month, and it end up consuming that entire in few days. So if you are just testing purpose, if you are not bringing in data, please just make it run once only. Unless, please change the schedule to 1 hour, 2 hour, 5 hour, whatever you need. And it will start, and it will automatically copy the job, copy the data, and we can change our incremental strategy a little bit if you want. We have options for that. So what I'm going to do here is, once I start giving me UI, I'm going to showcase you a few options while it is in progress. So you can see one schedule option out here under the home tab, where you will be able to schedule it, which we have already seen. So right now it is off. You can schedule it. You can cancel the job. If you have run multiple jobs, you can have view string and you view JSON code. This is something now coming with all the pipelines and copy job activities. And if you see below here in the below area, where it is showcasing you what is processing right now. So it is showing you the 2 tables are in processing. And usually I've seen that, though the tables may load at different time, it actually shows both of them finished together. And there's a refresh button which is automatically refreshes here on the left top of the result UI, and in that one you can see that it's already loaded the item, and it's already, that's what I said, it usually typically finishes it together. Ideally item table should have been loaded much faster. Now it got 62 rows and 32,000 rows. But I'll show you one feature out here which is basically advanced setting. And when you went to the advanced setting, you might have observed this feature upsert, and I got confused, and that's why the reason I'm telling you this upsert feature is only available when you are using SQL database or Azure SQL as your destination. I had tried out few days back with Warehouse and Lakehouse. This upsert option is not available. So if you have a requirement for upsert, maybe you want to bring the data to SQL database in Fabric, and you will be able to. And when you do upsert, and let's look, it do ask you for a key column, the primary key column. Means for whatever table you wanted to define upsert, okay, you will have, and then you use TMDL, means the new data will come into the TMDL, then there is its side, and then it updates. So all those things will be taken care. So you do have upsert in copy job, but yes, if you want, then you need to use SQL database. It might not be available in Warehouse or Lakehouse. So I'm canceling this option right now. I don't want to change it. I want to quickly go to my database and just want to see, did I get those tables? So by default, it should go to DBO schema. So let me refresh to the DBO schema. And we got our tables, item and sales for. Now let's go back to the SQL Analytics endpoint and just see the last item of the day quickly. And what I'm going to do is I'll go back here, open my SQL Analytics endpoint. I just wanted to see, is these tables available in the DBO schema? Yes, they are. Is they having data? They have. So now here you have option. If you go to the reporting, new semantic model, which is the custom semantic model, manage default semantic model will take you to the default semantic model. I'll just quickly create a new semantic model, and we'll create it. We'll just check one report and we'll wrap up for the day. So SQL SAM1, semantic model 1. I select all the tables from the DBO schema. I'll uncheck the test schema. And now I'm going to click on confirm. If there's no pop-up blocker, it should open the new page. There you should get your tables, create your relationship, measures, and just go ahead and create your report. After that, it is same as what you do in your Power BI semantic model or custom semantic models of warehouse or lakehouse. There are no changes. So SQL Analytics endpoint, once it has the information, the same information we will be able to use in the semantic model, and we can create it. And once it is there, I'll just maybe showcase you one report and we'll wrap up for the day. And if there are some questions, I'm open to answer those. So we got it. And just for simplicity, we have item ID, we drag and drop. And we create saves many to one single directional relationship. Click on OK. We don't want too many fancy things out here. No majors, no calculation group, nothing. Okay, model is out of sync. This could happen now. So you just have to refresh. And we got the correct relationship. No new report option. Where it is gone? File, create new report, some new UI changes. The semantic model, now it is under the file option. And we are now ready. Just to have the last set. We will create one table visual and we'll wrap up. So that's the SQL Analytics SQL database for you. It comes with the SQL Analytics endpoint, default semantic model, and as usual, like Microsoft Fabric items, you can create your own custom semantic model also. I'm done. Any questions?
Thank you so much, Amit. I think there is no questions, to be honest. Your presentation was really great. Yeah, and then you cover everything here, but there is no question actually.
I'm not able to hear what you're saying. Others are able to hear?
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Perfect. I was telling there is
my PC then.
You know, it's every time happen when me and you are having a meeting. Last time that's happened, this time happened. I don't know. There is a technology attack on us. But anyway, so thank you so much. That was a great presentation. There is no question because you covered everything, and that was a really great presentation. You covered everything there. Just a quick one. Will you attend FabCon or no?
I'm coming to FabCon.
That's good. Let me add Nicola to this call. He's here. Hey, Nicola. How are you, mate?
Hi, everyone. Hi, good to see you all. Hi, Amit. Hi.
Yeah, likewise.
Yeah. So you will attend the FabCon, Nicola, yeah?
Sorry?
You will attend the FabCon.
No, not this time. Not this time. No,
okay.
No, I'm not traveling. My son started school, so I reduced travels to a bare minimum. So yeah, not this year.
Okay.
I plan for Europe in September.
Yeah, the Europe one. Yeah, that's very close for you. No need to travel that much.
It's in Vienna, so it's like 3 hours for me. So yeah, I plan for that one.
Yeah. Okay. So I mean, when you attend, just let us know what's happened there.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah. How are you doing, guys? Wahid, you are in Australia. I saw there are some storms and.
Yeah, that happened in north of or that I'm in Sydney, part of the New South Wales, but there's nothing here in Sydney. Sydney is totally set. Umid is a good person to ask because he's living in Brisbane, and that was the city for the storm.
Okay, everything's good.
Yes, actually, it's supposed to be a type 2 cyclone, but it's downgraded now. But in my area, there is nothing a problem. It's just raining, and there is an alarm for flood. But in the Gold Coast, there are some damage, but not that much, because if it was type 2 cyclone, it was huge. But at this time, thanks God, it's type 1 and even a little bit lower. So everything almost good.
Yeah, hopefully it stays like that.
Yeah.
That's good. So thank you so much, Amit, again. Thank you for sharing your knowledge and your time. And that was a great session. Wish you are having great time in FabCon. And I believe after that you will attend the MVP Summit. So have a great time there, Amit.
Yeah, we really enjoyed it, Amit. Thank you so much.
And you are on mute. I think you, oh, yep. No,
thank you, Amit. It was fantastic.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, man.
Have a nice one.
Thank you.
Bye.
See you, Amit. Ciao.
Okay. So thank you so much, Nicola, for accepting my invitation to
No problem.
attend
Thanks
this.
for inviting me. Thanks for inviting me. Sorry, I
that's
got some cold, so you probably can see me or hear me. Yeah, since yesterday.
Your voice is clear, mate. Your voice is clear, same as always. I hope you're getting better soon, past this cold period. But if you want, you share your screen. You can add it to the studio, and I can bring it up.
Sure.
Yeah. Where are you at the moment? You're at the home city or now?
Yes.
Somewhere
No. I'm in Salzburg, in Austria, at my home.
Yeah, that's perfect. That's perfect.
Okay.
I thought you will come with some Barcelona background or T-shirt, but this time nothing from that.
That's a good idea. I'll prepare that for the next time. Yeah.
Okay, so let me add your presentation here, and yeah, go ahead, mate. Over to you.
Okay, thanks. Then let's kick it off right on time. So let me just organize this.
Awesome.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, hi everyone. Good morning. Still, it's 10 a.m. on my side here in Austria. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending from which part of the planet you're currently joining. And welcome to Persian Power BI and Fabric Conference 2025 from my side. First of all, huge thanks to Wahid, Omid, Mehdi, and the entire team for giving me a chance to present here. And before we start talking about data visualization in Power BI, I would like to thank to all the sponsors of this event. You know that without sponsors, it's always hard to bring all the pieces together. So we are always grateful to have this kind of support. And without any further talk, let's jump straight into the presentation. Short introduction about myself. My name is Nikola. I'm originally from Belgrade in Serbia, but for last almost 9 years, I live in wonderful city of Salzburg in Austria, where I work as an independent data platform consultant and trainer, focusing mostly on Power BI and recently also on Microsoft Fabric. You can find me on web. I'm blogging at data-mozart.com. I'm also active on social media, so if you want to connect and chat about data, feel free, of course. I'm also currently writing a book together with Ben Weissman, Fundamentals of Microsoft Fabric for O'Reilly, and we hope to have it published until the end of second quarter of this year. So it's almost there. Other than that, I'm a huge football fan and Barca fan, as you may conclude looking at the photo on the screen. And what Wahid mentioned, I will take this advice seriously. Next time I'll prepare some Barca background. Okay, so what's on our agenda today? And what we are going to cover in next approximately 60 minutes, probably a little less than that. So we will start with understanding how and where to start when designing your Power BI solutions. Don't forget, you must get to know your audience before you start the design process, the Power BI report design process. Not every piece of information should be transmitted using whatever visualization type we want. So once you identify the audience, you should think about the message you want to share with this audience and the most appropriate visualization type to transmit that message. Next, we'll cover an extremely important topic of designing your reports for accessibility. We'll examine why accessibility matters and what should you do to increase the adoption of your Power BI solution. Of course, last but not least, we'll wrap it up by talking about some golden rules when it comes to data visualization. These rules can be applied outside of Power BI world as well, but if you stick with them in your Power BI reports, I can assure you that you will achieve a better overall experience for your report consumers. So let's start by talking about and understanding the audience for Power BI report as one of the first and most important steps in designing effective reporting solution. But before we dive into this, let me ask you a simple question. Why are visuals so powerful? According to some scientific researches, visuals are processed 60,000 times faster than text. It's really like that. I was checking this number multiple times. It really says 60,000 times. That means that using visuals, we can transmit our message in a more efficient way. And we can think of visuals as anchors. So they take care that the textual narrative message is securely stored in viewers' memory. Visuals also have the power of triggering emotions, and consequentially emotions increase our motivation, which helps us to increase the bandwidth for remembering facts. Finally, these same researches confirm that visuals increase the retention of the absorbed information. For example, 72 hours after receiving information, the retention rate for narrative method is just 10%, while it is around 35% when transmitting the visual message. Going back to our original discussion point, identifying the audience, there are at least three main groups of report consumers. Management or executives. Those are folks in suits with ties, responsible for making business decisions based on the insights from the data. Their focus is mostly on mid to long-term decisions and plans. Then we have analysts. This is a very broad group that can be understood and treated differently, depending on the company, depending on the business, and so on. But generally speaking, analysts usually determine the pros and cons of various strategic goals and evaluate and improve business processes. And finally, we have employees. We can think of them as persons that leverage data for taking certain actions. These actions are usually operational. You can think of someone who monitors the system health and based on the information follows the stock level on a daily basis or something similar to that. So if we think of each of these audiences in a specific way, I think it's fair to say that each group would rely on a specific report type. Of course, this is not exclusively a one-to-one relationship between the audience and the report types, because sometimes there will be overlapping between these groups and between these report types. However, let's try to isolate some most common situations and try to understand what is the key message or key messages that each of these report types should transmit. First one is dashboard. Dashboard really means tell me the story as quickly as possible. A good dashboard includes high-level metrics displayed on a single page. Visuals are simple, clean, they're clearly labeled to avoid any possible confusion. A few examples of the questions that a good dashboard should answer are how are business doing compared to the previous year, or did we reach our goals for the previous quarter, and so on. Then we have analytical reports, and this is the most common report type. These reports broaden the perspective, so they provide not just high-level information like dashboards that we already mentioned, but also they try to answer some more specific questions, such as how many blue products have we sold in the USA compared to Australia, or why do customers buy product X only in the first quarter of the year? So analytical reports often have different slicers, filters to slice and dice data from different perspectives or to go deep into understanding specific patterns. Then we have operational reports. I like to think about operational reports as the cockpit of the car or plane. You know, when you sit in the car, there is a bunch of different information at your disposal to help you understand the current state of the car. how much fuel remained, what is the current temperature of the engine, and many more, of course. Operational reports should minimize the analytical features in order to enable focusing on operational real-time data that may help to take some actions or make some immediate decisions. And finally, we have educational reports. They don't target any specific audience. They are simply assuming that the person is not familiar with the data or the context of the information. Because of that, these reports often need to provide some additional description or guidance, usually in narrative form, to help consumers understand the context of the data. If you look for a good example of the educational report, it's like in previous few years, it's reports about vaccination rate when COVID was a thing, or fertility rate in a specific country or region, and so on and so on. From now on, we will shift our focus to analytical reports, and everything that we cover in the remaining part of this session relates to analytical reports development and visualizing the data within analytical reports. And let's start with obvious, or is it obvious? To be completely honest, not every piece of data has the same level of importance. Simply, some data points have higher importance than others. If your overall revenue for your business is 50% lower than in the previous month, it's definitely way more significant than looking at the chart showing individual numbers per, I don't know, product color. With that in mind, try to place all key data points in the top left corner, because most of the people on our planet read from left to right. If you are designing, of course, if you're designing a report for the audience that reads from right to the left, you can just apply the mirroring effect here, and everything that I mentioned that should go in the top left corner, in that case, should go into the top right corner. Because that position will naturally catch attention of the end user immediately when they look at the report. Additionally, try to align report elements both vertically and horizontally. This will remove the clutter and provide better visibility. You may also want to apply the so-called rule of thirds, which says divide the report page into 9 equal cells, 3 columns and 3 rows, and place the report content into these cells. That doesn't necessarily mean, don't get me wrong, that doesn't necessarily mean that you need to have exactly 9 elements on the report page, as you may also decide to span visual across 2 or more cells, like in my example here, where I have this visual at the bottom covering 2 horizontal cells, or this visual here, which covers 2 vertical cells. The next important thing to keep in mind is finding the right balance. I know this is a general requirement, not exclusively related to Power BI report development. And this is correct, but let's examine what balance means when it comes to Power BI visualizations. First of all, there are 2 types of balances. Symmetrical balance, which is quite simple to understand. You place the visuals evenly on the report page, both horizontally and vertically, and that's it. You achieved the symmetrical balance. The other balance type, asymmetrical balance type, is slightly more complex to explain, but I'll try. It's based on the so-called golden ratio and Fibonacci sequence, but don't worry, I will not bother you with explaining the mathematics behind this concept. In the report design process, this rule means put one large visual on the report page to attain the first impression, and then use smaller visuals to support the big one and provide additional context to it. In reality, imagine something like having a large visual showing total revenue per brand, then a smaller visual breaking down figures per country, and finally the smallest visual showing quantity sold and number of unique customers that purchased that product. Okay, let's move on and explain some additional important concepts for effective data visualization. If you need to emphasize a specific data point within the visual, or even a specific element on the report page, you may want to leverage contrast to achieve this. So by using specific colors, specific fonts, lines, and so on, you can immediately draw users' attention and point them where to look once they open the report. The other concept is proximity. Proximity refers to a space between the report elements. If your report contains related objects, you should not just group them, but also visually separate this group from the others by providing some space in between. This one is probably the most complicated to define. While, yeah, it's quite easy to explain why and how to split your report canvas into 9 equal cells, there are literally hundreds, if not thousands, of blog posts, books, videos from well-known and trusted authors explaining which visualization type to use for specific data representation. Based on what kind of insight you want to provide, for example, a comparison between 2 data points or distribution of a specific value, relationships between different data types, and so on, there are certain visual types that should be used. I've intentionally emphasized the word should because no one can prohibit you from using, let's say, Gojis or D charts in your dashboards, even though a lot of these recognized experts that I mentioned advise against that. That's why I said you can use whatever you want, but just be careful and mindful in which scenario to use which visual type. And let's try to explain this simplistic graph or decision tree showing in which scenario to choose a certain visual type. I hear you. Hey, Nicola, if this is a simple graph, how does the complex one look? But yes, I can't help you more than give you some general recommendations about which visual to use for some most common requests. The first and most important thing to ask yourself is, what do you want to display? You see the question in the middle, what do you want to display? Do you need to show how one value compares to the other? Or maybe you need to explain the distribution of the data and quickly identify outliers. If you want to display a correlation between 2 or more variables, then you want to use relationship charts. Finally, if the goal is to understand parts of the whole, you should apply composition charts. Since I will share the presentation, I'll send it to Vahid. I don't need to read every single point here, but I think this can give you a quick hint when you start designing your reports and understanding in which direction you want to go based on the answer to the key question, what do you want to display in Power BI report? Now, as I hope you're already familiar with these various visualization types in Power BI, let's examine which scenarios you should apply some of the most common visuals. You should use a table or matrix visual to show a logical series of rows and columns. If you need to display data distribution across different categories, then consider using clustered or stacked column or bar chart. Comparing large number of data points is most effectively performed using a scatter plot, while line area chart enables clear understanding of changes and trends over time. Finally, it doesn't make sense to display geographical data using, let's say, a funnel or line chart. In those situations, you should stick and use maps. Now let's go and explain in more detail how to handle specific types of data and how to display them in the most effective way. Now, I want you to remember before we proceed that the things I'm going to mention in the next few minutes are, of course, relevant for Power BI, but if you are using any other tool for data visualization, these rules are also applicable for those other tools. So it's not something that is exclusively relevant for Power BI. So if you have groups representing a specific category, for example, brands or countries, and there is no logical sequence between the elements, like brand Paseo can go before or after brand Amarilla or Montana or whatever. There is no logical rule to follow. In those cases, you should use cluster column charts. Unlike in time dimension, for example, where you would expect to see Q2 right after Q1, Q3 right after Q2, and so on. So for displaying categorical data, instead of using a line chart in these scenarios, it makes much more sense to show the data in a bar chart and enable report consumers to quickly compare the numbers between different data points. Displaying data over time is one of the main requirements in almost every reporting solution. Now ask yourself, what is the most intuitive way to follow the changes over time? I assume we can agree that it would be from left to the right. Now imagine representing a date dimension on the y-axis, like I did here on the right-hand side. That looks really weird, if you ask me. Not just weird, but the functionality is also very questionable, because in this case, I will need to scroll, or my user will need to scroll up and down to see all the available data points. On the other hand, by showing the date dimension on the x-axis and enabling users to read the data from left to the right, the visual will probably meet their expectations. Again, if you are designing reports for the audience that reads from right to left, it's just the mirroring effect. Put your first data point on the right-hand side and let them read from right to the left. We've already agreed that bar charts are the most appropriate way to display categorical data. However, it's not just simple as that. There are some additional considerations that we need to take into account. Let's imagine that you need to compare performance between the different countries and rank them based on it. If you sort data points in alphabetical order, users will need to invest additional time and effort to identify the top and worst performing countries. Like in this case, if you take a look at the chart on the right-hand side, and if I ask you which country has the highest units sold, you need to spend some time to check if this is Canada or France or maybe United States of America. If you sort them like I did on the left-hand side, then you immediately see that Canada sold most units. Additionally, you may also take advantage of conditional formatting feature to emphasize the difference even more. We will talk about conditional formatting later, and I have a few demos on it as well. Very often we are facing some requirements that go beyond simple logic. One of them is to enable comparison of the specific value across multiple dimensions. Let's say that your users need to see total revenue by country, but also per year. There are multiple ways, of course, to interpret this data, but be careful when choosing the most optimal one. For example, if you decide to use a tree map or heat map visual, like I did on the right-hand side, I bet your users will raise more questions than they will get answers. On the opposite, if you use a plain cluster column chart or cluster bar chart, data quickly starts to get more sense, right? The takeaway from this example is when you need to display data across multiple dimensions, avoid tree maps, heat maps, and similar visual types. Oh, this one is interesting. When the data contains many similar values, it can be quite challenging to display to users in a manner that they can quickly identify differences and compare the values. It's even more challenging if you decide to round the data labels and you get something as I have here on the right-hand side. Is it true that the total revenue is the same for Contoso, AdventureWorks, and Fabricam? According to my visual on the right, yes, that's true, 5 million, right? However, what happens if I switch this same data to a table or matrix visual as I did on the left-hand side? Now we are talking. As you may notice, even though the values are similar, there is still a significant difference between them, like 300,000 of something between Contoso and Fabricam, and I can spot this difference when using the appropriate visual type. I sincerely hope that your business doesn't produce negative values, but we need to face reality and accept that sometimes our figures will go below zero. And in these situations, choosing the right visual is of paramount importance. Let's say that I have a negative value in my data set and I decide to display the data using one of the proportional visuals, such as donut chart or pie chart. Note that these visuals can't reproduce negative values. What is even worse, they can easily generate confusion among the consumers because the legend will be displayed, but no value is shown in the visual. Like you see in this case, I have Tailspin Toys appearing as the legend, but there is no information about tailspin toys in the visual itself. Again, in a scenario like this, stick with a simple cluster column chart, which can handle both negative and positive values. Okay, designing for accessibility. As you may know, one same report may look completely different across different devices. So Power BI report that contains exactly the same points, data points, looks quite different on a desktop compared to, let's say, a mobile phone. Similar applies to different persons. You have to keep in mind that your users might have visual, motor, or cognitive impairments. So the same report may look different from the perspective of users with deficiencies. If you ask yourself why accessibility matters, let me show you a very basic example. If you are a person without visual impairments, that's how you will see this nice balloon flying over these beautiful green fields. But if you are diagnosed with deuteranopia, I hope I pronounced that correctly, which is the medical name for green blind impairment, this same picture will look quite different. Don't you agree? The same applies to colors that we are using in reports. And with that in mind, you should always design your reports to be accessible to as many users as possible. Luckily, Power BI offers a whole range of built-in accessibility features. Some of them don't even require additional configuration. So let's briefly introduce this group. First one is keyboard navigation. All Power BI visuals are keyboard friendly, which means that user can easily navigate between them. You can also use the question mark to access the most frequently used keyboard shortcuts. Screen reader, generally every Power BI object is compatible with screen readers. High contrast color means that if you set high contrast mode in your Windows settings, Power BI will automatically detect the theme used in Windows and apply the same setup to your reports. Focus mode enables users to fill up more space on their screens, and show data table, which allows you to activate with using a shortcut Alt-Shift-F11. Users can switch to a tabular view of the data from the visual. Aside from these built-in features that don't require any additional configuration, Power BI also offers a set of features out of the box, but they need to be configured by the report author. So let's examine all of these features, which are configurable features. First is alt text, which allows you to add a textual description of the visual elements on the report page. This way, users can understand what kind of message the visual provides, even if they are not able to see the visual itself. Then tab order. Tab order helps smooth keyboard navigation between report elements, matching the way users will visually process the same elements. This is configured from selection pane in Power BI Desktop. Labels and titles, they are extremely important to provide clarity to your visual elements. Because of that, avoid using acronyms and other abbreviations, as that may produce confusion to the users. If you set something like YOY as your title, some people will know that this probably means year over year, but sometimes it can mean something completely different. Hence, avoid these abbreviations and acronyms in labels and titles. The next thing is markers. Markers are a powerful technique to improve the readability of the serious visuals, especially when we talk about line visuals following trends over time. Markers make this nice distinction between different data points. And finally, carefully choose the report theme, contrast, and colors. Don't forget this photo of the balloon and green fields, because users with color vision deficiencies may have issues understanding the data based on some colors that are not color blind friendly. So to recap, those are the best practices when it comes to designing reports for accessibility. First, ensure that the color contrast is at least 4.5 by 1. Then try to avoid using only colors for transmitting the important information. I have a demo soon where I'll show you how this can lead to some unexpected conclusions. Use clear textual descriptions of the report elements, no abbreviations, no acronyms. If you use non-decorative visuals in your report, make sure to add alt text to them. Be mindful when choosing a color palette for your report and make sure that users with color deficiencies can also understand the data, and avoid using tooltips for conveying important information. Tooltips have their own use case, and they are great for those use cases, as I will show you soon in the demo, but avoid tooltips as a method for transmitting the important information. The reason is simple. They are difficult to access for users with motor issues or users that don't have a PC mouse. Okay, so when we are telling our data story, there are many possible ways to communicate with consumers. And one of the core concepts in that process is called guided analytical experience. Simply said, that's the way you navigate your users between the different layers of the report. Don't forget, in analytical reporting solutions, we already mentioned that at the beginning, you should enable report users to see not only high-level information, but also details to provide them with the possibility to understand the data from different perspectives. So what are the methods or tips, some tips for showing details in the report? First is the easiest one, drillable visual. This method requires the lowest development effort. So you simply use a matrix visual to structure your data in that way that it is easy for user to navigate between different hierarchy levels. When you choose this approach, please bear in mind that matrix visual size can grow and you don't want your users to get lost if they drill down to, let's say, a fourth level of hierarchy to realize that they can't see the data without additional effort. So they are easiest, but again, don't go crazy with too many levels, putting too many levels in your matrix visual. Tooltips, we already mentioned them. So another powerful way to provide additional detail, not the important information, the additional detail. By default, a visual tooltip will pop up once you hover over a specific data point, and they will include all the fields, both columns and measures that are part of the visual. However, there is a more sophisticated way to leverage tooltips feature in Power BI. You may create a special tooltip page with all the visuals you want, and then you can instruct Power BI to use this page as a tooltip. Maybe it's time to switch to a demo, and I will show you how to enhance the user experience by creating a tooltip page. Before we start, just a brief introduction of what we have here. I've created a very basic report page in Power BI Desktop. I'm using this sample data that Power BI provides out of the box, this financials data set. And as you can see, I have one slicer, one cluster column chart, and one table visual. So the idea with the tooltip is that when user hovers over a specific data point, like I did here, you see that there is a pop-up rectangle, or maybe I can just turn on my favorite feature. So you see this nice rectangle popping up and showing me all the fields that are currently part of this data point. It says country is Mexico and sales amount equals some number. If I move the mouse over Germany, it shows the details for Germany and so on. Now, this is good. This is great. And you can enrich the default tooltip by adding additional fields here. So let's say that I'm also interested in units sold. I can drag this unit sold column here to tooltips. And now when I hover over, you see it will also show me a total sum of units sold. That's okay. But as I said, we want to push this report to another level to provide our users with additional capabilities to understand the data that is shown within the specific data point. So I'll go and create a special report page that I'm going to use as a tooltip page. How it's done, you start as with creating any other report page, clicking on plus sign, and this one I'll call tooltip page. Okay, it looks the same as any report page, but if I click here on format report page, under page information, this one is important, allow use as tooltip. By default, it's turned off, obviously, but if you want to use this page, this specific page as a tooltip, you need to turn on this property here. So I'll enable allow use as a tooltip, and you'll see that Power BI automatically made this report page smaller. Now, if I go to Canvas settings, you see that the type of the report page is tooltip, and the default size is 240 pixels and 320 pixels for width, height and width. I can change this and say I want a custom one, for example, 400 with 600, so it's a little bit bigger. And then from here, I can start building my report page the same as I do with any other page. So let's, for example, create a donut chart, which will show total profit broken down by country. Then, for example, I'll put a card visual right here, which will show the gross sales. And here I can show the table, for example, that will include all the products and sales amount and units sold, something like that. Let's make it a little bit bigger. So let's say that I'm now happy with my tooltip page. When I go back to my main report page, I need to instruct Power BI to use this tooltip page instead of the regular tooltip, default tooltip. So how it's done, I will click on the visual where I want to implement this, go to Format Visual. Under General, there is an option Tooltip. Now, because I already said to Power BI that I want to use my page called Tooltip page as a tooltip, it's listed here. If I go back just to disable, just to show you why it is so important to do. So if I turn this off and go back, and let's go to the previous step. So tooltips, report page, you see that now there is no tooltip page here because Power BI doesn't have idea that we want to use this as a tooltip page. So I'll go back and enable this again, just to show you, don't forget this step. This is a key step for creating custom tooltips. And now finally, let's instruct Power BI to use this as a tooltip. Now what happens when I hover over Mexico? I see numbers for Mexico. If I hover over Germany, I saw numbers for Germany. Yeah, of course, this donut chart doesn't make sense because I have countries here. But if I want to break it down by another attribute, then it can be also done. And you see how it works and how it provides the additional information to the end user. So instead of putting everything in one visual, I keep my main visual clean. I give a high-level overview. And then by providing a tooltip page, I'm basically supplementing my end user with additional information to understand why this number here to 20.9 million or something is like that. Okay, so that's how you can leverage tooltips. The next one is drill through feature, which will navigate the user to a different page that can be part of the existing, but also of the other external report. Why would you use drill through? Well, applying this technique lets you avoid clutter in the main visual, similar to the tooltip. If the user needs to see detailed data for the specific point of the main visual, they can drill through and perform the required detailed analysis. So let's quickly again move to Power BI Desktop, and I'll show you how to configure our drill through feature. So it's time for another short demo. So let's say that, again, I want to break down this number here from the bar. I want to break it down and show the details for the selected country. How it's done, I will again click on to create a new page. And in this case, let's start by introducing a table visual. Table visual is always great for providing detailed information about the data. So I'll put country just for you to see that the data is going to be filtered by the user selection. And then I can put, for example, month name. I just need to sort it by month number. Okay, so I'll put month name, I'll put product, then I'll put segment, I put units sold, I put sales amount, I'll put sales price. So this is a very detailed overview, right? And how I want to set my drill through filter, it's here. So you see drill through option is available below the columns of the table. And here I will drag my country field because I want to use the user selection from the main page in this visual where all the countries are listed. So the user selection will be propagated here. Once I dragged the column here, you see what happened. Power BI automatically placed back button here, which means that Power BI now recognizes that this is a page that we want to use to drill through to see the detailed data. How it works, I'll go back to my main report page and then right click on Canada. And now you see there is an option, drill through. Currently, I have just one page that can be filtered, that can be drilled through with this filter here. If you create multiple pages in the report and then you put country as a drill through filter on those pages, all these pages will be listed here. Now let's keep it simple and let's go to this page. So I selected Canada, and then you see that only Canada is displayed for our detailed data. You see here that the filter applied is Canada. If I now go back and select, for example, Germany, drill through page 1, now you see all the details for Germany. So this is a very effective way to allow users to see the detailed data without cluttering the main visual. You can also, instead of users needing to right click on the specific data point and choosing to drill through, you can also place a button. So let's do that quickly. I'll place a blank button which says, for example, so style and then text, right click to see details. Okay, and now I need to define the action. Once I define the action, that determines what happens when user clicks on this button. One of the actions is drill through, so I'll click on drill through and say destination is page 1. You see that the button is by default disabled, but there is a tooltip which says to drill through to page 1, select a single data point from country. So once I click on Germany, you see that button is alive, and now I can click on it and I see data for Germany. I go back, it's disabled again, and I click on Mexico, and then I see details for Mexico. So drill through pages, again, very easy way to enable users to drill down and see the details. Okay, going back to a presentation. Paginated report visual is a special visual type that can also be leveraged for showing details. With that, you can enable users to connect directly to the underlying database and check individual records that are not part of the stored Power BI dataset. Those were tips for showing details. Now I will share some tips for highlighting values. Remember when we told that sometimes you may want to communicate a piece of important data quickly and grab users' attention immediately. You can achieve this goal in multiple different ways in Power BI. First and most obvious one is conditional formatting. Conditional formatting helps you change the default behavior by configuring background color, font color, or enabling data bars to reflect the difference between specific data points. Let me quickly show you what I'm talking about. Again, I'm going to Power BI, and I will use this table visual here to implement conditional formatting. So let's say that for all the values where sales amount is greater than 20 million, I want to display this as something good. And whenever his sales amount is below 20 million, that's not so good. So I'll click on the small arrow here, this one here, and then choose conditional formatting. Now there are multiple properties that can be conditionally formatted. If I choose font color, this will by default use gradient style for applying the color scheme between the lowest and the highest value. But in this case, I have a certain threshold, which is 20 million. So I don't need gradient. I want to literally group all the values that are higher than 20 million and values that are below 20 million. So I want to change formatting style to rules. And then I will say whenever sales amount is greater than or equal to the minimum number, whatever minimum number is, so you don't need to specify minus million or minus 1 billion or whatever minimum number is. And as long as this number is lower than 20 million, then I want to show this red color. I will add a new rule and say whenever is value greater than or equal to 20 million and lower than or equal to the maximum number, whatever maximum number is, I want to use this green color here. Once I click OK, you see that the font has been changed. This is great if you don't have visual impairments. But remember balloon. So if you have a user with visual impairments, they will not see the difference here. For them, everything will be the same here. So that's why I always use when I need to provide additional context, don't rely on font color or background color, because for users with problems, with visual problems, they will not be able to understand what you're trying to communicate. And that's why I'm always using icons. So go and turn on icons. And again, in this case, based on rules, let's say that, what was the rule? Greater than or equal to minimum number and lower than 20 million. I will copy this. Then this is bad. So I want to display something like this. I'll delete this one. And if it's greater than or equal to 20 million and lower than or equal to the maximum number, I want to show to the end user that this is good. Click OK. And now even the user with visual problems can quickly identify, okay, Passeon and VTT, they are doing good because I see up arrow. All the others are not doing so good because I see down arrow. With conditional formatting, you can really enable your users to quickly identify differences between various data points in the visual. Okay, then the next one is analytics pane. A lot of people are not aware of this one, but I consider it really like a very quick and intuitive way to help you analyze some thresholds and analyze data points, how they compare to a certain threshold. How it's done? Again, let me show you here on this example. Analytics pane is the third pane here. This one with magnifier icon. So if you click on it, based on the visual type that you're using, you can implement out of the box different reference lines. So in this case, let's say that I'm interested to see how each of the countries compare to the average of all the countries. So I can simply say add line, and yeah, of course you can format it as you want, and now you can immediately see that United States of America, Canada, and France, they are performing above the average, whereas Germany and Mexico perform below the average. So there are different reference lines, including error bars. They are also very interesting for visualizing uncertainty in your data, but all the others, minimum, maximum, average, median, they are all self-explanatory. Another very easy and convenient way to provide additional insight to your users. There are some special visuals, so-called AI visuals, like key influencers or decomposition tree, that you can use to understand why certain value increased or decreased. So there are some machine learning algorithms happening in the background, analyzing the data in the visual, and then they provide you with some explanation and reasoning behind that. When we are talking about data visualization in Power BI, you will hardly find a more powerful feature than bookmarks. There are literally infinite possibilities to leverage bookmarks to create appealing data reports. It's fair to say that the bookmarks topic could be easily a 60-minute session on its own. In simple words, what bookmark does, it captures the current state of the report page. And then you may use these different report elements, such as buttons, shapes, or images, to navigate between these captured states. Creating bookmarks is straightforward, but configuring them requires some additional understanding and consideration. You can use bookmarks for a whole range of different tasks, like switching between different visual types in the same space on the report canvas, changing between different captured states of the report page, and so on and so on. Because this is just a crash course on data visualization, let's stop here with explaining advanced techniques with bookmarks. And one thing that I want to mention before we proceed is that while bookmarks are fantastic and very powerful feature, there are certain things to keep in mind. Don't get crazy with creating too many bookmarks, because you may cause problems to your future self if you need to maintain these. So maintaining bookmarks is not an easy task. So if you have just a few of them, that's fine. But I saw people creating tens and tens of different bookmarks. If you need to change something on the report, yeah, I don't want to be in your shoes. Okay, so let's slowly wrap up things we covered so far and add some additional food for thought. So we'll be talking about multiple rules to stick with when you're designing your Power BI reports. We are talking about golden rules, obviously. The first one is target audience. As you've already learned in the beginning part of the session, understanding the audience that you need to target with the report is one of the first, but at the same time, crucial tasks. Depending on the audience group, you should structure the design of your report. Don't forget, dashboards are for executives. Operational reports are cockpit of the car, while analytical reports focus on answering various business questions from different perspectives, and they are the most common way of presenting data in Power BI. Keep it simple. I know this is more of a general principle. Don't try to impress the users with a bunch of unnecessary effects and tricks. In most cases, keeping your visualization game simple will produce the most effective outcome in the end. Consistency, again, a general principle, not the one related to Power BI exclusively. Being consistent helps your users understand the message you're trying to transmit without any confusion or uncertainty. This means if you are using orange color to display sales amount in one visual, use it everywhere so that users can connect a certain metric with a certain color, but be consistent. Also, by you, for example, with visual elements, if you are using font family Arial, font size 14 for titles in your visuals, use it everywhere. On every report page, in every visual, use the same font family and font size. Remove noise. When you design the report, it's easy to fall into the trap of displaying everything on one single page. And what is the outcome? The outcome is that instead of providing your users with a comprehensive insight, the noise produced by using too many unnecessary details will, in the end, will hurt the user experience. Color selection. This is not an easy one. Simply, sometimes your company uses specific colors for branding, and you may be forced to use specific colors which are not so user-friendly, especially for users with visual impairments. In any case, think twice before you choose the preferred color palette, and avoid using low contrast colors. There are many free tools out there that you can use. For example, Adobe has a great one where you can simply enter your main report color, and then based on that color, it will give you the entire palette that you can use to combine with that main color. Highlight key data. We've already explained why this topic is so important. You may want to give higher priority to certain data points depending on the business requirements. In those scenarios, it makes sense to apply different techniques for highlighting those points, for example, by using conditional formatting. Now, all of these rules are, of course, extremely important. But if you ask me, one rule is more general or more golden than all the 6 that we previously mentioned. So let's think of it as a golden rule. What is it about? Let's say that I'm showing a total revenue in a simple card visual. Wow, 40 million. That's great, isn't it? I mean, 40 million, that's huge. However, what if we had 50 million of revenue in the previous year? Now my 40 million figure doesn't look so nice. So what's the moral of this story? Context is the key. Providing plain information or a piece of data doesn't make much sense unless we put it into the proper context. You should always provide the context to the message you're communicating to your audience. Of course, despite we covered a lot in this session, this is far from the comprehensive data visualization guide, and I don't consider myself data visualization expert at all. This was just my learnings and experience from creating many Power BI reports in the past. So I prepared a list of useful resources that you may refer to if you're in doubt about the best way to visually communicate the message in Power BI. First one is a book, Storytelling with Data. I prepared also links to blogs to those ladies from the community that are well-known data visualization experts. So go there and try to find their recommendations and tips if you're not sure what to do. Also, Microsoft Learn has a great learning path, Designing Effective Reports in Power BI, that you can also use as a reference point. That was all from my time, all from my side. I see we have a few more minutes. If there are any questions, I'm more than happy to answer them.
Thank you so much, Nicola. That was really, enjoyable. We really enjoyed it, and I honestly learned a lot. That was amazing. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And we don't have any questions so far. Yeah, you covered everything, I think.
Oh no, this is too short to cover everything, but this is just to give like a quick intro, quick heads up about some best practices when it comes to data visualization. Yeah, but thanks.
Just a comment. Yeah, just a comment from one of the attendees. Amazing presentation. The session provided valuable insights into design. Thank you for the useful points shared. Yeah.
Thanks. Thank you.
That was amazing. Okay.
Thank you, Nicolas.
Okay,
we have Bernard back today.
Hola, Bernard. Hola.
Hey, Nicola.
Hey,
long time no see.
Yes. How are you doing?
You're good? Very good. Thank you.
Nice to hear. Okay, guys. Then I will leave you.
Perfect.
Bernard, you have a great one.
Thank you.
What's
Thank you, Nicola.
What's the topic?
Thank you again, Nicola.
Oh, it's not my most common topic. I'm going to talk about orchestration of Power BI reports through metadata.
Okay.
And this comes from a real experience in a real client, and they are still using it. So looking forward to explaining it. It's quite a lot. So we'll see how much I can fit in the time they give me. But something is out there. I haven't seen it explained many times, so hopefully it will serve many people.
Yeah, I'm sure it will help. Cool. You have a good one. See you guys. For everyone, thanks for joining.
Awesome.
Enjoy
Thank you again, Nicola. Have a nice one.
Thank you, Nicola.
Bye.
Yeah. Bye. Thanks. Hey,
So glad
Bernard,
always to
welcome
see
again.
Nicola.
And
Yeah.
stage is yours.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, I'm so glad to go after Nicola. He's one of my stars, and actually he was the one that nominated me to become an MVP as well. So I'm very thankful for him and his task.
Great.
So I'll go ahead and start sharing my screen. Let me see. Present. What is it? Share screen. There it is. Okay. Entire screen because I'm switching back and forth.
Awesome.
Okay, that's the one. Very good. So let me go to the beginning. Oh well, I didn't put even the title, but well, I'm gonna talk about orchestration and how we can do that inside. Actually, it's not really specific to Fabric. You can do it even without Fabric, But well, before getting into the details, thank you so much for all the sponsors that make this event possible, and also the opportunity from the organizers that have chosen my presentation. So let me hide this thing. This is me. My name is Bernat Agulló, and I'm based in Barcelona, in the northern part of Spain. And so I've been MVP since 2022, and I'm co-owner of a small consultancy called Esbrina, which you might know because it's where I host my blog. Yeah, so you see the address here, esbrina.ba.com/blog, and I blog mostly of whatever comes into my mind, but most of the time that is either calculation groups or C# scripts for tabular editor, or both. Yeah. But today is neither of them. So today was more of a use case that found at work that, well, they had like the traditional Power BI setup that was before Fabric was the most, common one. And they had a SQL server and then a lot of SSIS jobs, like loading data from the different systems that they run. And then, of course, they wanted all the Power BI reports to refresh using that data. Yeah. And, and that was problematic because that ETL process, well, we'll see when this might come. You might find myself presenting in many different places. So, yeah, just happy to connect. So, here is what I wanted to talk about. So, mostly you say, okay, we have an ETL process. It finishes around, 5 a.m. So after that, I mean, I can just schedule my refreshes, more or less. Like, yeah, I'll put some at 8, and most of them will be very early in the morning. Everybody wants to have the data ready when they drink their coffee. Well, maybe some of them, we can move them a little bit, and that should be enough, right? This should be fine, right? Well, this doesn't really happen this way. Yeah, so what happens? Oh, this, because I mean, nobody's really there. So, okay, the ETL process has failed. So when they arrive at the office, they have to start rerunning stuff. Yeah. But rerunning it is even worse because, we have all these scheduled refreshes in the Power BI service, which are making the process even slower. Yeah, because when the database is trying to, write all those tables, then boom, suddenly like queries are coming all the time to refresh the different semantic models, which will get like bad data because it's either stale data from yesterday, even inconsistent data because one of the tables is refreshed, the other one isn't yet. So it's bad from many perspectives, yeah? So even just for that, you need to start thinking about orchestration. Yeah, I mean, if you have one job and one model, maybe it's not the case, but the more jobs you have and the more refreshes you have, you definitely need to start thinking on orchestration. But that's not the only problem. Even if everything finishes fine, then we have all those refresh. Everybody wants to start refreshing at the same time. Yeah, and what happens? The server, there's a limit to how many stuff you can refresh simultaneously, and this is an image of our server saying, "Hey, what is going on? I'm not doing it." And boom, and then starts giving timeout errors, and you have to rerun them manually, and you have a bad situation. But you are the one responsible for it, so you cannot really blame the technology, right? Okay, so what do we want when we orchestrate? Yeah? We want to refresh the models. And when I say models, it's because it's the most obvious use case, but that means also data flows, maybe someday also a Fabric pipeline. I don't know. We want things to run whenever they are ready to run, right? So, and if that happens 2 hours later, then let it be 2 hours later. But we need to have this orchestration, yeah? At the same time, we don't want to crash the server, yeah, and saturate the premium capacity. If you refresh everything at once, you will have a problem, yeah? And also say, okay, we have like this finance database. Once it's finished, we have so many reports that we want to run, so many semantic models, but not all are equally important. So can we like set an order and then that they keep refreshing one after the other? Well, we need to have this prioritization, yeah. And then some people may say, yeah, Bernat, but now with Fabric, you can do a pipeline, right? Yeah, well, but it's not so easy because sometimes you want to have more complex refresh policy. So, okay, this report, we don't need to refresh it every single day because this is only relevant when we're closing the month or something like this. So, but when we want it really quickly once it's ready on the last day of the month or something like this. Yeah, you may happen to be in these use cases, and then pipelines are not an easy route because, well, it's not so easy to put logic there. And if you manage to put the logic there, you'll have the logic, spread across a very, very complex spaghetti-like pipeline, because once you have a lot of jobs and a lot of models, I think there's a limit to what you can orchestrate just with dragging and dropping into Fabric pipelines. Plus, not everybody's in Fabric, so you might just have, your good old SQL server with a lot of SSIS jobs and many models, and that's perfect. I mean, it still works, so why not use it? All right, so this is what we want. So now, we'll need some tables, to manage all this. Yeah, we'll have Power Automate, we'll have a Power Up, but basically what we have is a lot of SQL. Yeah, so we need to start tracking things, and for that, we'll need that everything that runs and creates data, in your server, you will need to track what happens. Yeah, so basically we need two tables. One is one row per job. Yeah, so we have this job that runs every day. Okay, we will have one row for that. Yeah, with a name. And then the executions is like the whole history of that. Okay, this job run this day, this was the result. This job run day, this is the result. Yeah, we just keep adding there. So this will give us the information of what has happened so far. Yeah, and then we need something else. We need a table that says, okay, what do we need to refresh on Power BI Service or Fabric? Yeah, so we have one row per refresh. And this will tell us, okay, what's the workspace, what's the item ID. If we have different types of things, say if you have data flows or semantic models, which we did in the customer, you'll need a column also to tell you what is this, because we will need to launch like different things depending on what we're refreshing. Maybe one day we'll have also some API for, or connector for executing a data pipeline. Yeah, so you will need to have, but for our perspective, it's just a refresh. It's something that we need to execute. Yeah, and now is the interesting part. Of course, we need, okay, but when do we want this to run? Yeah, there are some properties that we might be able to store together with, with a single line. Okay, and I need this to run only on Fridays or only on the first day of the month, stuff like this. You can store there, but then we have also the precedence. Like, what jobs do we need to be successfully executed before we refresh this? And for that, we'll need a different table because the granularity is different. We might have that a single semantic model requires like 2, 3, or 4 different jobs to be completed successfully before it can start the refresh. Yeah. And of course, we will need all these tables need to be in the same place because we need to, join them. Yeah. And then for setting up the Power App, we'll need also to extract from the Power BI service the list of workspaces, semantic models, data flows, because of course we want to select them from a drop-down. We don't want to copy the IDs or stuff like this, right? So this is just to give you an idea, yeah. And we have this for real, but maybe let's just move on the PowerPoint and then we'll go into the demo and see that all these exist, okay? Good, this is just the tables. Yeah, this we store like real data in there. But what it gets a bit crazy is on the views, yeah? Here I just listed a few because, I mean, they're not that complex by itself. So we'll first need a view saying, okay, what's the completed jobs for today, so to say, yeah? So normally we would say like, maybe from yesterday at 10 p.m. till now, how many jobs have been successfully completed? So just a couple of filters on the executions table. That is good. Then, of course, we can also see from everything that needs to be refreshed, we can join it with what has been successfully completed, right? And then we see how many we still have pending. Yeah, things that needs to be refreshed today but haven't. Yeah, this is also some SQL that we can manage. And but one thing is that it's pending, and another thing is that it's ready. Yeah, so we need to do it, but can we? Then we need to check all these precedents if they have been completely refreshed. So we can also join them somehow and say, okay, because we say, okay, this refresh needs these 4 jobs. Then we can check, are these 4 jobs are included in the completed jobs view or not? So, okay, and then we can check. It's easier to find first which ones are not ready. So, okay, this one has 1 is missing, 1 is missing. Okay, this we cannot refresh, but all the other ones that are pending, if they are not in these not ready refreshes, then we can just go on and refresh them because we know for sure that all the precedents and all the conditions are being fulfilled. But at the end of the day, this is just a view with a list of everything that we need to refresh, with the ID of the workspace and with the ID of the item and so on. Okay, so this is something that we can leverage from Power Automate to launch that refresh, right? Good. So, of course, we will need some way of interacting between, well, some stored procedures to go around. Mostly this on the right side, this is just for the Power App, because we don't want to, you know, alter the refresh table using updates and inserts and stuff like that. So we just create a Power App that makes it easy for us to modify a row, say, okay, no, now the dependency on that job is not necessary anymore, or we need a new dependency because we added an extra table. These sort of things we need to be able to create and modify refreshes. Also, we need a way to say, okay, forget about this refresh, and we always need a way, oh wait, I made a mistake, I want to bring this refresh back. And this is quite straightforward. And also, here, I mean, this is stored procedure, but doesn't really matter. Any way that we find, just to have a centralized way that you can call to reuse the logic and say, okay, this process started in that time, ended in that time, this was the result, please log it into the tables, yeah? So, and it will affect both tables, because maybe it's the first time that the job runs, so it will create a new line here in the jobs table. And even if it doesn't, it's also a good place to store the latest execution of each job. Yeah. And for the executions, it will bring it and add a new row if it's not there yet. And so it will just update both these tables. Yeah. Good. So this is just, we'll see it later, the actual app, but here we have like the creation of new refreshes, and the top part we have also the management of the existing ones. And here, well, we have the drop downs I was mentioning that come from the items that we have in on the service. And all these buttons are connected to Power Automate that call the store procedures. Yeah. I mean, there's probably better ways. I'm not really a Power App expert, but at least it works. So that is a good thing. Now, so also, this is the key, I think, to the whole thing. I mean, once we have all those views, the Power Automate is not that complicated, yeah? Because it's basically keep checking what's on the views. So we start and we look at the pending refresh. Are there items that need to be refreshed today that have not yet? And then if you have some rows there, then we need to do stuff. And then, but of course, we only need to do stuff if they are ready ones. Yeah, so we have these other views saying, okay, and actually these refreshes can happen already. Yeah, if this can happen, yeah, then we need to check. Okay, when was the last refresh that they had? Yeah, because maybe they already refreshed, but it's just not registered. Yeah, so we go into the service with the API, say, and we get the latest refresh. Now, if the latest refresh was more than 8 hours ago, I mean, but this you can set, yeah, but I mean, more than 8 hours ago, it's probably like from yesterday, so it's not really the refresh that we expect to have. So it's over than 8 hours ago, then we'll launch a new refresh, yeah? But this will just launch it. It doesn't really wait until it finishes or anything, so you just launch the refresh. And of course, that will eventually finish, yeah? So eventually, when we keep looping here, will go up in this bottom branch and say, okay, that was just happened like 10 minutes ago, it finished. That's beautiful. Okay, so now we need to register that. Yeah, because if we are here, it's because this refresh was not registered, and therefore it is still pending, right? So we'll basically get that data of the latest refresh, and we will launch that store procedure, say, hey, log this execution, and say this semantic model was refreshed on that time. So all the Power BI refreshes become also jobs of our this execution and this jobs table. So it will kind of bring them together, so it doesn't matter if some of the jobs are SSIS and some other ones are semantic models and some are data flows. At the end of the day, they are just refreshes that happen with certain outcome, like either error or success. Okay? Now, if we happen to find that it's an error, yeah, so that a recent error, and it's been more than 4 hours because we don't want to keep, trying so fast. So it's more than 4 hours. Okay, we can just launch a new refresh so that at least it gives another try. Yeah, and once it finishes, it waits a couple minutes because maybe there was no Power BI, no refresh was ready. So before checking again, just wait a little bit and start again. Are there any pending? Yes. Let's do it again. Let's do it again. Let's do it again until there is no pending ones. Yeah, or until the whole execution has reached the maximum iterations. Yeah, and so on. Here, the only thing also to remember is that first, before you can centralize this refresh in this way, you need at least to execute it once manually. Yeah, so this helps you to first make sure that all the connections are working fine, and also it will give us this this result of the last refresh, and it's like either completed and so on. Because if you don't refresh it, then it doesn't really work. Because it's like it says like unknown, or I mean, there's no refresh really. So that's why you need to at least refresh it once, and then you can already set everything up. Yeah. Hopefully this is clear. Now let's see how this works. Yeah. So this was basically a long explanation. We'll have a look on how everything works. So let's jump now into the Power App. Yeah. So here I just want to explain you. Sorry, the title is still Spanish, but hopefully there's like a workspace. Here I set up like a new refresh. Yeah, this bilingual report, and then I say, okay, this depends on the load sales data priority 2, and they already loaded it, so you can see it here at the top. Let me see if I can set up the Summit thing because I completely forgot. So, okay. So, wait. I need to. So here we have like the workspace, then what's the item to refresh, and here the job precedent. Here we have just one, but we could have more than one for each of them, and the priority. And then just to check if we deleted that refresh or not. Yeah, the soft delete. All right. So here I don't want to mix so much, but basically we can see that we have here. We have erase. Now here we have two different refreshes depending on the same one, and we have priority 1 and 2. Okay, good. But let's have a look at the different views that we have. Yeah, so let's have a look at for real what we are doing. Here, this is just like the store procedure, but this could be any package or something that this will add the data. Yeah, so this would be like the ETL process that you may have in your company. This is not important, but here the log execution, you see that for this one we have a job name, start time, end time, and execution status. Yeah. Here, since different APIs return like different values, which is completely stupid, but it's what it is. So I think data flow say completed and semantic model say success, or the other way around. Anyway, we can normalize this to like, okay, all this means good, all this means bad. And here it will basically, you see it updates the executions one. First, it kind of like tries to update. And you say, okay, I didn't update anything, then insert it. Yeah. And the same thing for jobs. In the jobs one, we just try to update as well. Yeah, or insert. But here, of course, here we just do it by job name. So we just, is there any job with this name? While in the other ones, like, is there any row with a job name and start date time? Yeah, for the executions, okay, have I registered already this execution? And you can call it twice, like once when you are like beginning the process. Here you see one execution. So this can do in pipeline, but really the technology is not really key here. It's just like, okay, what's the start time? And then I lock, I'm running this. Here it's nice because you can call the actual, here you see the pipeline name. So you can get it from there and you can reuse most of that. So you only need to change this part, which is what you are actually using. Yeah. And then, okay, if it's okay, then I set okay output. So I say, okay, this is a success and this is a failure. Okay. And then this is my end time and this is what I store. Okay. So this is one way. And okay, so I executed that this morning. So let's have a look. Wait a minute. No, but I think I deleted it. Okay, so let's execute this. Let's have a look. Wait. Okay. Here, where are the jobs now? I don't have the jobs here. Select. Yeah. So select jobs. We have this load sales data. Here it's still there because I left it, but in the executions, oh yeah, it is still there. Okay. So it looks like the refresh. Yeah, we already executed that pipeline I showed you, and here you can see that this has been refreshed. It has been updated in the table. All right. So now, if we go to our, where is it? I think this, so I had all these tabs like perfectly sorted and somehow they get unsorted. So this is our refresh config table. Yeah, so it basically, it stores here like the semantic model name, and in parentheses it puts like the workspace name. This kind of creates a sort of an ID that we can use. But then it stores like the workspace name, the workspace ID, item name, item ID, and also here item type is just like dataset, and it assigns a refresh ID internal and the priority that we set on the Power App. Yeah, and if we delete it, it would have a remove date, and if we restore it, it will have null again here. Okay, so not super complex. Now for the refresh precedence, so you see that both sales and total sales report are 9 and 10. So if we go here, we see that refresh 9 and 10, they both have this precedence. So exactly what we saw at the Power App. Okay, great. However, let's have a look. No, but I think the jobs one, I think I deleted an execution. If I execute again, then it's not going to be there. Now select executions. This is here, but if I run it again, okay. So you see that the sales data is not there now. Okay, so it is as if it didn't run. So let's try to see the whole thing. So wait, no, before we do that, because I wanted to show you well how the process works. Okay. So we have all these, this is the refresh config, and then we have here the pending items. wait, we have, okay, before that. So the jobs completed. Let's have a look at the jobs completed. The jobs completed is quite easy. You see here, I just come up with a cutoff date time, yeah, which is like yesterday. Yeah, you see yesterday at 10 p.m., something like this. And I filtered all the executions where the start date time is later or equal to the cutoff and has been a success. Yeah, this is a view for me that's jobs completed. Yeah. I have another one which is jobs failed, which is exactly the same, but here it says error. Okay, so this is just so you know. So how does the pending items look? So basically I go into the refresh config, yeah, so all the refreshes I have to do. I say, okay, this particular job, because I mean, each refresh is also like a job, right? We said that we register all of them. If we join that with the completed ones, is there anyone that is not joining with the completed jobs? Yeah. And if we look at them, selected here, pending items, we see that we haven't refreshed really any of the three semantic models. Yeah, they are all pending. All right. So now these are pending, but is there any of them ready? So now we need to go into the ready. Okay, let's have a look first at what would be the ready. The easy one, yeah, we call it simple. What we do is, okay, first let's find the not ready ones. Yeah, so in the not ready, I start with all those that are pending. Yeah, and I join with the precedents. Yeah, so these are like pending refreshes, and I join. Okay, now I have all the precedents that need to be refreshed. Yeah, and in the refresh we have the job names, right? So now I join with a completed view, but through the precedents. Okay, all these precedents, are they completed or not? Yeah. And here I say, okay, show me only those that have nulls in this last join. Yeah, and I'm getting only the distinct. This will give me all the refresh IDs of those that are not ready because they are not doing join with the, with the completed ones, right? But this is only a subquery. I mean, you could make it a view if you want, but I figured out that subquery was enough for me. So I can now come again into the pending view and do a left join, yeah, with the not ready items, which have only the refresh ID. Okay, join here, and if it doesn't join with the not ready, it means that it's ready, right? And so these are really the ones that I can start refreshing, yeah. But this is the simple view, yeah. So this means that when something is ready, this is a bit dangerous, yeah, this one, because imagine that you have like 20 semantic models that are all dependent on the same job. So once that job is completed, then boom, you have 20 refreshes simultaneous over the same, probably, and it's going to be like the same database because that's why you put that dependency, right? So what should we do now? Well, we can make these things a bit more complicated because that's a good part. Now we own the logic and we can make it as complex as we need. So now if we go to the refresh items, the other one, it starts the same. Yeah, so I first find all the not ready ones. Here, that's instead of the final query, that's what we had. So it will tell me all the ready ones. Yeah. So this is the end of the other one, more or less. But now, I know that the sales database is very popular among semantic models, so I want to control how many refreshes are happening there simultaneously. I only want one refresh simultaneous. Yeah. So how I do this? So I say, all right, give me the refresh ID and job name of all those that that have a precedent on the load sales data. Yeah. So it's okay, and it will tell me. Actually, if I do this, I should see. You see, we see all the two refreshes that are there, and with that precedence. Okay. Good. And now we also have. Okay, Ingestion. Yeah. This is, of course, we will try those, and we might do it in order, but we don't want to keep trying the same one, yeah? Because now what we'll do is, okay, give me the most important one, right? The priority one. But imagine that the priority one fails, right? We don't want to keep trying the priority one all the time. So that's why we have here the job fails, yeah? So maybe we tried one and then it failed. So even though the semantic model will be depending, we don't have to try again that one because we tried and it failed already. So we need to try the next one, right? So that's why we have this other query. Say, okay, we can join them and say, okay, which did we try? Yeah, and failed. That's good. Yeah. So and now we can say, okay, from all the items, depending on sales, which ones do we want to really start refreshing? So here, from all the ones, we do the inner join with those depending on sales, and also we do a left join on those that we already tried. Okay? Good. And now what do? We said, okay, we want all the fields, but now we want a number saying, okay, which should we do? So first, we want those that we haven't tried yet. All right. So okay, if this is null, so that means that we haven't tried yet, right? Because it's not even in the failed one. And so we'll say, okay, if this is null, we do 0 and 1, and then we sort this ascending. So we are making sure that we are only working with those that are still not tried. And then, of course, from those, we want the priority. By priority number, and then just in case if two have the same priority, then give me, alphabetic number. I don't care. Yeah, because I need to make sure that I only have one. Well, I mean, in this case, I do that. I set this priority and making sure that we'll have different row number for all of them. And here is where I set the limit. Say, okay, I just want one of them, but I could say 2, 3, or whatever, right? And good. So these are the items depending on sales. And now we have items not depending on sales. And here we'll just make sure that we just do a left join and say, okay, give me all the other ones. So here, if I select this, wait, what happened? No. Because of course, okay, not so easy. But basically it will give me all the other items. So if let's go into the select view, pending items view. Okay, so we remember, wait, the selector in the simple one. Okay, let me execute this again. Job name, ready items. Oh, okay, wait, what is going on? We have this execution happening. This already happened, I guess. No, we didn't execute yet. Okay, so let's do it. Now I'm gonna execute. Yeah, so we have none ready at this point. Yeah, we see that we have nothing is ready. Now it's it's logging the beginning of this execution. Let's see if we can catch that moment on the execution. Select executions. Not yet. Yeah, you see now the execution has started. I have a start time, not yet an end time. All right. Let's see how it's going. Okay. So end time, we probably will see it already executed here. Yeah, you see now the load sales data has been completed. Yeah. So now Okay, so now let's go again into the ready items simple first. Yeah. In these ready items, you see now, here I cannot make it bigger, yeah, by default. Okay, whatever. But we see that, okay, they are both ready. So if I go with this view and I use this in Power Automate, it will launch the refresh for both almost simultaneously. I mean, it keeps iterating, but after a couple seconds, it would probably launch the other refresh. And if it's a very sensitive database, then we could, you know, start having timeout errors. So, and here the beauty is when we get the, when we go to the other one, which is the ready items. So now if I execute this one, you see I only get one, yeah, which is the one with the priority 1. Yeah. And once this is completed, I should see the other one. But let's have a look, because now here we have the Power Automate, which I'm not sure if it's running. Let's have a look. Okay, so this one is running. Now, let's have a look. Is it already refreshing something or not? So now we need to go into the sales reports. And let's have a look here. No, this doesn't look like it's running yet. Okay, I'm not super sure if this is running at this point. But the idea is that this will, of course, go there. Oh, look, it is running. So it's getting the pending items one. At some point, not sure what is. I would really love to see what is going inside. But according to this, let's check again. So it will try to refresh this workspace with this item ID. Let's check if it's exactly the same one, just to be sure. So 91D31, and the semantic model 38E. Yeah, it is this one. So this is what should happen. Well, maybe the demo gods will guess me, but I assure you that this is working on production. And now this is not working. So maybe we'll just cancel and run it again. What about this? Okay. Let's run it live here. So also we could have a better look here. So you see get ready items. We can also check which one is using. Here, yeah, it's using the, even it doesn't say table name, it's actually the view. You can see here I'm using the SQL endpoint to access that. I'm using the Fabric Data Warehouse to do it all. Not probably the best idea, but it does work. Also interesting is that at least when I did that a year ago, in the new UI, it would tell me that the server name was too long. So I had to revert back to this one. And now it does work. And now you see for each item, you see get latest refresh by item. And then for the data set, you see here is the, okay, if it's a data set, you need to get the last semantic model refresh. We do that through the API. Yeah. And here, let me check. Oh, because I'm thinking that maybe tenant, maybe the secret, oh, the secret is wrong. Okay, wait a minute. This is terrible. But I do have that somewhere. Okay, let me go quickly into my. because I changed it somewhere. But I'm trying to think. Let's bring a look. Yeah, that's the new one. Okay, so you see a bit more of how it's built, you see? Yeah, I think this is, the secret is different. Okay, that should go. So that's because without this, we cannot do anything. And now it parses the response, and then it's a bit weird. You have to like go through, and here I just set up some variables so that when it finishes, say, okay. Then here I check what's the start time of the refresh, and check if it's within 8 hours, okay, otherwise. And here it's where I finally, if it's more than 8 hours, then I have to register the refresh. And you can see here how I just launched the log execution with the, oops, sorry about that. Come on. Okay. Yeah, so you see I pass them the end time of the refresh, the status, the job name, and the start time as well. I mean, the order is a bit weird, but it basically then it will add a new row. Okay, so now that we fixed this part, let's try, because yeah, maybe without that server then it would not continue and do anything. So let's test it. Okay, 10 seconds. Let's see, something is happening here already. Oh, failed. Well, but something happened, which is good. Oh, then we're gonna see more things, right? Okay, so now this is the ready items view. It still says it's ready because it hasn't registered the failure. Let's have a look. Let's have a look if we have the, let's see all the executions that happens. No, here it hasn't been registered yet. It's not there, but eventually we should register that one. Let's keep trying. Not here, let's go back here and see, we don't know what is going on. But yeah, I want to have a look to see, because there's a small delay at the end, so maybe that's why. Let's keep looking here. You see, I put a delay of a couple minutes. Okay, so it still makes sense. Yeah. So yeah, so if first it gets like what's the ready items, and then when it finishes iterating, it gets the pending items again. It's like, is there anything that needs to be refreshed but hasn't today? And then it updates the variable that it's using for the iteration. And then it waits a couple of minutes. Okay, okay. So let's, now this should not change. What should change is here, and see if we are getting, oh, it worked. Look at this. Refresh sales, error. I wasn't planning on showing how to do an error, but you see. Okay, this is awesome. So now, now if we go to the, well, when in jobs failed, also, oh, no, sorry, select in the ready items. In the simple one, it still says that both are ready, so it would keep trying. even though it failed, it like mindless, it would keep trying to refresh. But in the more elaborate one, now you see that now it's saying that the other one is ready. Yeah, the other one, the bilingual one. Yeah. So let's have a look. Is it trying to refresh or not? So we go to the service, which is here. This is the one. I mean, this one is not getting like new data, but we just want to see if it refreshed or not. Okay, which is which? Semantic one. Why do I not get the icons today? And I go here. Oh, now they came. And I want to refresh history. And it doesn't look like it tried yet. Because that's January. But this should get a refresh eventually, maybe in a couple of minutes. Or I'm not sure. I mean, the thing is that you cannot really see what is going on. You need to understand. Okay, let's look at the executions. This is still the same one, but for and ready item simple. No, not the view, but the actual data. This one. Yeah, it still says that it should be running. So it hasn't yet got anything. Let's have a look at Power Automate, how it is running. Everything going okay. 5 minutes. We should be getting something. Go to the sales report. I mean, this already, the demo a year ago didn't go super smooth either, so it's a tricky one for a presentation. But that's so strange, because it should refresh history. I mean, it did work, right? It says completed. So the first one worked. I can register that one, and then for the second one, it's not doing so well. Because for now, by now, it should already have. Because I'm using the right one, right? Let me check again. The main one, test running. If I go to edit, just to verify which view are we using. For each ready item, get ready items view. Yeah, we're using the ready item, so it should be trying to refresh that one. Does it say data set? Let's check. I guess it does. Yeah, data set. So, that's weird. Well, but for most of the part, this is how you would approach such a problem. Yeah. And also you will say, okay, but how do I get all the... So for the Power App, it is very important that you can get all the different list of workspaces and data flows and so on. So yeah, for that I also have some jobs here that call the different APIs, but you can build it in a different sort of ways. So for my customer, I just already had like some extraction of the semantic of the scanner API. So I would get like everything out of the tenant and see what we have. So from there, it was pretty easy to build the views I needed, so that I could build these drop downs. Also from the job precedents, This is quite easy because it's also one of the tables that we have. So the jobs one is very convenient to build this dropdown. Also, I remember that you can have more than one president, and you can use here. And yeah, so it is quite nice. Also, it's not super complex to manage. So for me, because they used to have, in that customer, they had like a Python script and everything was hard-coded there. So whenever you needed some orchestration, you had to ask IT to, type it in the Python code, or it would load like a JSON or something like this, but something that the business user that was in charge of developing the different semantic models did not manage directly. So when I took over that system and brought it to this, I realized there was so many like mistaken refresh information there of jobs that they were not running anymore and all these sort of things. So, and when I set up this up, then it was like, okay, then now it's your thing. You can orchestrate all you want. Because in this company, they had like IT was one, and then there was like reporting was a different department. Yeah. So they were quite technical on the Power BI side, but not so much on the IT side. So these empowered them to really define how things should happen, because they are the ones that really know which model is more critical than the other one, and so on. Yeah. I'll probably just, when I finish this, I'll realize why is this not working. But for the time being, we can try to fix the other one. I don't know. Yeah, but if there's any questions or anything that people want to see in more detail, I'm more than happy to follow.
Thank you so much for your great presentation, Bernard.
Mm-hmm.
At the moment, I don't think that we have a question.
Okay.
Yeah, yes, Danny, there is a question about database. I share it on the screen.
Databricks. Ooh.
Oh, perfect.
No, it's about database. It mentioned that can we have access to database and then run this code by ourselves?
Well, I'm not sure if it's talking about like jobs that happen in Databricks. But if so,
database, but not it. I shared it on the screen. I wish we had a database. It mentioned that we have access to data. Yeah.
Yeah, it is very, as long as you can have this log table in a server, yeah. And then anything that happens anywhere, you just need to go to that table and add your record of what happened and what's the name of that identifies it. You need just one place where you can have all these 4 tables that I presented. Yeah? So the jobs, executions, item config, item precedence. These 4 tables and all the views need to be in one place, but you can use that to orchestrate anything. Yeah. So I was saying we just had Pro at that time. And SSIS was the main thing on the company, and it was possible then for me, even when I would register a semantic model refresh, just with Power Automate and store procedure, then I would add my row to that table, and then it opened a lot of new options, because you can, they had like few workspaces in Premium. So that you can use like XMLI endpoint to read data from semantic models as well. And that's also the topic of one of my blog posts, that sometimes, the big boss says, okay, I don't care about anything. I want these different charts from different reports in the single page. So I only have to look one thing. It's like, well, but each one comes from a different model. It is not so easy, right? And sometimes I even want to filter by, by the month or something like this. So it is very difficult. So basically what we did for that use case was to, just extract from the different charts, like the DAX query, mostly, just clean it up a little bit, bring it into very, very tiny model with just the date and the month or something like this, and just the table to filter them out. But of course, in that case, you need to put a precedence. You need to be first that semantic model needs to be refreshed before you can refresh the other one. But it was so easy, because since the semantic models were already jobs on that on this system, then it's like, yeah, the precedence is that job, which happens to be a semantic model. But you can do precedence on anything that can be, recorded there. So either if it's a SSS job, a semantic model, or data flow, or anything else that you can track or make sure that it has refreshed. Yeah. So yeah, it's just from the refreshing things, the things that you want to refresh. Of course, you need some API and some connector to first check what's the status, what happened, what was the last time you refreshed, and then also a way of launching the refresh. But if you have these two things, then you can use this approach for anything. Yeah. I'm sorry the demo didn't go all the way through, but it was very good. I think at least you saw that something happened for real, and we saw even like at mid execution you would have a start time. So if you are serious about your data, you should have at least some log. Yeah, that's the step 0. Yeah, you need to have a place where everything happened and you know what happened at what time. And once you have that, then it's just a step forward to start orchestrating. So I was lucky that in that customer they had like lots of problems, but at least they had the log table. So that's why I was able to build this. Otherwise, if you have a mess and then you don't have a log table, then well, you first need to go and build the log table, and then you can build the rest.
Yeah.
All right. I think it was pretty intense.
Thank you so much, Bernard, for your presentation. That was really great. Brian joined us in the backstage, so let me add him here.
Oh, Brian, that's a big name here.
Yeah.
Big name.
Hey,
No.
Yeah. You're in the top tier.
No, just me. Thank you, Bernard.
Really.
How's everything, Brian? Welcome.
I saw your demo, Bernard. I jumped in, I think, 10, 15 minutes ago or something. I really like your approach on having how automate doing the refresh for you. I like that. Because then you can handle the business instead of having it in a niche in the corner of the data team.
Yeah. I have a couple of blog posts talking about this. So if you search around orchestrating Sabrina, you probably end up in the detailed explanation of how I set everything up. Or you can ping me on LinkedIn. Yeah.
Team now or something.
All right. I'll leave so Brian can have some chat, and great presentation. Thank you so much for the opportunity, and see you soon.
Thank you.
Bye.
See you soon.
Of course. Thank you, Bernard. Have a nice one. Bye.
Bye.
So now it's just us.
Perfect. Brian, welcome again, and the stage is yours.
Thank you. We have 4 minutes. Are people expecting me to start early, or what's going
on? Whatever you prefer, we can.
Okay. I can go ahead. It's fine. It's fine. I can go ahead. Well, thank you for having me here at this Persian Power BI and Fabric conference. This is my first visit here, I guess, and I really look forward to this. I've prepared a session which will be fast, not in a spoken presentation way, but in a data loading way, and it might be. This is also meant as a joke, the world's fastest medallion architecture load. It's still unverified, but I haven't seen anything do this faster than this. So you're in for a treat if you are looking in, and if you are joining on this live stream on YouTube, I guess. Let's get started. I will share my screen. I have to set this up, so just hang tight, and I will be there now, and you guys have to click some buttons, and I think we're good to go.
Yeah,
there you go.
I have your
world fastest medallion load. I put it unverified because it's not a Guinness Book of World Records. It's just a joke. World fastest medallion load. Let's see how fast we can actually go. But first of all, a short thing about me. My name is Brian. I'm the senior principal of a company named Intellisure here in Denmark. We do data platform implementations and also data strategy work with big clients, enterprise clients in Denmark and all over the world. I'm a Microsoft Data Platform MVP. I do a bit of blogging on decode.bi, the third bullet here on your right, where you will find everything around real-time intelligence. I also just released, it's 2 weeks ago, the reference guide for the KQL language, kql.how. And if you want to follow me, just click in on the website ak.bi/follow, and you will be guided directly to my LinkedIn profile. And after this session, the slides will be available on my GitHub at ak.bi/slides. So without further ado, let me also say, if you have any comments or questions during this session, just please type them in, have them get going, and hopefully I'll be able to follow along on the comments live. And if you have any questions, please start with a Q:, so I see it's a question, and then I will see if I can manage to answer them when we have it, because I would love to answer questions. This is also an opportunity for you to ask questions, and I would love to answer them when you have them in your mind and when it fits during the session flow. So just keep it coming. The next 45-50 minutes, I will go through 5 things. First of all, what is real-time intelligence? What is this all about in the world, and why do we need it? A look into the product family, because this is a special product from Microsoft called Custo, and I will talk about this in just a few minutes. And then we will dive into the Fabric experience. What happens inside Microsoft Fabric, and how is real-time intelligence a part of Microsoft Fabric, and what do we see there? Of course, a demo. Hopefully it will fly as fast and high as this jet fighter. And last but not least, perspective and patterns. And as I said, if you have any questions during these 50 minutes, just please let me know in the chat, and I will answer them accordingly. But first of all, why do we need real-time intelligence, and why do we need this fast processing of data? Well, we all live in a world that's exploding in high granularity data. All our data all over us are being generated from devices that we have in our pocket, a phone, your watch, your car, your laptop generates telemetry, it generates logs, your Wi-Fi access point also generates logs, saves it somewhere. Your car, if you have a modern car, that generates around 1 gigabyte of data for every 5 kilometers and sends it to somewhere in the world. We need a way to handle this high granularity, high throughput, and high velocity data, and this is where the real-time intelligence comes to play. Real-time intelligence from Microsoft is built on the Custo engine. The Custo engine is just a backend name. It is highly available on all the documentation, and it references back to Jacques Cousteau, the world famous diver who invented the scuba diving equipment that we still use today. And he devoted his life to explore the ocean, explore the world beneath the sea. And Microsoft has devoted the Custo engine to Jacques Cousteau, because the founders of this engine are both divers, are all divers, and they would like us to help us explore the ocean of data. So perhaps you have a small history to tell in the next birthday when you sit next to your grandma or something. On top of this Custo engine, we have different services. We have the Fabric Real-Time Intelligence / Eventhouse. I'll get back to that in the demo. If you're not into Fabric, but you're just into Azure, then we have Azure Data Explorer, which is the same engine. They have slightly different feature sets, because Azure Data Explorer is sometimes faster than Fabric Real-Time Intelligence, and Fabric Real-Time Intelligence is sometimes faster than Azure Data Explorer. So it depends on the features, but you won't see any difference when you're just using the product. If you want to use this locally, you have a virtualization engine in Custana, where you can just use Docker, and then you have a lookalike real-time intelligence Azure Data Explorer cluster locally. On top of these products, Microsoft has built a lot of solutions. They have Azure Monitor. So if you have worked with Azure Monitor, you have already worked with the Custo engine. The same with Sentinel and Defender. And Microsoft also has a product called PlayFab, which is around telemetry for playing online games, and they have a lot of other products. So I added 3 dots here. So this is the Custo product family. Perhaps you didn't know that the Custo engine supported Azure Monitor, Sentinel, Defender, and all that stuff, but it does. And if you have played around with those products, you already know the Custo engine and you have worked with it. What happens in real-time intelligence? Well, Microsoft has, of course, released Fabric, and in Fabric we have Fabric Real-Time Intelligence. Fabric Real-Time Intelligence is a suite within the suite, because in Fabric we can start a warehouse, a lakehouse, pipelines, notebooks, so on and so forth. But we also have a suite called Real-Time Intelligence, and in that suite we have the event stream. Let's see if I can get my mouse to hover. There you go. The event stream, which catches, manipulates, handles, and stores the data in real-time intelligence. We have the Eventhouse that helps you store the data, where you can also query it. We have the KQL query set, which is just a notebook lookalike way of saving your queries. We have the real-time dashboards that can help you visualize data without having a Power BI license. We have the activator, reflects items. The name is changing all the time, but this is the data activator thing where we can begin to react to data automatically. We don't have to have a data engineer looking into the data and looking into the analytics to have things going on. We can ask Fabric to, hey, listen for this signal. If things goes haywire based on configuration, do another thing. We also have the real-time hub, which is your one point of entry for everything here in Fabric Real-Time Intelligence. And of course, everything is supported by OneLake to store data, and you can analyze and query data in Power BI if you need so. Let me see, my mouse just went haywire. There you go. So what are these use cases for real-time intelligence? Well, I've brought 3. Perhaps you can think of more if you want to. But windmills is generating. I think they have around 80 sensors on each mill, and these mills, these sensors produce telemetry logging for the speed, the wind speed, the temperature, the bearings, the power consumption, power production, all that kind of stuff. It would be better for a maintenance guy or person to have a signal saying, hey, this bearing is in need of lubrication, or this screw is loose, before the wing falls off. I know wing don't fall off of windmills, but just in the picture of we need strong signals, and we need them now on predictive maintenance. We also have manufacturing. We can measure live on throughput. We can measure live on bottlenecks. What is happening? Is one conveyor belt not working? Is a robot stopped? What is happening? And also, if we put this into a server, then it is way more effective and way more high value to get an information of a server having a peak in CPU consumption of 99%. We need that now. We need that information now. We don't need that tomorrow when the data warehouse has processed the data. And then we can do a report saying, oh, the server went haywire yesterday. What happened? Well, it's way more and high of value if we can get that information now. And that is where real-time intelligence comes to play. And also in race cars, if you attended Microsoft Ignite in November last year, you would see they had a setup of virtual racing, a game where you had 2 contestants driving a track, and they added real-time intelligence to that game to have a monitor behind the drivers where the audience could see throttle, braking, steering, speed, all that kind of stuff live using real-time intelligence and event stream. Real-time intelligence is also used by live race cars. Porsche, Microsoft has a use case of Porsche, where Porsche has changed from a USB stick to real-time intelligence, and now they have alerts within a few milliseconds. So Fabric Real-Time Intelligence contains of, as I just showed you on the prior slide, Real-Time Hub. We have Real-Time Intelligence, which is a suite of data, and then of course we have Power BI. But these 2 main services, they can give you event ingestion. So if you have events, telemetry, logging, things going on live streaming, you can ingest those when you need them. And then you can do real-time analytics on top of this data. And real-time, I really mean near real-time, because it is not real-time, because when an event happened, time has already gone by. So let's not go down that philosophical discussion, but just trust me that I say this is near real-time, and it is quite fast. I'll show you that in just a minute when we get through the demo. We can do real-time dashboards. It's a part of the service. It's a part of the product. It doesn't require you to have a Power BI license, and it is cost-free. You don't have to pay anything other than the consumption, the queries behind each visual is doing. Excuse me for 1 second. The next up, come on, click, there you go. Real-time triggers. This is a data activator. We can have events automatically trigger based on data that comes in, based on configured threshold or on configured metrics. We can have, say, if this metrics goes beyond 200 or something, then do something else. It can send you an email, it can send you a Teams message, it can start other processes, a notebook or pipeline. Or if we go back to Bernard, the session just before me, it can also start a Power Automate process. So you can really get things going with real-time triggers when things goes beyond threshold in your configuration management. Real-time AI, we can score every row that comes in through our event stream. We can score against a machine learning model, and we can now begin to do real-time AI. So the result from the scoring against the machine learning model, we can save that in the database, and then we can begin to analyze that also. Real-time applications, you have all seen this when you do online shopping. That's a real-time application. It tries to lure you in to add more things to your basket. Other people also bought this or similar items bought with your item. That's real-time application. It analyzes your pattern of shopping and tries to give you more items to put in your basket for these shops to earn more money. Last but not least, we can send off the actions to other services. We can send off the events, the logging, the telemetry, the data off to other services for them to apply their logic to. If we focus in on the real-time analytics part, then from Microsoft Fabric, we get the Eventhouse, which is your way of storing and ingesting your data in a fast-paced manner. The Eventhouse is built on the Custo engine, and the Custo engine stores data in a column store manner, and it also compresses the data for you. It also puts on indexes on all columns, and it is blazingly fast when you get to work with it. And if you have any possibilities to try it out, then you have the Fabric trial capacities, and then you can build an Eventhouse, and then you can try to work with the demo data. And I will also use the demo data in this live demo that I will do today, later on, and you can do the same thing when you get back to your laptop. In the Eventhouse, I will show you 2 ways of loading data very, very fast. I will show you materialized views, which is if you come from the SQL world, it's just the same thing. It's a view that is materialized on disk, so it's always ready for querying. And the view from the Eventhouse is always updated. When data comes into the underlying tables underneath the materialized view, which is just a query, then the materialized view is updated and the result is stored live on disk for you to query later on. I will also show you update policies, which is more or less of a stored procedure that is executed every time a row enters your Eventhouse. The result of that stored procedure / function, the result of the output there is saved in the destination table. It might sound cryptical, but you'll see it on the live demo, and we are not that far away from the live demo. So first of all, I will build a real-time intelligence with live on stage now with event stream, and I will start by building the bronze layer, just the copy of the data through Microsoft Fabric. And let me see if I can find my Fabric. There you go. This is my Fabric. Let me zoom in a bit so you can see what is going on. There you go. And let me start by creating a new workspace. Let me just call it oops. Come on. My mouse is Persian Power BI. Oops. My keyboard is messing with me, sorry. And I will just make sure that it is on a Fabric capacity and apply that. Now I have a clean slate, a clean workspace, and I will start by creating an event stream. Event stream is, as you saw from the slide, the service that I need to use to ingest data live. In demos, I tend to name my items what they are, because then they are easier to be identified. So I will just call this event stream. I think my keyboard is going haywire. Hang on. I think it needs more power. I'll try again. Sorry for that one. Eventhouse, event stream. Way better now with more power on my keyboard. I will create this event stream, just event stream for the demo purposes. And while this starts up, come on, there you go. You have different means of sourcing data in. You can use external data, which is just data outside of Fabric. You can use sample data, or you can create a custom endpoint. If I create a custom endpoint, then Microsoft Fabric, by standardized ways, will create an event hub, a Kafka endpoint, and an AMQT endpoint for you to send data to an API quite live. But for today, I'll just use the sample data, and this one I will use the bicycle dataset, because if I use sample data, I have 4 options. I have bicycles. I have bicycles is a look at it as a shop that rents out bicycles, and they need to have an idea of how many bicycles do I have standing there waiting for people to pick up, and how many bicycles do I have out on the streets. Yellow taxi, well, the New York yellow taxi data set. Stock market, what are the stocks around me, and buses. But I'll use bicycles for now, and I'll add this data set. Now, excuse me, now I have the source here, and at the bottom of the event stream, I will see an example data set of this event stream. And this is the live data coming in. It is not live because, yeah, it doesn't have a timestamp. But if I were to pick any other demo data set and it would have a timestamp, it will not be a timestamp for now, for today. It'll be a timestamp for historical data set, perhaps 2 years ago or something. But it is still streaming in live. In the middle, I have the event stream processor, which now accepts this data from my source. And on the right, I can add or transform my events. It is a limited way of handling and transforming my data right now. I can aggregate, expand, filter, and so forth my data. I can't do advanced analytics on my data right now. But for this demo, I will just save my data in an event house. The event house needs to be set up, of course. And let me do that now. So if I go, oh, sorry, let me publish this because I needed my event house before I create the event stream. I'll go back and create the event house. Event house. And again, this is just event house, the name of what it is in a demo. And as you will see, then, yeah, that's fine. Let me close that one. Now I now have an event house, and I also have a database called event house, but I'll get back to this in just a minute when I have finished configuring my event stream. So back again to the, I need to zoom out just one click so I can get everything in. Saving data in an event house. The destination name is just bicycle. It's just a name. I just need to put in a name. Destination Persian Power BI. The workspace is the one I just created. The event house is the event house I just created. The database is the same name because by default I get a database with the same name as the event house. But I don't have a destination table right now, so I will just create a table called bicycles because that's the demo data set. And the input format is JSON. Don't mess with this because the event stream knows the format that comes in, and just let it be. And now I want to activate the ingestion after adding the data. Save and publish. Please remember to hit the green publish button, because if you don't hit the green publish button, nothing will happen. You'll just be back at a white canvas with the event stream, and nothing has been saved. Now you will see that the bicycles are active. It's the green ticker here. And when the destination has been created and that has been configured, right now Fabric is creating the destination. It is configuring the stream to save data in the destination. When that has done, you will also see a ticker there for me to activate and deactivate both sources and destinations when I need to. I have different means of saving data to OneLake, because by default, the Eventhouse and the Custo engine does not save data in Eventhouse. Sorry, in OneLake. It saves data in a proprietary database known as the Custo engine. I told you about that. So I either in the event stream have to add a destination. If I go back to edit mode, I have to add a destination of the lakehouse, and then I can begin to save data in OneLake using the lakehouse destination right there. Or when I go into my database, I will show you also a matter of doing that. Yeah, because I haven't changed anything, so that's quite fine. Let me go back. Sorry, this is still getting up and running, so I will run you through the Eventhouse and the database underneath there. Right now, the Eventhouse is just what it is when I get it. When I create an Eventhouse, I also get the KQL database underneath named Eventhouse. I can change the name of this, or I can delete it, or just add another database. That's quite fine. In every Eventhouse, I can have several databases underneath it. So the Eventhouse is your server for your databases. You can look at it in that way. For every database, I'm now going into the database. For every database, I have a OneLake availability to my right. This one. This is now off, but I will set this to on. To existing table, I'll turn it on. So now I don't have to think about saving my data in different places, because when data enters the Eventhouse and the database, it will also in time be saved in OneLake. So this just helps you manage the data sets between the Eventhouse and the OneLake. If you need it in OneLake, enable this small ticker and you have data in OneLake. Now you will also see that the event stream has created my table for me. And right up here, right up here, you will see that it is now beginning to ingest rows for me. I just got 96 rows, and this is I just executed 14 queries. These 14 queries are not me. I did not do that. But these 14 queries were for the OneLake, and also for the event stream to know, hey, is there a table here? I need to create a table, because creating a table is also a query. That's just a data definition language, a DDL query, just like in SQL create table. So the queries created here are made by event stream and Fabric to create the OneLake. And this is the ingestion. Now it's 114 rows. So data is coming in right now, and it's coming into the bicycles table. When I click the bicycles table, I'll quickly see a short subset of the dataset, and I also have the ingestion time. That's ready for me to begin to work with. I can query this. So when I have a database, I also have a built-in query set. The query set is just a query window, as you know from SQL Server Management Studio. And I've cheated a bit because I already created everything I need for today. So let me go back there. So if you haven't worked with the Custo language before, it is not that hard. But imagine you would do get all the data from the bicycles table. Well, in Custo you have to write the let's go. Take the table first, and then ask the engine what you want to do with it. Well, I want to take the first 10 rows. Then I get the first 10 rows. This is the first 10 rows. of the bicycle. I can also get 100 rows. And I can also begin to filter that data set. So that's just the where. It could be bike point ID equals, let me just take this one. Now I get the first 100 rows of bike point 256, and so on and so forth. But if you are not very proficient in KQL, don't be scared, because if you know your SQL, I could actually do the same thing. Select top 10 star from bicycles. This also works. It gives me the same output. So you can actually execute SQL against your KQL database. It's quite fine. And when you're done, I could do the same thing here, where bike point ID equals, it was bike point 256. Execute this, the same output. And when I'm done, I can actually ask the database to translate this into Custo by typing, by typing in explain on top of it and execute it. When I execute it, the output is no longer the dataset, but it is the actual Custo query. I can now copy this one out, paste it, and now I have the same query as I had from the SQL, but translated into Custo. I'm also, when I translate from SQL to Custo, I'm also exposed to a best practice manner, because no one in the SQL world, no DBA at least, wants you to do a select star. So select star is translated into give me all the columns, and all the columns, a column selector in Custo is project. So project the columns, these are all the columns. So if I don't need, let's say, number of bikes and number of empty dogs, let me just remove those and execute it. Then I'll only get the 5 columns. So you can learn Custo by writing your SQL, and you can use almost all SQL functionality. Not all, but if you use a SQL functionality that is not supported, you just get an error, and then you can try to fix things up. You can't get all the way with everything from SQL to Custo, but you can get very, very far. That was just a hack for you to get started in the Custo world. So before we get started, I would like to add a possibility for me to see what are the ingestion time of my data set. Because as you saw, if I just do it again, bicycles take 10, take 210, whatever, I don't have an ingestion date or time in my table. So there is a hidden policy on all tables that is called ingestion time. And I would like to add that to my table. So if I add the policy of ingestion time to my table, and I do this again, I won't see it right away. But if I then use the extent that is just add another column and then call the ingestion time for this table, I now have the ingestion time. And this is in Central European time +1. So this is London time. I'm in Denmark, so this is 1 hour behind. Right now in Denmark, it's 12:26 p.m. So this is the ingestion time down to the last millisecond. Based on this ingestion time, I can now, if I remove this one, I can now get all the data. Give me all the data and give me also the ingestion time. But I would like to have the ingestion time named bronze. Bronze ingestion time equals ingestion time. Now I'm just renaming the ingestion time to bronze ingestion time. Let me keep that with me and put it here. Based on this query, this is the query that you just saw, all the ingestion time. I would like to create a function if it does not exist, and I can add a documentation string. A function in Custo is just a stored procedure that accepts parameters and gives you an output of a select statement. So this function / in SQL stored procedure is named parse bicycles, and it is based on this query. So now I'm creating a function. This function is created, and to my left, you will see that I now have the function called parse bicycles. This parse bicycles are now giving me, this is the bronze layer. So I can now execute parse bicycles and just give me 10 rows. Now this is my bronze layer. My parse bicycles is my bronze layer. I have all the rows, and I also have the bronze ingestion time. So now my bronze layer is ready to go. So let me go back to PowerPoint and show you what's next, if I can find it. It's there. Now we have built the bronze layer. We are ingesting data, and the reason why I switch back and forth is I'll give the engine a bit of time to ingest data, so we have some data to work with. Next up, I will create the silver tables. The silver tables is based on the function that we just created, the select statement with the ingestion time on it, and I will load that to a silver table. But I will load it using an update policy. The update policy is named right there, the update policy. So what is an update policy? Well, let's see what it is. An update policy, before I can load my data to my silver table, I need a place to store it. Right now, I only have the bicycle, which is the bronze, but I would also like the silver bicycles. So I have one option is to create all the columns, so I can put in bike point ID as a string. Oops, sorry. As a string, and I also need to add street as a string, and I also need to add, and so on and so forth. You get the point. This is quite tedious to me, but I'm perhaps like you, I'm also lazy. Not that you're lazy, but I am, because I'm a developer. I'm lazy, so I don't want to write all my codes like this, because I can do a wrong typo. A bit more lazy, because I can now just say set or append. So create an object or append to it, silver bicycles, based on parse bicycles, but take no rows. This is the same as select top 0 from a table or a function or store procedure. So I only get the metadata, and that metadata is then used to create my silver table. So if I execute this one, you will see right away that I have now created my silver bicycles. This is the silver layer, and the bronze ingestion time is now also created, because that's a part of the resource set, the parse bicycles. But if I just select data from my silver bicycles, it doesn't have any data because we haven't set up a data load to silver tables yet. So let's do that. But before we do that, I would also like to add the policy of ingestion time to silver bicycles, so I can see when a row enters that table. So now I have, when does a row enter the bronze table? That was the bronze ingestion date, ingestion time, sorry. And now I also have the built-in ingestion time on the silver table. So now I can begin to compare when does it land in the bronze and when does it land in silver. And then we can begin to see how fast we're actually going to get data loaded from bronze to silver. Based on this function I created, this parse bicycle function, I can now connect the bronze table with the silver table based on the function and ask the engine to, hey, for every row that enters my bronze table, execute this function and save the output of that function to the silver table. So that's more or less just an update policy. I need to add an S there. So alter table, the silver bicycles. So an update policy is added to the destination table. I will add an update policy update, with some configurations. The source is the source table, so now it listens to the signals coming out of that table with every row being stored there. And the query that it needs to execute to send data to silver tables is the parse bicycles. That was the one we just created. I want to enable it to true, and I want to set it to transactional equals true. Transactional is the same as you have in SQL Server. Transactional is if one row fails in a transaction, everything rolls back. But if I set this to false, then if I have one error in one row of a set of 100 rows, then 99 rows will be passed on, and the one row with the error will just be discarded. So I would like to have this transactional, because then I'll see that data is flowing through. So let me execute that one. Now, without further ado, I have created an ETL process. I have the event stream on my bronze table, getting all the bicycle data. And I just created the update policy to send data from the bronze table to the silver table. So let's see what happens if I just go on silver bicycles, and let me just see if I have data. Not yet, but it will eventually happen. It will execute when new rows enters to the bronze table. So let's see what happens. Come on. It will take some time, but eventually it will happen. When data enters the bronze table, it will go into the silver table. Did I do anything wrong? Parts, bicycles, anything? No. Everything's good. So eventually I will begin to see data in my silver tables, silver bicycles. So on the S there, sorry. On the silver bicycles, I can also extend the ingestion time, just to get the column here to my right of the ingestion time when the data enters my silver table. And I don't know why the data is not going to flow through. There you go. Now I have the ingestion time. And I also see that the error from Microsoft is not handled, because if I go back to my table on my silver tables and I get the you can see that I have the bronze ingestion time, and my query set actually not this one, not this one, not this one, this one, past bicycles. The output has the bronze ingestion time with data on it. Let me just take 10. It has data here. It has data right there. But there's a there's a bug right now, and Microsoft is trying to fix that. So when I load a datetime column through an update policy to a destination table with the ingestion time, that ingestion time is not stored on my column. So unfortunately, I can't show you live how fast this actually is. But we can do a small other thing here. Let us find a query on the bronze that corresponds with this row up here. So that must be bicycles. And then I want the bike point ID equals to this one. Oops. Yes. And the street, oops, equals to this one. And neighbor, and oops, I could spell, sorry for that. And neighborhood equals to, this is being tedious, but it's the way to go when things are not working. And latitude equals this one. And longitude equals this one. And number of bikes equals 0. And no number of empty dogs equals 21. So this gives me a lot of rows. And let us just extend the ingestion time so we can see when that has been loaded. This is the ingestion time for these 6 rows. And let me just take the last one from 11:34:59. Let's take that one, and let's do the same thing on the silver bicycles. This one. Let's see what we have. This is the last row that we have, and this is also the last row. 11:34, this one. And eventually we will also see that the one from 1137 comes through here. So let's try and keep up with these ones. This is the last two rows, 1134 and 1137. Let me put them out there just for you for your reference. And these are the ones that corresponds. So this one corresponds with the first one. Let me put in like this. And this corresponds with the next one. Oops, it should be there. Oh, sorry. There we go. So let me zoom in a bit. Now you will see that this row entered at 1134, 39, something milliseconds. And imagine that. The data from the bronze, this is bronze. Let me put in, if I can type bronze here. This is bronze. And this is silver. So from bronze to silver, I now have from 8066 to 8067. That's what? 1 millisecond or something. And the same thing I have with the second row from 8356 to 8357. Again, we are talking milliseconds. So imagine you have a bronze, silver, gold layer where you only use update policies, and you load data from bronze to silver. Then you have 1 millisecond or perhaps 2 milliseconds of data running from bronze to silver. It is that fast. So it is more or less live, but it is at least more live than you have ever seen in any ingestion ETL process in other services inside Fabric. This was actually going to calculate the date difference in milliseconds, but as I can't because this is empty, I just did it manually. So let's go back to PowerPoint, and now we have created the update policies. And next up, I will, the demo. Come on, update policies. Next up, I will create materialized views. This is not given that you have to use this process. I'm just showing you what's available. You can use materialized views as your silver layer. You can use update policies all over the world. You can use materialized views in any place. This is just to show you that you have options, and you can use those options to build your own model and your own ingestion method and way of going. So the gold layer is gold bicycles, and this is bronze ingestion done by because with a small p. So I'm just changing the live here. To create a materialized view, this is just another DDL process, data definition language. So create materialized view. Notice here that for every DDL, I have a dot. Dot tells the engine this is something that I want to do on a meta level. So create materialized view with backfill through. So take all existing data in the silver table or in the source and put it in a materialized view called gold bicycles and use the silver bicycles as the source. And execute this query for the materialized view and save it as a ready-to-go query set, data set that I can query. So without more than 1, 2, 3, 4 lines of code, I now created my gold layer. And the gold layer is just a materialized view. I could also use an update policy, create a table, join the silver table and the gold table with the update policy, and that would also work. But now I have that. If you want to manipulate the batching policy of the update policy, you can do that by this metadata thing. You can order the table on bicycles and silver bicycles, and then you can alter a policy called ingestion batching. You have 3 options, and this is only maximum, so you can't set a minimum. Maximum batching time span, you can set to, this is 10 seconds. You can set the maximum number of rows to 20, and you can set the maximum row size of 300 megabytes or something. It's up to you. So this way you can tune your batching policies on on when the material view is executed and when the update policy is executed. You can't set a minimum, so you can't restrain it. You can only set a maximum. So now, if we go back, now we have the full medallion architecture load from bronze to silver to gold, and that load, the execution of the materialized view takes 2 or 3 milliseconds. Hang on. I'm sorry, I have something with my throat today. I hope you will bear with me. Excuse me. Now we have built the entire medallion architecture load, and the materialized views take 1 or 2 milliseconds to get the data from the silver table to be ready to query for you to query. And after this, we can add a real-time dashboard or something else to visualize the data on top of this. And as I promised you, this will be the world's fastest medallion architecture load. And whatever you do, however you do it, if you do it as I showed you, you will have sub 1 second and even less from bronze to silver to gold. If the ingestion time was working today, I would actually be able to show you that this load can take around 20 milliseconds, and then you're good to go to put it in a real-time dashboard. If you want to read more, I have done a blog on this, decode.bi/blog/update policies, to see how you work more with update policies. And my time is up. I have now spent 55 minutes, and I still have 5 minutes left for questioning. I would like to say thank you for all the attendees, if you were there, or else this will be live on YouTube later on. These are the links if you didn't get it. And if you are social and you want to link up on LinkedIn, just scan this QR code and you will be guided directly to my LinkedIn profile. I will happily answer any questions if you have them.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Brian. That was amazing session. I learned a lot from you, honestly. I enjoyed it a lot, believe me. And I'm sure the audience did as well. So please leave your comments in the comment section. We will ask Brian the questions. And yeah. Omi, do you want to add something?
And it was amazing. It was really great. Thank you, Brian. And as you can see, other people mentioned that it's wonderful. I learned lots. No, actually, it was too clear for me, and I learned lots of things. There's no question.
Perfect. If people or the audience want to learn more, just go to my blog, decode.bi, and it is overflowing with real-time intelligence things. And I also, if people have questions or things to ask outside of this session, just go to my LinkedIn profile and ask me a question in the messaging there, and then I'll happily help you with whatever you have. So.
Awesome.
Sure.
Awesome. Steven backstage and joined us. So if you don't mind, let me add him to the show. Okay. Hey, Steve. Welcome.
Hello. Hey.
Hello, Stephen.
Good afternoon. Hey.
Good afternoon. How are you doing? How's everything?
Doing very well, thank you. Just watched Brian's session. He was on our channel a few days ago, or last week. So lots of good stuff.
Yeah.
Mm. The same presentation?
No, he spoke about something different with us. So got to learn a lot from him.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that was a lot of fun. We also had Reed there, Reed Havens, and that was a lot of fun. So
awesome. Thank you so much again, Brian, for your amazing session. We really enjoyed it.
Thank you,
and hope to see you again soon.
Sure, and have a great session, Steve, and hope to see you soon. Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. Thank you. Bye.
Okay, perfect. We still have a couple of minutes left before you can start, Steve. We can even start now, or we can, kind of spend this time on the introduction or anything that you want to talk about before your session. Or even if you prefer to start it right now, that's totally fine.
Yeah, we can just do a little introduction, and maybe we can start in a few minutes. Once I just get everything, make sure it's set up.
Great.
Okay.
But before starting, I want to highlight that, Daniel, it's 9 hours continuously, and it's great. Today is the second day. Yeah, last day we had 9 hours, and today we have 10 hours presentation, and it was great.
Exactly. Yeah, you're right. You're right. That's awesome. With great speakers, we could do it together. Yeah.
Yeah, I've been
Perfect.
seeing
So, Steve, if you
the
sorry,
speakers
I
today.
just want to say,
saying,
if you share your screen, I can bring this up.
Yep.
Sorry to interrupt. Please go ahead.
No, I was just saying, I was looking through some of the speakers, and there's been some really, really interesting sessions over the last couple of days. So yeah, it's been really, really, really good to learn.
Awesome. 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 So I think without further ado, we can start. Sorry, Omi, do you want to add something?
No, I just want to mention that for myself, I know lots of things that after this meeting, I should go and dive into them and learn about them. There was lots of things for all the sessions.
Yeah, that's exactly what happened to me. I understand that now. I know that I know nothing about so many stuff. So there's so many things that we should learn. We should dive
for
into,
myself,
and we should.
it's scary from what part I should start, and after that, but it was good to know these things and then manage to learn about them. It was great for myself.
Exactly. Awesome. Steve, stage is yours, please.
All right. Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. So my name is Steve Campbell. I'll just introduce myself, and then we can go through the session today. So I am co-founder of Analytic Endeavors with Reed Havens, my business partner. We're a data consultancy, so we do mostly Microsoft, Databricks, all this kind of stuff. I'm also the owner of Sunny BI, which is a training, do mostly Power BI, also some other things in data. I'm a Microsoft MVP, and then this is the website, Analytic Endeavors. If you're interested, please check it out. If you have any questions or comments, feedback, connect with me on LinkedIn. Search for me, you should be able to see this picture, Steve Campbell. Very active on LinkedIn, so that's the place if you're interested, want to see more, or even want to reach out and say hello. So let's talk through the session today. So this is an introduction session. So what we're going to be talking about is the first few minutes, we're going to be talking about Git. What is Git? An introduction to Git. It's going to be, we have an hour for the whole session, so it's going to be very light. Again, this is an introduction. What we want to do in this session is just cover some of the key, most important things, I think, that Git is and what it is, a few of the concepts as well. We're not going to get heavy into the code. It's the introduction session, so we're not going to open any command lines, anything like that. Then what we're going to do is talk about the new Power BI developer mode. What Power BI developer mode is just something that enables us to use Git and see how we can do version control, all of this cool stuff to really make sure that what we're doing is quite enterprise and has a lot of our checks in as well. So let's get started. So Git, let's just talk through Git in a very basic way. As I said, this isn't going to be an in-depth training course because it's quite a complex topic. There's a lot there, but we want to explain the basics of it and some of the fundamental concepts and some of the terminology, because I find when I started learning, there's a lot of terminology, a lot of words that are used in Git, and it gets quite confusing very quickly. So let's imagine we're writing our budget. We've probably seen this before, right? We have our budget Excel file like this. If we want to make an update, often a lot of people using Excel do this, and they say, well, I want to keep, the different versions, and we end up something like this. Probably we've all seen this sort of thing before, updated version 2. The reason people do this is that they're making edits, they're making changes, but they're not 100% sure, right? They want to keep the original version in case what they did is incorrect. Maybe they deleted some stuff, and what if that wasn't right? And then I've deleted it and I can never go back and start again. So that's why people sort of do this. And this is essentially a form of versioning, and that is what Git's doing. So this is sort of a manual version control, saying I'm making changes, but I'm saving at stages along the way, just to ensure that I haven't lost anything and I haven't done anything which will really break. What makes it worse though is, one person, maybe I'm doing this. We all have multiple analysts normally and multiple people working on multiple files. So what if we're all trying to update the budget? This really gets out of hand very quickly. And we've probably all been in a situation where we've seen something like this, and it gets very, very confusing. People end up working off the wrong file. Emails are pinging around, all of this. So how do we solve this? So one way is to say, well, let's have a centralized folder. And anyone who kind of uses files now, you have things like OneDrive and SharePoint. And this is quite common, right? So instead of having all our different files that we're all working on, what we do is we have a centralized version of the file, of the truth. This is good. However, if we want to work on this multiple people at the same time, it's going to be very difficult to work on the same file together. Right, if we're all trying to make edits and things are changing as you're typing in Excel or whatever it is, and the file is changing with you, it's going to make it very difficult for all of us to work at the same time. So what we want is Git, and it's something called a distributed version control. So we kind of have this centralized version, and we really want everyone to have their own copy that links in to the main version. So there's one main version in here. Again, we all have our own copy that we can work on. But what Git is it enables us to do this without having to save multiple different versions and send them all around. We have a copy of the code, and Git's all about code. We all have our own copy, and there's a centralized version. And Git is really just a management system that says, I understand how everyone's changing stuff. I'll be able to merge and update the main file in a way that doesn't need us to keep saving copies, to keep doing versioning, and it's going to handle all of that for us. So how does it do that? Let's look at some Git basics, and we're going to talk through what is a commit, a merge, and a repo. We're going to cover maybe about 80% of probably what I think is the really key things, that the terminology. There will be a lot more if you start using this, but these are the key ones that if you understand these, you should be able to get up and running with Git. So let's imagine this, right? And we're going to look at this analyst in the top left. I've just expanded. So when we talk about Git, we're talking about code, and we're going to see how this relates back to Power BI at the end. But imagine we have this code file. So what happens in Git is if we want to edit this master code file in the middle, everyone has their own copy of the code. And just to expand that, we've got this person, and we say he's working on his local machine. Local machine being, it's on my desktop. It's not the version that's in the cloud. Technically, one One good thing about Git is you don't need to be connected to the internet. Probably less of an issue now, but that is one of the advantages when it was working in this distributed system like this. So what happens is I've got a copy of this code, and this is the code, for example. This is actually Power BI code, and these are, you can see the columns and some descriptions about columns, like the backend code. So what is Git? So we have this version that we've copied, and Git is essentially a little database that you initiate on your own machine. So when I say initiate Git, or look at an example, when I start Git, it just actually adds a small little database onto my machine. And in that, it does this saved versions of what I'm working on. So initially, I'll just say, let's initiate Git. So it adds a little database, and it will add it to a folder that I specify. And then it's going to save the version of my code. And it's code, and it's always code and text, right? Git works in code. Let's say then I add another column. I make an edit to the code. What it now does is it just saves when I tell it to. I choose to save points, and I say, okay, I've done my edits. Now I'll save. Instead of saving over the file, though, this Git, it saves another copy of the code. Because it's code and text, we can save lots and lots of this. It's not very big. And then maybe I'll delete this column, and I have a third save. So Git just managed this little saves. Instead of me putting, version 1, version 2, version 3, it does this all for you, right? It has this little database, which is saving this in the background. If I want, for example, then I said, oh, no, I didn't mean to delete that. I wanted that column back. I can easily just revert to any of the last commits and the last saved versions, right? And so I can say, no, let's go back. So instead of having to have the file, it's just saving it, and it's just version history. So each time I commit and it just saves, it saved a correct version. And so we regularly save the version of a code, and this is called a commit, right? And they love their language in Git. To be honest, it's one of my least favorite things, the terminology, because it can be quite overwhelming when you first try and learn it. But when you break it down, the concepts are fairly simple under the surface. So we regularly save the version in this little database it puts in. This little green database is Git, and we just do commits for different saved versions. So what we've said then is, while we're doing this is all on our local machine, right? So analyst A, me, myself, I've been making these commits in this local machine, but somebody else also has another copy of the code, and they're working on it themselves independently and making their own saves. This is important because I say, if you're trying to add something, if you're trying to, for example, in Power BI, change a specific table, if you're all working on the same file, it's going to get very confusing, and you're not going to be sure what are your changes to someone else's. So we're working in a protected way where it's not influenced by anyone else, and it's a copy. So we're not affecting the reports that people are actually looking at. But of course here, so we have our local machines at the top here, multiple analysts, maybe it's 1, maybe it's 30 people working copies of the codes. We have our main copy though. This main copy is the one which is going out to our end users. And this is what we call a repo. So it's a repository, but it's called repo. You'll probably only ever see the word repo. And so within this repo, and it's on a service in the cloud somewhere on a website, on things like GitHub, or we'll talk about this, but on some sort of service which holds this main copy of the code, we have this main copy. And so it's a central location we can all access, but then when we work on it, we open it in our local machine, make little saves into our Git database called commits, and then what we do is we do something called a merge. So when we're happy with our changes and we've changed a bit of the code, what we want to do is we want to add our changes back to the main copy, because those changes that we've done is just on our local machine. Now, this is a big part of it. Because this is code, and code has line numbers, right? So each bit of code's on its own line. when we're merging, we're not just saying, I'm going to overwrite the main copy. What I'm going to do is it's just going to check the bits that I've changed. So maybe I only changed one certain column, and in the code, that's just 3 lines of code. It's then just going to look at the main copy, and it will do a compare and say, hey, I can see you've just changed these 3 lines of code. Instead of overwriting the whole file, I'll just update these specific lines in a merge. And we'll see how this works, but this is how it stops conflicts and multiple people, having the same thing and overwriting each other. Okay, so how does this work in a Power BI? So what we do in Power BI is we actually have to save this into a specific format that's Power BI accessible. So we have something called developer mode, and that basically turns our Power BI X into bits of code. Underneath in the Power BI file, the PBIX file, everything's just code in the back end, right? We have lines of code saying metadata about columns. We have metadata about visuals, right? This is where X and Y on the page, and it's just code in the back end. So Power BI developer mode basically converts our Power BI files into bits of code in a documented structure that's the same, and that allows us to use it in Git, because we have to do everything with code files. Then what we need to do is open it in an editor. We'll be looking at VS Code, and an editor is just something so we can look at the code, right? Because it's code, it's lines of code, it's text files essentially. Theoretically, you can look at it in Notepad, but we want a tool that lets us to look at it and initiate Git, and that's VS Code, which we'll be using. Then what we need to do is initiate this Git database, and luckily we can do this from our editor. And that's when we say initialize a Git database, it means, all right, we've converted our Power BI into code, our PBIX file into code. Now we're just going to open this little database that we can do our Git saves. So then we work on our Power BI file, right? And in the backend, we say, we'll update all these saves to the text that we're doing, and it's going to make these commits. These commits are just saving the code behind the scenes. And these are changes, like maybe we've changed the color of a bar graph. Then once we're happy, right, we merge this back to the main copy of the code, which is hosted in the cloud somewhere, such as GitHub, Azure DevOps, something like that. So that is kind of the initial setup of Git, right? And this is it, how to do Git 101. Next, though, I do want to go through an important concept called branching. This is after we've set this up. So we've initiated Git on our local machine, and we've synced it with an online service like Azure DevOps. And now we've got code in Azure DevOps in the repo, and we can edit it in our local machine, and we can do the little commits and then merge it back. However, there is one really important thing to Git and one concept called branching. So when we open our repo, when we have our main copy of the code, this is the one that is the main copy of the code, in the cloud, in the service. What we want to do is we want even extra checks. So we can do these little commits and then merge it back. And then other people are doing their little commits and merging it back. And there is a check, and we'll go through this to check that we're not editing the same thing and conflicting with each other. But basically, we can all work on separate sections. So maybe I'm working on adding a new table, where someone else is working on an existing measure. These are different lines in the code that we're both editing differently. There is, though, another concept. So we have this copy, our main copy in the cloud, and it's in a branch. Branches are just an extra copy of the code. So maybe what we'll do is we say, okay, we have our Power BI report. we want to add to our Power BI report a new visual. So we're going to add a new visual. What we're going to do is we're going to start a new branch. And what a branch is just a copy of the main code. So when I say the main code, you know, this is the main piece of code, which is the existing report and the existing model, maybe. And we say we want to add something to it. However, what we want to do is we want to add to it and look and test it before that gets rolled out to the end users. Because maybe we add our visual and then we find out it's wrong before, you know, after the developer thinks it's okay, but he's actually made mistakes. So we want some way to check it before it goes out to the end users. So we do something called a branch. What we do is all of our code that we have in the main copy, in the cloud, in our repo, we make a copy of this and say this is our branch, our feature branch. And this is called a feature branch because we're adding a feature. I've said we wanted to add a new visual. So we're going to create a copy and say this is a feature. This visual is a feature, something that we're adding. So now we have this copy, and now we're working off the copy, right, so that we're not affecting the main one. What also might happen is simultaneously we've realized that there's an error in one of the measures. The KPIs are wrong. So we need to go and fix the KPI. We can create another branch. So we create a copy of the main code, and we say this is a hot fix because it's important. We need to fix something. So now we have two teams working on two separate copies of the code, not the main code. So the end users are still seeing the original. There's no changes yet. Then what happens is maybe the team have fixed the issue. It was just a small DAX error. And so what they do is in their branch, they say, we've made the error, we fixed it. Now we're going to copy it back into the main branch, and we're going to merge our code back, and then the end users will see us. Meanwhile, simultaneously, the guys who are doing, or the people who are doing the feature, the new visual, they finished as well, and they're going to merge their changes in. And you can see here that these are each different copies of the data. So this is the original report. At this point, we have a copy, right? And this is still the original. So we've copied the original. Then we've made another copy here. And so at this point, right, these are both exactly the same as the same copy because there's no changes. Once we've done a fix, we merge that back into the main copy. So here, from this point on, this has changed, right? So this copy of the code has the included fix in it. What's powerful about Git is then we can then add this feature branch, which has another change. But because the hotfix branch only looked at the measure and the feature branch looked at a new table, these are different parts of the code. Because we're not replacing the whole file, we're just updating the code. This means that we can merge this change in back over, and we can merge these new lines, and it's not going to conflict with what the two teams did. And there's a way, and if there is, if both teams have edited the same bit of code, it will come up saying there's a conflict, and you have to go and manually check that out. So let's have a look at this. Let's imagine that this is our code file. Very, very simple. It just says hello world, bye, right? And code files have numbers, so each line has a number. What happens is that we make a branch. So we're going to add a new feature. We want to edit the file. This is called checking out, right? We check out the code into a new branch. So that's just the terminology of doing this. So now we have a copy of this in the green, which is a copy of our main code. What happens now is that we have the branch, and now we have another copy of the copy, right? So the branch is a copy of the main code. Now that's still in the cloud though. Now, when I'm going to edit it, I'm then copy this to my machine, and I basically have a copy of the copy. So this is called our local on my machine, and then the branch when we're looking at is remote. It's in a central location. So I'm just going to skip through this. you'll see this. I just want to kind of highlight this. You'll see these terms. The local repository is basically that little database. The working directory here is my copy. That's what I'm working on in my editor. This is what I see. This is the database. We also have something called staging, and it basically is just a tool to help us save the commits into the database. I'm going to go quite quickly. I just want to point this out. If you see something called staging, it's because it will come up and it will ask you about if you use Git. It's basically just a layer that can do extra checks before you save your commit and before you save your edits. So not to worry, not to understand that. It's quite in depth, but if you see those words, you probably will. Just know that that's just helping you save, and you don't really need to worry about it at this point. So I'm working on my copy now. So we've made the branch. We're saying we're doing some changes. I'm going to work on my copy on my local machine. What I've done is now I've changed the word world to planet, right? So I've changed a line of code. However, Git is designed to help big teams. Maybe there's two of us working on this branch together. There's me and there's also Dave. So the branch, remember, is that copy of the code that's in the main repository in the cloud. We're both copied it to our local machine. And you think, well, what if we're both working on it together on our local machine, right? How does that work? Because we're both working on the same thing. Well, then Dave is also working on it. He changes a different bit of code. So I know Dave's working on it. So what we need to do is we need to regularly sync each other so that we make sure that neither of us are doing the same thing and overwriting each other's code. So then what I can do, or what Dave does, is there's something called a push. So he said, oh, I've made some changes, right? He changed the first line. He said, I've changed some changes. I'm going to push this back to what we call the remote, which is the one in the cloud, the branch. And he says, I made some changes. So I'm going to push this back so that all the other analysts who are working on this can also see it. So Dave's pushed. Myself, I'm on my local machine. What I'm going to do then is I'm going to do a pull, right? And it's push pull. Push your changes, pull anyone else's changes. So I say I'm going to pull, and you could see I changed line 2. Dave's changed line 1. So he pushed his in, and when I pull it, I can see, oh look, I can get the updates that Dave has as well. So in my version now, I have Dave's change in line 1, my change in line 2. Again, if we both change the same line, we would have some conflicts and would say, you've made some conflicts, here's the code, you need to manually review this. And me and Dave would have a chat and say, look, why did we both do the same thing? Let's resolve this. But I'm happy with this. And so now I can push my changes back in with his changes. And now between us, we both updated different parts of the code, but that code file is a merge, right? We're not overwriting each other's changes. We're getting all the changes together. So now we've done this branch. And again, this is now the remote, the branch. We've both done these changes together. The branch is finished. We say, this is happy, right? And we finish our feature. The end users can't see this yet because this isn't a branch, a safe copy. What we do is we say, let's merge this back into the main one. So now we push our changes from the branch back into the main piece of code, which then goes to the end users. However, when we do this, we want to have a check. So what we do is we open something called a pull request, and you'll see this a lot. A pull request basically is somebody has to approve the changes, or multiple people. And you say, we're the developers, we've worked on our branch, we think this is correct. Then it needs to be approved before it's allowed to merge. So this is just another check, right? So the whole point of this is make sure that no errors get out to the end users. So somebody's going to go, or maybe a team of people, it should be different people than who did the work, will go and review the code. They can just do another set of eyes to make sure that the code changes look good and are correct. If they're happy, they approve it and it gets merged. If they say, oh no, I think you've made a mistake, we carry on working on the branch and it goes back to the developers. So again.
Sorry, Steve, to interrupt. Can I ask you a question?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Perfect. So what we're doing here, my understanding is that what we're doing here is actually we are requesting to push to the remote, to the kind of online version of the branch, right? So why does it call pull request instead of push request?
That's I think really you're pulling in from the branch within my thoughts. If you initiate the pull request here, that's a good question. I don't like much of the terminology in Git, to be honest. I'm sure you could probably Google this and find an answer that I don't know off the top of my head.
No, that was in my mind for for some time, and I thought it's the best time to ask you. And yeah, that's kind of weird. Some of the terminologies are weird, but yeah, that's how it is.
One of my least things I like about Git, especially for new users, is the terminology can be quite overwhelming. And that's all I want to say. Just don't worry too much about it. You understand the basics of it. It's so pull is the target repository grabbing your changes, right? To present that is a comment. So essentially it's coming from from the target. The terminology, I wouldn't worry too much if you find it a lot of words which are not used in most day-to-day life. Really what we're doing is we're just editing copies and copies of copies, lots and lots of little saves that instead of overwriting, we're just keeping history. And then we just do lots of checks and we make sure that everyone doesn't overwrite each other. And that's the basics of it. That's really what Git does.
Yeah, awesome. Thank you.
So we merge changes back into another branch, right? And we do this with a pull request, right? So just another check. All right, and that's kind of the basics of Git that I wanted to go through. We'll go through a demo with Power BI. Before we jump into that, I do just want to talk about a couple of things. GitHub, and understand what GitHub is, and then Azure DevOps as well. So just terminology. So Git is distributed version control for tracking changes in collaboration. Distributed, right? We mean that because we said everybody has a copy of the code. It's not like SharePoint, for example. If you have a Word document on SharePoint, that's a sort of version control. And you can turn on tracking changes in a Word document, for example. We can all work on the same Word document and see each other's changes and accept. That's a centralized, right? And that's a very nice version control. When you're working on code, though, something like Git works a lot better, especially at scale. Because distributed means that we all work on copies on our local machine. And again, it tracks changes. We can see every time we change something, what's been changed. We can all collaborate together in this nice way. So Git's not a product. It's not owned by anyone. It's this process. It's this tool. So it's an open source project. GitHub is a product. It's a commercial product. It's a web-based platform for hosting the repositories and managing. So when I said, we work on local, but we have this main copy of the code in the cloud, in a repository, that has to be somewhere, right? There has to be a website that we go to manage this. GitHub is one of those websites. It's a service owned now by Microsoft, who bought it. So GitHub is a product, is something for managing that. Azure DevOps is another one, and we'll be using this today. Azure DevOps is a platform for end-to-end software development, right? Including Git. Azure DevOps has a bunch of other stuff like project management type things, planning. You do like planning poker, and you can do stories and agile and all this kind of stuff on it. So it has more, but it does do a lot of gating. Again, another service owned by Microsoft. There's more than these. This is the Microsoft talk, so I'm going to talk about Microsoft ones. It's not a monopoly by Microsoft. These are some of the most popular. There's other tools that could do this too. So one other thing, I want to talk about is a really useful thing that I said we can see which lines of code have been changed. And we have something called a diff pair. We have lots of different, the different service have different views of this. Whatever tool you're using might look something different. But here, if I look at this one, we can see there's been minus 25, which means 25 rows of code have been deleted. And then plus 11, which means 11 rows of code have been added. And this is very common. And we'll see here, this is, to me, backwards, but this is where we're merging into, and this is what we're merging from. So we can see these lines of code have been deleted, and then this line of code has been added. So this is how we do the things like reviews. We look at a different pair, and it will highlight here. You'll see the whole line of code, and then it's really helpful. You'll generally just see highlights on where items have been changed, because it could be thousands of lines of code. And so we can just look through this, and this is how we do the reviews. We can also check this before we merge our code. Okay, cool. Any questions as well, please type in the chat or feel free to ask. But that is kind of the intro to Git. Now let's talk through for the last 20 minutes or so about how to use Git in Power BI. So the first thing we need to do is we need to open a Power BI desktop file on our local machine, right? Power BI desktop file, PBIX, is just one big file. It usually has a model inside and a report often. And then it has, all of the different bits of data. Git works on code. Code is text documents, so little text files. So what we need to do is convert this Power BI desktop into a format which we can use Git. And luckily, that is called a Power BI project with Power BI developer mode. So we save as, and I'll go through a demo of this, save as a Power BI project. What this does is it just saves the same file, but it splits it into text documents. It opens up in a structured way. So this allows us now to actually use text. And we could even edit our Power BI files by writing code if we were very brave, which I don't recommend. So now we have a folder and we've saved our Power BI file, and we split it into text. Then we need to have an editor, right? So we need some tool in order to do Git and to open all of this. So we use Visual Studio Code, for example, to read it. What we do is we'll sync that with something like DevOps or GitHub, which is our remote repository. That's our central version of code. And then, this is a diff compare, for example, where we can see if our version of code differs from the central, and we can see what changes we've made. And then when we're happy, we push our code and we merge it to the repo. We'll do branches and stuff, of course, with that. But the general. And then this is the really cool part, that we can actually sync this with a Fabric workspace. So obviously just having our code in Azure DevOps or GitHub or something like that isn't very helpful, because I can't go to there and look at a report. What happens is we have the ability to say Fabric and DevOps are synced. So now if I make changes to the DevOps code, it's going to automatically reflect in the Fabric workspace. This means my end users can see the code and see the updates in real time. And that's very important, because otherwise it'll be a pointless exercise if we just changed the code and there was no reports to view. So let's go through this with a demo. So the first thing we want to do is we want to save into a Power BI friendly mode called developer mode. So I have my Power BI report here. This is a PBIX file. For the purpose of this demonstration, I've created a new folder. And generally, right, we want to do things in folders. We look at whole folders. So this is going to be my Git folder, right? This is the folder that I'm going to check into source control. It's empty right now because I've not saved anything. What I want to do is now I've got my file. So I want to do this first step of saving my Power BI from my PBIX into a format which I can use. I'm going to go File. I'm going to save as. And then in my Git demo folder, this is my folder. Down here, I have the option to save as a type. Power BI file, we have a template, which is something else, or we have this Power BI project file. Just be aware, depending when you're watching this, this could be still a preview feature. So go to the options and settings and turn this on in preview features if you haven't. So I'm going to say, save this as a Power BI project file. I'm going to say, OK. Now I'm going to click Save. Oh, great. Just saved it in the folder. Nothing's really happened. But you can see here, it's telling me that this is a Power BI project. Let's open my folder. And now I have, this is where I saved it. You can see it's saved in a different format. It's saved a PBIP file. This is just a file that allows you to open it. So if you want to open the report in Power BI Desktop, this is just a shortcut basically to open it. You can see here I've got the report and the semantic model, so it's saved both. If I open them up, it's basically just saved into lots of folders, and these are all text files. These are all just little text files. I don't have to understand this, but everything I have is now in text files. Because it's saved my Power BI report into text files, and this is, some of it's JSON, some of it's other stuff, non-JSON, but it's a lot of text files here. Because it's saved it all into text files, I'm now able to initiate Git and use Git with it. So I did that, right? And so I saved it as a PBIP, and you can see there's a data set or semantic model, it's called now, and report, lots of text files. Then my next step is to start Git. In order to start Git, I need a tool that's an editor. We call it a code editor that enables Git. Well, there's a really nice one, which doesn't have a cost to it. It's called Visual Studio Code. So here is my Visual Studio Code. This is a very nice text editor, and it does a lot of stuff, including Git. But the first thing I want to do is just use it as a text editor. So I'm going to say File, and I'm going to open my folder. And here we go. I'm going to choose the folder which I saved, obviously the root folder which I saved my Power BI project in. So I'm going to open that. And if I open the Explorer, I can see, these are the folders, and I can go and I can actually look and I can see the code files. So this is all the code underneath the service that basically enables us to do Git, and this is what Power BI reads, and it looks at this code, it understands the format, right? It's code in lots of folders, and it just uses this in order to open when we open Power BI. You can see the report. If I look at the definition, you can see my pages, right? So I have multiple pages and multiple visuals on the page. So this is one visual, the code for on a certain, you can see it just gives it GUID, so it's a little, I don't know which visual on which page. But you can see, you don't have to understand this, but I can see here, this is a card visual, right? I can see that quite clearly. And then I have obviously the sales and the margin in this visual. So this is just code, and it reads this, and there's a lot. Just code that it's going to, and I've got some funky stuff on it. That when Power BI opens, it's going to read this and visualize a report. So here's my folder. Great. I've opened it in a text editor. Not very helpful because I'm not going to edit it in the text editor because I don't understand the code. I'll obviously use Power BI Desktop. But I need to enter it first. And then I'm reading now the data. So I've opened it and I'm reading. And my next step is to initialize a Git database. So what I want to do is I'm going to say, let's start Git. And I need to initialize this little Git database, which lets me do my saves into it. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to do this side by side. I'll put this here. So here's my visual code. I struggle, yeah. And so this is the folder that I've opened. So on my right, this is just the folder, so you'll see what it's doing. But on my left is my visual code mode. Here, I have an Explorer in Visual Studio Code. I also have a source control button. Let's place this and make this bigger. So I click on the source control. It says, we don't have Git. We've not started Git, right? All we've done is open the folder. You need to initiate a repository. So I'm going to say, okay, I will initiate a repository. You can see here, that's created a folder in the folder in my root folder. Ooh, got it. It's a hidden folder. Don't mess with this. Don't go in it. Don't change it. But this is that little database that it has that we make all our saves to. So in it, right, it's got all this, and it's Git. It's just leave it alone. But this is where it's going to save all of our commits. So it's just added a little hidden folder that it knows. So now we've initiated the database. Now we need to make a commit. Remember, commit is just a save of this version of code, right? So we just want to save the current version as it is, as a commit. So if I go back, make this bigger. Now you can see it saves every single bit I've edited, because it's not just one very large text file, which is good because that would be very difficult to manage and understand. We have lots of little text files, 74 if I look at this. So it's saying there's 74 text files that have been changed. They've been changed because we haven't saved this yet. So these are all brand new to Git. We haven't saved anything. We've just started the database. We also have an option to add messages. This is really important. And be very, I've watched a whole sessions on this, on commit messages. But basically, every time you save and make a commit, it's going to, and before I did this, I set up Git and set up my details, my name and my email. It's going to say, I made this change. And then it's going to have this message. And then, so if anyone reads this, when they do the requests, when they want to go and look, they can see as well with the messages on what you've changed. So you describe what you've changed. And so this is an extra level of helping people understand. So we're not just doing stuff in the blind. So now I'm going to commit. This is that stage bit I was saying, where it has to go through kind of an intermediary there. I'm just going to say yes, because I don't really care. That's fine. We don't need to worry. So now what we've done is we made our initial commit, our save. So we saved the first version of what we see. So this is great. Now this is all local. Not helpful though, because obviously I don't want it just on my machine. I want it in the cloud. So this is where let's sync this up with Azure DevOps. So you could use GitHub, you could use another service. I'm going to use Azure DevOps. If you've never used Azure DevOps, I don't want you to worry too much. You can go and there's great Microsoft Learn, just step by step, get you up to speed with it. But this is an Azure DevOps project, right? I'm saying this is my Git demo. You can see here, I have repos. So if I look at my repos, I can say, this is empty, add some code. So this is the repo, the central store of code. Nothing in it yet. This is just a link. So I'm going to copy this link. And then what I'm going to do is I'm just going to say remote, and I don't worry too much, because if you want to learn this, just take a little course and you can go through what all these buttons do. I just want to show you the basics. I'm just going to say add remote. What that means is I'm just saying, I want this Git instance with this database to be linked to the repo that I just saw on the web. And I do that because I just copied the URL. I'm just going to, I just have to give it a name so I understand what it is. So now I'm just syncing this up, and I'm just saying, make a link between my local machine to the repo. So doing this step, right? I'm just saying syncing this. So now this is synced. It's synced up to it. And so what I want to do now is into my repo, I want to push my changes up the repo. And we do this by just calling it publish branch. And now I click publish branch. Mint, and be careful with spelling. Doesn't matter. So now I've committed, right? And so now I've pushed my stuff up. If I go back to my Azure DevOps and refresh, I will see now that everything I had on my local machine, the changes that I made, I'm happy. I've done all my commits on my local. It's going to say that database that I've committed and saved everything. I'm going to push that up. And then the last thing you want to do is we want to sync this up to, sync this up to a Fabric workspace. So if I just, let me just open up my correct Fabric workspace. So I'm going to go into Fabric, and I already have a workspace here. So I have a blank workspace. It has to be a Fabric with the Fabric license. But then what I want to do in my workspace settings, I can go Git integration. So yeah, Azure DevOps, connect my account. You have different organizations. I want my Power BI Git demo. I want my Git demo, I think I called it, yep. And then the repository, and it says the branch, right? We said we have different branches. We generally want the main one, right? And that's what we want users to see. So this is just saying, pointing it to the correct repo. And this is the repo. I'm going to connect and sync here. Then you see now it's syncing from, this is to Power BI, and it's syncing from this Azure DevOps, which I pushed my code to. So now it's syncing, and you'll see here, I just need to go and say, it only syncs the metadata, right? And something we do in Git is we have things called Git ignore, where we don't want to necessarily push everything into Git. So we never push the data, we only push the metadata. So if I'm doing this, I'm going to have to, it's all good. I'm going to have to refresh it, because if I look at my report, there's no data in it because I haven't pulled the data. It's just, and that's why I was so quick. And that's the idea. So now I've set my refreshes up here. It's just a web refresh. There isn't much data. But you'll see you need to go and refresh it very quick. And then I come here and it will just need to refresh the visuals. And now I see my report. So again, Git doesn't look at the data, because that could be gigabytes and gigabytes, and that would be too much. And we don't have any control over that anyway. We just control the metadata, how it gets all synced in. So this is the setup, basically. I saved it into the Power BI project file. I opened it with Visual Studio Code, and I did a Git database. I did my little commits. I saved it to the Git database. Then I synced it with a DevOps. I pushed it to DevOps. And then the Fabric workspace, I synced to the DevOps so that it immediately reflects changes to the main branch. Then, now we're just going to make a quick change. So what we're going to do is we're going to make a branch to a new feature. So let's say I'm here. Look, we're all good. There's nothing changed here. So here I'm on the main branch. The main branch is the one that's synced to Fabric. So I don't want to be working on this one directly. I want to be having a separate branch, which is a feature. So that what I can do, we can do in a separate way, which isn't affecting the main thing. And then people can do that pull request to do the checks. I'm going to create a new branch. I'm just call this feature. visuals. This is a terrible name. Right, and you can see I have my feature visuals. And if I now look at my, when I go here, I can go to branches, and you can see right on the left, I have the repos, and you can see branches, and it's created a new branch. This is just now a copy of the exact code of the main, but I can work on this branch. And the good thing about this is if I mess this up so badly, I can just delete the branch and start again, because I'm not editing this main one, which is synced to Fabric. What I'll do is I'm going to go, let's move this over here. Maybe we take out subcategory. Oops, take out last year sales, and maybe we just say change the bars to an interesting color scheme, this color. Right, so I've just made a couple of edits. I'm happy. I'm going to save this now. I'm in Power BI project mode, so I've just saved the Power BI project. If I go back to my Visual Studio Code, you can see it's picking up as I do things, changes that I've made into the file. And you can see here, I've deleted product, and that was when I deleted the product from this visual. You can kind of see what it is. Sales amount last year, and then this is I've added a different color, right? So it's picking up all the changes that I've made, and then this I would imagine is when I move the X and Y of the card. So it's looking through and it's seeing all of the changes that I've made in real time. So I'm happy. So I'm going to say change visual look, and I'm going to make a commit. And so we're getting a bit of header covered ourselves. So obviously, what we've done is we did the branch, we checked it out locally, and now we're making the changes and the commits, right? And so this is all locally. So I'm going to commit. Right now, again, this is the copy of the branch, which is a copy of the main. So it's on my local machine. I'm committing to that local database and saving to that local database. Yes, no stage is fine. And then you see this. Great. So I've committed. Now I want to merge this and push and pull to the remote repository. You'll see sync. This is just basically a push and pull action when you see sync. Sync, I didn't write anything there. Cool. So I can actually go back, and you'll see here that now I push it back to my branch. So I've done this. So now what I want to do is my branch is happy. I'm happy with it. I want to initiate a pull request to have this back in main, because right now this is just on the branch, which is not affecting anything. You'll see here, this is the feature visuals branch, and you can see here I'm ahead, right? So I'm ahead of the main branch. This means, which means I made some edits. So I can click on the branch. I updated features just now, and you can see, look, I changed the visual look. These were the commits that I made. And if you have multiple commits, you can see all the changes by Steve Campbell, change the visual look. That's the comment I made. Here, I can create a pull request. So again, I'm saying I want to get this pull request, and I'm going to put it into main. So change visual look. You can add people to review it as well. You'll probably want to fill this out. So I only made one commit, which is one save on my local machine. Maybe then multiple people made commits. Maybe one person made multiple, which is normally you do lots of little commits because you want things just to be small changes so that if something's wrong, you can see exactly which bit. Change visual look. I gave it a comment. It says me. My files, again, this diff compare, right? I can see what was changed. So I'm not going to have any approvers right now. You normally would and say, who needs to approve this? Fill out the as descriptive as possible. So I'm going to create this up here, right? This will normally go to the correct people. They would come and they would check the code to see if they think it's correct. Here you go, approve and complete. I'm not going to go through the settings here. You can see that, but basically I'm just saying I want to merge this back into the main. And you can see here I'm merging into main from the feature visuals, which is that branch. Now, if I come here, so this is merged back, oops, there was a demo. Now I come here, I go back to my workspaces, update required, right? So you can see here, it's coming in and saying, look, you have an update from your Azure DevOps. It's noticed that I've updated just the report. Also, my fabric's out of date, so I can update all. Now this is going from Fabric, syncing through to DevOps, and now it's synced. And so if I come here, you can see this has now reflected the changes that I did in the local machine. And so going through from end to end is how we look. So that was, I know, quite quick as an introduction. Just wanted to kind of show exactly some of the steps and then give an example of using this in Power BI development mode. I know I went through fairly quick. It might be one, of course, this is recorded. You want to watch it again. There are a lot more things in Git, so I would encourage you, if you are starting to use it and you want to go ahead and go take some courses. There's lots of great free ones out there. So thank you very much. Any questions?
Thank you, Steve. It was amazing. And it was clear. There's no question.
That was awesome, Steve. Thank you so much. I honestly enjoyed it a lot. And for those of audience, those of you who are working with Power BI, believe me, that's a should-know topic that you should use it every day, because when it comes that your laptop or your computer crashes and you lose a couple of hours of your work, you know how much valuable this is. So highly recommended to rewatch this session again. Work with Git, work with GitHub or any other GitLab or any other software that you prefer and you are kind of happy to work with. And yeah, thank you so much for your amazing session, Steve.
Yeah, well, thank you both, you guys, for this whole conference. I know it's been a lot of sessions, but a really great one. So thank you so much, and thanks for having me on.
Thank you.
Awesome. Again, it was nice to have you here, Steve. Thank you so much. Have a nice one.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Everyone, thanks for joining. That was awesome to have you for this session as well. We had 10 hours live session and it was amazing. Thank you so much for joining and attending to this conference. We'll see you in the next one.
Thank you, everybody. See you.